task is Elets Education Innovation Summit. This program is brought to you by Elets Technomedia, Asia and Middle East Premier Media and Consulting Organization in host partnership with Department of Education, Government of Haryana. Honorable Minister Shri Paji is accompanied by Dr. J. Ganeshan, Director Secretary Education, Government of Haryana, and Dr. Mahavir Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, Education Department, Government of Haryana. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries in the hall today. Our Chief Guest, Education Minister, Shri Paji, Additional Chief Secretary, Dr. Mahavir Singh, and Secretary Education, Dr. J. Ganeshan. The Chief Guest, Program Manager, and Program Chair inaugurating the expo here. This expo itself is a reflection of Haryana government's deep commitments to involve the industry in the transformation of the education sector, and also the industry's belief in the red carpet being laid out by the government in welcoming. I request the dignitaries to take on. Good morning once again, all ladies and gentlemen present in the hall today. I am Krishna Mishra here from the organizing team Elets Technomedia, heading the Special Projects Division. On behalf of the Department of Education, Government of Haryana as host partner, and Elets Technomedia as the organizing partner, I warmly welcome all the distinguished guests, speakers, partners, and delegates to Elets Education Innovation Summit, Haryana edition. The theme of the event is adopting digital learning in government schools. Over the course of the day, we shall deliberate upon the scope, opportunities, and challenges in the education space and explore new age digital innovations in the learning space, which has of late been fast-tracked by the COVID pandemic. Technological innovations and digital learning will be central to making the education system relevant to changing times. The new Education Policy 2022 envisages creation of a technology-enabled education ecosystem which is able to promote critical thinking and experiential learning among the students and prepare them for addressing the challenges of the future. Technology will thus play a key role in driving best-in-class education system with digital pedagogical methods which provide access to a wealth of information. There is huge potential in the country to capitalize on its digital prowess and effectively leverage technology to empower key stakeholders of the education ecosystem, whether they are students, teachers, or education administrators. However, the education sector also has its own sets of challenges, particularly in the context of making education equitable, accessible, inclusive, and free of class barriers. In this context, today's Elets Education Innovation Summit will discuss the emerging trends in innovation in the sector and explore way forward for creating a future-ready education ecosystem. We have with us eminent speakers, education administrators, and experts from the government, industry, and academia, who over the course of the day today will be sharing their knowledge, experience, and expertise on the subject. I now invite and welcome His Excellency Honorable Minister of Education, Haryana Government, Shri Kumar Parji, on the stage, please. I invite Dr. Mahavir Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, Education Department, Government of India, Government of Haryana, on the stage, please. I also invite Dr. J. Ganeshan, Director, Secondary Education, Government of Haryana, to come on the stage, please. I invite from the industry Mr. Ashish Dhan, Managing Director of Global Infoform Limited, on the stage, please. I also invite Mr. Ansar Singh, Director, Elementary Education, Government of Haryana, on the stage, please. Mr. Ansar Singh.
So I consider myself.
And finally, I also invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, Founder, Chief Executive Officer, and Editor-in-Chief of Elets Technomedia, on the stage, please. Dr. Ravi Gupta. I request the Honorable Minister Shri Kumar Parji for the land titling ceremony, along with other dignitaries on the stage. ACS Dr. Mahavir Singh, Director NSP Dr. J. Ganeshan, Mr. Ashish Dhan.
अच्छा अभी नहीं सर ये लॉट की लगिंग बात थैंक
I now request Dr. Ravi Gupta, Editor-in-Chief and Chief Executive Officer of Elets Technomedia, to kindly present the bouquet to all the esteemed dignitaries present on the stage, please. I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present the flower bouquet to Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Kawapaji. I request Dr. Gupta to present one flower bouquet to Dr. Mahavir Singh, ACS Education, Haryana. I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present one bouquet to Dr. J. Ganeshan, Director of Secondary Education, NSPT, Haryana Government. And I also request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present one bouquet to Mr. Ashish Khan, Managing Director of Globus Infoform, the presenting partner of today's conference. I now call upon Dr. Ravi Gupta for his opening comments on today's conference of Elets Education Innovation Summit.
नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आप सबका इलेट्स एजुकेशन इनोवेशन समिट में। इस समिट का उद्देश्य है कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जो आईटी का उपयोग हो रहा है और हो सकता है उसके बारे में चिंतन मनन किया जाए। क्या क्या कार्यक्रम शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हरियाणा सरकार द्वारा किए जा रहे हैं और किए जाने पर जिनका प्रस्ताव है, जिनके बारे में विचार चल रहा है, उसके बारे में थोड़ी चर्चा होगी। और आज हम लोग बहुत we are honored that Shri Kanwar Palji, who is the Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Haryana, he has joined us and he has received the occasion as the Chief Guest. We are honored to with us, sir. And Haryana government has done a tremendous amount of work in building up the school education sector, doing a lot of innovative practices in this sector. And this summit is going to highlight these achievements of the government. We are also honored to have our senior officials of the Haryana government, Dr. Mahavir Singh ji, who is the Additional Chief Secretary, Department of School Education, Government of Haryana, under whose guidance and support this conference is being organized. And we are also having the presence of Dr. J. Ganeshan, who is the Director of Secondary Education, Government of Haryana, who has gone into the details of this agenda, details of the whole structure of the program, and guided our team very well. We are also having one of the top industries and innovators in the education sector, Shri Ashish Khan, who is the Managing Director of Globus Infoform Limited, with us on the stage, who will tell us about various innovations with the technology which is capable of doing to transform school education. And we are also having delegates and speakers and experts from all over India, from West Bengal, Telangana, Assam, Manipur, Sikkim, to Assam and to Maharashtra and several other states, Uttar Pradesh, several other states, school departments have joined here, who will talk about what are the innovations they are doing in the school education sector and overall education sector in their states. We are also joined by various private sector companies who are doing innovative work in the education sector. So with this, I welcome you all to the Elets Education Innovation Summit. Elets is an organization which was founded around 19 years back, and we publish digital learning magazine, e-governance magazine, and e-health magazine, which are India's and Asia's first and only magazines on these sectors. And our agenda and our aim is to create platforms for creating more awareness about usage of technology in the social sectors, which can lead to human development. So with this, I welcome you all to a very interactive and exciting day of learning and sharing of knowledge with each other. Thank you so much.
I now invite Mr. Ashish Dham, Managing Director, Global Infocom Limited, for his opening address. A brief introduction about Ashish Dham. Ashish Dham has around 25 years of industry experience in education technology, collaborative conferencing and professional displays, security, surveillance, healthcare and wellness. After completing his Bachelor of Technology degree in Electronics and Master of Business Administration in Sales and Marketing, he had worked for several leading companies in the industry, including telecom, AV, and IT automation. Over to you, Mr. Ashish Dham.
Very good morning to all of you. A warm welcome to Honorable Minister, sir, respected ACS, sir, respected BD, Secretary Education, sir, all dignitaries who come from other places, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you on behalf of Globus Infocom Limited. We are a 20-year-old Make in India, proud Make in India company established in Noida, serving various educational institutes for the last 20 plus years. We've realized that a lot of impact, we've seen a lot of impact happening in the field of education by using technology. At the onset, I would like to play a small video which will give you an idea what kind of impact technology has made in education in the last 2 years, typically in the state of Haryana. Let's see the video, please. This was just an idea of what has happened in the last few years. We've been serving various state governments, we've been serving central governments for improving the quality of teaching and learning in schools, colleges, universities, medical colleges, all across the country. It is important that all the stakeholders, if we talk of school education, the stakeholders are the school, principal, teachers, students, parents, the school administration, and we as industry participants. We all need to contribute cohesively as a team to bring in a change. Talking from the industry perspective, we at Globus Infocom stand implemented in multiple states across the country to recognize, appreciate, and reward teachers who actually are using technology and making full use of the products that are installed in various schools, colleges, and universities. So we seek everybody's support in jointly working together to improve the quality of teaching and learning across the country. Finally, I would like to congratulate the government of Haryana for their initiatives and the commendable work they've done in the last few years to take the school education to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashish, for the brief address. I would now like to invite our program chair, Dr. J. Ganeshan, Director Secondary Education, Government of Haryana. Dr. J. Ganeshan is an IAS officer of 2006 batch of Haryana cadet. Prior to his current assignment as Director Secondary Education, Government of Haryana, he had worked as Deputy Commissioner of Sirsa and Karnal districts. In addition, he has also held positions like Chief Administrator of Kuda and Chief Administrator of Haryana State Agricultural Marketing Board. Dr. Ganeshan is a dental surgeon by qualification. Over to you, Dr. Ganeshan.
एजुकेशन इनोवेशन समिट में पधारे हुए माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री महोदय आदरणीय श्री कबरपाल जी का मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। हमारे एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी स्कूल एजुकेशन डॉक्टर महावीर सिंह जी का मैं इस समिट में आने पे भी स्वागत करता हूं और स्टेज पे हमारे साथ पधारे हुए आशीष नाम जी ग्लोबल से और रवि गुप्ता का भी स्वागत है और जितने गेस्ट यहाँ पे आए हैं उनका मैं हरियाणा की तरफ से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ। मुझे कहने पे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि इस इवेंट को हमने बड़े शॉर्ट टाइम में इलेट्स के साथ ऑर्गेनाइज किया है और इसमें अच्छी पार्टिसिपेशन हमारी हुई है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ हरियाणा के अलावा हमारे पास आज तेलंगाना, असम, हिमाचल प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश, पंजाब, दिल्ली, वेस्ट बंगाल, मणिपुर और राजस्थान जो स्टेट्स हैं उनसे भी हमारे पास आज रिप्रेजेंटेशन हुई है। हमारे पास अगर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस की बात करें, हमारे पास रिप्रेजेंटेशन माइकल एंड सोशल हेल्थ फाउंडेशन से है, सेंट्रल स्क्वायर फाउंडेशन से है, समग्र, बीएक्सएल, ग्लोबल, स्कूल नेट और हमारे विश्वकर्मा स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी से भी हमारे पास आज लोग जुड़े हैं। इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट, संपर्क एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन और एनसीईआरटी से भी आज जुड़े हैं। तो एक वाइड ऑडियंस हमारे पास और डिफरेंट अलग अलग फील्ड से आज जुड़े हैं। तो जो एक्सचेंज ऑफ आइडियाज और जो हम एक दूसरे से जो लर्न कर सकते हैं, मुझे लगता है कि आज का पूरा दिन इसमें कामयाब रहेगा। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ हरियाणा की और स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट की अगर एक टेक्नोलॉजी संबंधित जो इनोवेशन हमने की हैं, अगर उसका मैं थोड़ा सा जिक्र करूं तो मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूंगा कि जो हमारी टीचर ट्रांसफर पॉलिसी है, जो ऑनलाइन टीचर ट्रांसफर पॉलिसी जो हमने शुरू की थी 2016-17 में, मैं समझता हूँ कि दैट वाज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट आईटी इनिशिएटिव्स हमने जो अपनी तरफ से शुरू किया है। जो टीचर्स ट्रांसफर से संबंधित जो इश्यूज आते थे, जो एंग्जाइटी टीचर्स के मन में रहती थी, बड़े पारदर्शी तरीके से इस ट्रांसफर पॉलिसी के कारण ये हमारा हो पाया है। अब इस साल हम इस प्रक्रिया को दोबारा और एक अच्छे तरीके से हम इसको शुरू करने वाले हैं। सेकेंडली, जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज फेस हुआ वर्ल्ड ओवर, पैंडेमिक के टाइम हुआ और एजुकेशन फील्ड में जो सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज थी, कैसे टीचिंग लर्निंग को हम कैसे कंटिन्यू कर पाएं ड्यूरिंग दिस कोविड पीरियड। तो टेक्नोलॉजी का सबसे बड़ा फायदा मतलब उसी पीरियड में हमारा हुआ था। तो जो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री दूरवर्ती शिक्षा कार्यक्रम जो हमने शुरू की, तो वेरियस क्या कहते हैं मीडियम के थ्रू हमने जो एजुकेशन को आगे रखा। सो दैट इज हरियाणा वाज वन ऑफ द लीडिंग स्टेट्स जो स्कूल एजुकेशन को इवन ड्यूरिंग द पैंडेमिक चालू रख सका था। एंड मुझे कहने में बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि जो हमने एक एप्लीकेशन लॉन्च की थी अफसर के नाम से, उस एप्लीकेशन के माध्यम से हमने नॉट ओनली वी कंटिन्यू द एजुकेशन बट हम असेसमेंट्स भी हम बच्चों का कर पाए और असेसमेंट्स करके हम इवन ये रिपोर्ट कार्ड्स भी हम दे पाए। तो आपने देखा होगा काफी जगह पे असेसमेंट्स इस कोविड के दौरान नहीं हुई थी, बट हरियाणा वाज वन ऑफ द ओनली या आई वुड से फ्यू स्टेट्स और ओनली स्टेट which could do even the online assessment. So that is one of the major initiatives that the government of Haryana has taken. And जो हमारी अभी लेटेस्ट जो अचीवमेंट है उसके बारे में काफी चर्चा होगी। जो हमारी टैबलेट बेस्ड लर्निंग प्रोग्राम है, ई अधिगम है, तो उसमें मैं ज़्यादा नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ। आज पूरा दिन आपको इस चीज़ के बारे में काफ़ी सुनने का मौका मिलेगा। बट देन मैं ये समझता हूँ कि दैट वाज वन रेवोल्यूशनरी स्टेप दैट गवर्नमेंट हरियाणा took, not only because it was not a mere distribution of device, but जो personalized adaptive learning हम दे पाए और जो हम सिम कार्ड हम दे पाए, मैं समझता हूँ कि ये वन ऑफ द मेजर अचीवमेंट्स हैं। सो ये हरियाणा की तरफ से जो इनिशिएटिव्स है, थोड़ा सा जिक्र के दौरान उसको हम अपनी डिटेल में भी डिस्कस करेंगे और आपसे भी हम इसको आगे सीखना चाहेंगे। और in स्कूल एजुकेशन, जहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी एक अनिवार्य पार्ट इसका बन गया है और इसमें जो लीडर्स हैं वो स्कूल की तरफ से ही ये लीडर्स हमारे बन पाएंगे। मैं पीछे अभी 4-5 महीने एक ऑनलाइन मैंने प्रोग्राम अटेंड की थी जो सिंगापुर कॉर्पोरेशन प्रोग्राम ने ऑर्गेनाइज किया था और उसमें एसीएस सिक्किम जो आज हमारे से ऑनलाइन जुड़ेंगे, उसके उपाध्याय सर भी इसमें जुड़े थे। द बेस्ट पार्ट ऑफ द लर्निंग इसमें ये था कि जितने प्रोग्राम्स कंडक्ट किए, जितने सेशंस कंडक्ट किए, वहाँ के स्कूल टीचरों ने कंडक्ट किया। सो दे एक्सप्लेन एवरीथिंग, जितने भी डिफरेंट टॉपिक्स के ऊपर था। कोई स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जैसे हम हैं, वो कोई डायरेक्टर नहीं थे, कोई सेक्रेटरी नहीं थे। All the trainings were conducted by the school teachers और जो स्कूल हेड्स हैं। तो जो स्कूल लीडरशिप प्रोग्राम वहाँ से एक किस्म से डेवलप हुई है और मुझे खुशी होने ये भी खुशी होती है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ हरियाणा भी इस कदम पे बढ़ रहा है। स्कूल लीडरशिप प्रोग्राम जो हमारे हेड टीचर्स और प्रिंसिपल्स को ट्रेन करने की बात कर रहे हैं, वो भी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय के अनुसार इस बजट में अनाउंस हुई है और we are in consultation with the Cambridge University जो present assessments हैं to consider such program। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि आगे जाके this would be the future। So आज I am looking forward to a day of very good interaction and learning from one another। दोबारा गवर्नमेंट हरियाणा की तरफ से जितने भी गेस्ट आए हों उन सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Dr. J. Ganeshan, for that those warm words. I now invite our program mentor of today's Elets Education Innovation Conference, Dr. Mahavir Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of School Education, Haryana Government. Dr. Mahavir Singh is a senior IAS officer of 1989 batch from Haryana Cadet. He is presently serving as Additional Chief Secretary, Haryana School Education Department. In addition, he is also holding the charge of Additional Chief Secretary, Sports and Youth Affairs Department in Haryana. Dr. Mahavir has a vast administrative experience of more than 3 decades in different spheres of governance. Prior to ACS School Education, he was serving as Principal Secretary in the Labour Department of Haryana Government. Dr. Mahavir Singh.
आज के समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय कमलपाल जी, शिक्षा मंत्री हरियाणा सरकार, मंच पर विराजमान डॉक्टर जे गणेशन, डायरेक्टर जनरल स्कूल एजुकेशन हरियाणा सरकार, डॉक्टर प्रदीप गुप्ता जी, आशीष धाम जी और बहुत से राज्यों से आए हुए हमारे प्रतिनिधि, स्कूल एजुकेशन से संबंधित तमाम हमारे हरियाणा के अधिकारीगण, मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि आज हम एक ऐसी पहल जो व्यवस्था के कारण हमने शुरू की थी उसके बारे में जिक्र करेंगे। माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी हमारे बीच में हैं, इनका सानिध्य हमें मिलता रहता है और एक ऐसी घटना जिसके बारे में डॉक्टर गणेशन जिक्र कर रहे थे, न केवल हमें बल्कि दुनिया के तमाम देशों में और तमाम लोगों ने इसको झेला और 2 चीजें इससे उभर कर आई। अगर हम खाली कोरोना महामारी की बात और शिक्षा जगत से जुड़ी हुई बात हम करते हैं तो 2 चीजें हमारे सामने आई, चाहे वो चैलेंज की बात हो और या उस चैलेंजेस में से किस तरह से अपॉर्चुनिटीज हमारे सामने हो सकती हैं उसकी बात हो। पहली बात यह है कि हमारे विद्यार्थी स्कूलों से महरूम हो गए, स्कूल में नहीं जा पाए क्योंकि चारों तरफ ऐसी महामारी फैली हुई थी जिसकी वजह से ना केवल बच्चे बल्कि तमाम लोग घरों में कैद थे। ये अपने आप में एक बहुत अजीब सी स्थिति थी जिससे वाबस्ता सभी लोग हुए, ना केवल हिंदुस्तान के बल्कि उसके बाहर के तमाम मुल्कों में भी ये समस्या सामने आई। और दूसरी बात ये, जब बच्चे स्कूल में नहीं जा पाए तो उनका पढ़ाई से मुतल्लक जितनी बातें थी उसका जो नुकसान हुआ उसके बारे में हमें सोचने के लिए विवश होना पड़ा। हम केवल आज कोरोना को शिक्षा जगत से जुड़ी हुई चुनौतियां और उससे जुड़ी हुई बातों से संबंधित बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे लिए एक बहुत ही बड़ा चैलेंज था। अगर हम एक स्कूल में जाने वाले बच्चे या महाविद्यालय में जाने वाले बच्चे की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो निसंदेह हमें ये सोचना पड़ेगा, समझना पड़ेगा कि पढ़ाई से जो भी चीजें हमारे सामने आती हैं वो क्या तरीके हैं। आप सब लोग इस बात से सहमत होंगे कि हमारे सामने 4 अलग अलग तरीके हैं जिससे बच्चा सीखता है। एक है जब स्कूल में जाता है तो अपने अध्यापक से सीखता है। दूसरा, जब अपने विद्यालय या महाविद्यालय में जाते हैं तो अपने सहपाठियों से सीखता है, जिसे पीयर लर्निंग अंग्रेजी में कहा जाता है। और तीसरी बात, जब वो स्कूल में जाता है तो वो स्कूल के पाठ्यक्रम से हटके भी बहुत सारी चीजें स्कूल में होती हैं, जिसे एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज कहते हैं। अगर ये समझें कि खेल के मैदान में भी अगर कोई खेल की प्रक्रिया चल रही है तो वहां भी सीखता है। तो ये तीसरा जरिया है। और चौथा जरिया है कि जब बच्चा, चाहे वो टीचर उसको कोई होमवर्क असाइनमेंट दे या अपने आप से पढ़े, तो स्वाध्याय यानी कि सेल्फ स्टडी, ये चौथा एक माध्यम हो सकता है। अगर हम थोड़ा अतीत में जाएं या माइथोलॉजी की बात करें तो हम ये भी कह सकते हैं कि जो है ना कि अभिमन्यु जो अपनी मां के पेट में भी बहुत सारी चीजें सीख के आए। तो लेकिन अब आपने देखे इन 4 चीजों में से 3 चीजें कोरोना महाकाल के दौरान में बच्चे से अलग हो। स्कूल बंद थे तो अपने टीचर से कोई बातचीत नहीं हो सकती थी, अपने सहपाठियों से बातचीत नहीं हो सकती थी, और खेल के मैदान में जो सीखने की प्रक्रिया थी उससे भी वो महरूम हो गए। तो 4 में से 3 यानी कि 75% जो तरीका है सीखने का कोरोना के दौरान में वो खत्म हो गया। तो फिर इसके बारे में जब सोचा गया तो क्या हम कर सकते हैं, बच्चों को स्कूल तो नहीं ला सकते, तो क्या हम बच्चों पे जा सकते हैं, क्या ऐसी कोई तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। तो वहीं से ये सब चीजें पूरी दुनिया भर में थी, हमने भी सोचा और उसी से मतलब एक बात मैं आपके सामने रखते हुए जिसमें एक जिक्र करूंगा, हमारी सरकार की बहुत ही महत्वाकांक्षी और बहुत ही सफल और कामयाब जो हमारी स्कीम है, जिसे हम कहते हैं सुपर 100। तो सुपर 100 के नाम से हमने एक स्कीम चलाई हुई है जिसमें हम बच्चों को पहले से चिन्हित करते हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी हमें कहते हैं कि हमें अपने बच्चों पे इतना भरोसा है, उनके अंदर में इतना हुनर है, और उनके जो कौशल को पहले सबसे पहले तलाशें कि कौन से बच्चे हैं जिनको हमें तराशने की जरूरत है। तलाश करने के पश्चात 50 बच्चे नॉन मेडिकल के और 50 बच्चे मेडिकल के, जिन बच्चों को 80% से ज्यादा अंक मिलते हैं उनका हम एक एंट्रेंस टेस्ट, प्रवेश परीक्षा देते हैं, और उसके हिसाब से 50 बच्चे और 50 बच्चे मेडिकल नॉन मेडिकल के सिलेक्ट करके, इसीलिए इसका नाम दिया गया सुपर 100। और सबसे पहले हमने इस कोरोना के दौरान में वो भी बंद हो गया था, उन बच्चों को हम जो शिक्षा दे रहे थे, जिसके माध्यम से नीट की परीक्षा पास करने के लिए उनको कोचिंग देते हैं और उसको जेई की परीक्षा पास करने के लिए। थोड़ी इसकी उपलब्धि के बारे में 1 मिनट लेते हुए कि 2018 में ये कार्यक्रम चालू हुआ और 2020 में पहली मर्तबा ये बच्चे जिनको 2 साल की हमने कोचिंग दी, तो 2020 में पहली मर्तबा जब इन बच्चों ने एग्जाम दिया तो 23 बच्चे हमारे आईआईटी के अलग अलग संस्थानों में जाके प्रवेश किया। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी गर्व की बात है। सरकार के सरकारी स्कूलों से मतलब बच्चों को 23 बच्चों को आईआईटी में हमने एडमिशन दिलाया। अगर नीट की हम बात करते हैं तो करीब 64 बच्चों को अलग अलग संस्थानों में जो मेडिकल के जो संस्थान है वहां पे उनको एडमिशन मिला। अगर इसको 2021 की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो ये आईआईटी में जाने वाले बच्चों की संख्या 23 से बढ़ के 28 हो गई। 28 बच्चे 2021 में हमारे सुपर 100 से निकल के आईआईटी में गए। ये बड़े हर्ष और हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है। अगर हम नीट की परीक्षा की अगर बात करें तो 2021 में 64 बच्चों से बढ़ के ये संख्या 72 हो गई, और इन बच्चों में से आपको जानकर ताज्जुब होगा 5 बच्चे एम्स संस्थान में गए। एम्स जैसी ऐसी संस्थान जो हिंदुस्तान की सबसे प्रतिष्ठित संस्थान है, वहां पे हरियाणा के सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ने वाला बच्चा वहां अपना प्रवेश और वहां पर अपना दमखम रखता है, उसके प्रवेश द्वार पे जाके हमारे हरियाणा की संस्कृति का वहां पे परिवहन करता है। तो ये हमारे लिए, तो सबसे पहले हमने सोचा ये बच्चे, इनको हम टैबलेट्स देके क्या इस तकनीक के साथ में जोड़ सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहले एक छोटा सा पायलट हमने उन बच्चों के साथ किया, और बड़ी खुशी हुई कि हालांकि हमारे जो कोचिंग संस्थान बंद हो चुके थे, वहां पे हमने टैबलेट्स के माध्यम से इन बच्चों को ये सारी की सारी जो प्रक्रिया हम एक फिजिकल मोड में देते थे उसको ऑनलाइन मोड में दिया गया। फिर वहां के परिणामों को ध्यान में रख के लगा कि क्यों ना इसके विस्तृत रूप दिया जाए, इसे और बड़ा किया जाए। और बड़ा करने के पश्चात ये बात आई कि क्या हमें टैबलेट्स देना चाहिए, क्या हमें मोबाइल फोन देना चाहिए, या कोई और ऐसी व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हम स्कूल तो बच्चों को ला नहीं पा रहे थे, तो क्यों ना हम ही स्कूल को जो है ना बच्चों के द्वार तक ले जाएं। तो ऐसी प्रक्रिया की जब सोच विचार और कार्यक्रम चल रहा था, तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी और माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी ने बैठ के ये प्रस्ताव पास किया कि हम बहुत ही सर्वोत्तम क्वालिटी का टैबलेट और सर्वोच्च गुणों से सुसज्जित टैबलेट्स हम अपने बच्चों को देंगे। तो ये बड़ी बात, जिसके अंदर बहुत बजट की बात अगर हम करें, तो हमने ये पहली मर्तबा ये फैसला किया कि इन सब बच्चों को, पहले तो हमने ये फैसला कर लिया था कि 8वीं से 12वीं के बच्चों को देंगे, लेकिन थोड़ा सा बजट का भी कंस्ट्रेंट्स रहता है, तो हमने 9वीं से 12वीं और फिर अल्टीमेटली 10वीं और 10वीं 11वीं 12वीं के बच्चों को टैबलेट्स देने का फैसला किया। उसका हमने सबका प्रोक्योरमेंट किया, और आज हम इस स्थिति में हैं। 5 मई को हमारे ये पूरी की पूरी प्रक्रिया को अमली जामा पहनाने के लिए रोहतक में एक हमारा राज्य स्तरीय कार्यक्रम हुआ। उसको जो है ना लाइव इसी तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करते हुए 119 ब्लॉक्स में, जो हमारे एजुकेशनल ब्लॉक्स हैं, 119 जगह पे, सब जगह पे 10वीं और 12वीं पढ़ने वाले बच्चों को 5 लाख टैबलेट्स वितरण करने का हमारा कार्यक्रम 5 मई को हम ऑलरेडी मुकम्मल कर चुके हैं। तो इसी तकनीक का फायदा उठा के अब हम एक कदम और आगे जा रहे हैं। ये जो स्कीम क्या है, इसके बारे में डॉक्टर गणेश जी कह रहे थे और माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी उसके बारे में जिक्र करेंगे कि ये खाली टैबलेट्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का कार्यक्रम नहीं है, ये पूरी तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करके बच्चों तक पहुंचाएं, और उनकी जो सीखने की गति है और उस गति में किस तरह से विस्तार कर सकते हैं, और उस किस तरह से उस पे सारी चीजों को मॉनिटरिंग कर सकते हैं, निगरानी कर सकते हैं, देख सकते हैं कि कौन बच्चा कम पढ़ रहा है या किसमें और ज्यादा पढ़ाने की जरूरत है, वो अपनी अपनी गति से सीखता है। तो हमने उस टीचर्स को भी जोड़ा, तो हमारे जो टीचर्स हैं 33,000 बीजीटी जो टीचर्स हैं उनको भी टैबलेट दिया, और उन सब बच्चों के साथ में किस तरह से वो जुड़ पाएंगे। अब ये जो पूरी प्रक्रिया है, इस प्रक्रिया में खाली टैबलेट्स की बात हम नहीं कर रहे हैं। टैबलेट्स के साथ साथ हमने इसके अंदर में पहले से प्री लोडेड कंटेंट हमने पहले से तैयार किया हुआ है। उसके अंदर कंटेंट हमारा क्लास वाइज, सब्जेक्ट वाइज, ड्रॉप डाउन मेन्यू के हिसाब से पूरा डिटेल उसमें उपलब्ध है। ये सॉफ्टवेयर के साथ साथ में एक चीज और हमने देखी, क्योंकि जो बच्चे हमारे स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं, सरकारी स्कूलों में जो बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, तो गरीब तबके से हैं, सोशियो इकोनॉमिकली डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप से संबंध रखते हैं, तो वहां पे बच्चा 5-6 घंटे अगर डेली पढ़ेगा तो डाटा का भी कंजम्पशन बहुत ज्यादा होगा। तो ये भी सरकार ने फैसला किया, और ये माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की विराट हृदय और उनकी एक विस्तृत सोच का एक नजरिया है। उन्होंने कहा कि बच्चों को टैबलेट्स भी दो, प्री लोडेड कंटेंट भी दो, और जो जितना खर्चा आता है उसका वो खर्चा इंटरनेट से संबंधित वो डाटा सिम भी हमारे 2 GB प्रतिदिन प्रति बच्चा वो फ्री सरकार की तरफ से हम उपलब्ध करवा रहे हैं। उसके अलावा ये हुआ कि इन सब चीजों के बाद अगर हम किसी की मॉनिटरिंग करना चाहें, देखना चाहें कि कौन सी क्लास में कौन से अध्यापक का कौन से बच्चे के साथ में तालमेल हो रहा है, तो मल्टी कम्युनिकेशंस वाला जो सिस्टम है, एक मोबाइल डिवाइस मैनेजमेंट का सिस्टम है, यहाँ से सब चीजें हम सेंट्रलाइज तरीके से कंट्रोल करेंगे कि हमने कौन सा कंटेंट देना है और कौन सा कंटेंट देखने के बाद में उसको किस तरह के रेमेडियल वीडियोस की जरूरत है या उसको एडवांस वीडियोस की जरूरत है। तो सब्जेक्ट्स को ध्यान में रख के पर्सनलाइज अडेप्टिव लर्निंग मॉड्यूल बनाए गए, वो जो सॉफ्टवेयर, तो हमारा ये कॉम्बिनेशन है, हार्डवेयर भी है, सॉफ्टवेयर भी है और उसके साथ में सिम भी है। तो ये ऐसी प्रणाली जिसमें बहुत आला दर्जे की टेक्नोलॉजी, आला दर्जे के हमारे इक्विपमेंट्स और आला दर्जे के टीचर्स की हम ट्रेनिंग करवा के उस पूरे सिस्टम के साथ में जोड़ रहे हैं। पूरा दिन इसके बारे में जिक्र करेंगे, बहुत सी चीजें सरकार की तरफ से जो हम कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में हम आपको अपने हरियाणा के एक्सपीरियंसेस से वाबस्ता करेंगे। आप अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस को हमें शेयर करेंगे तो निसंदेह इसको और ज्यादा आगे बढ़ाने की जरूरत है। माननीय मंत्री जी का कार्यक्रम किसी दूसरी जगह पे है तो मैं ज्यादा समय न लेते हुए फिर दूसरे कार्यक्रम में फिर आपसे मिलेंगे। आज हमारा मकसद यही है कि हम आपके अनुभवों से सीखें। हमने अपने अलग अलग तरीके की जो स्कीम या योजनाएं बनाई हैं उनके बारे में हम आपको बता पाए, और एक राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो सोच हो रही है कि हमारी जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 है उसमें किस तरह से बुनियादी तब्दीलियां ला सकते हैं, किस तरह से उसका फायदा उठा के हम बच्चों को और समृद्ध कर सकते हैं। आज हम बात कर रहे हैं फ्यूचर रेडीनेस की बात है, 21st सेंचुरी की स्किल्स को बच्चों को देने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो उस सारी तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करके किस तरह से हम उनको समर्थ कर सकते हैं, इसके बारे में आज पूरा दिन भर हम चर्चा करेंगे। आप सभी का मैं अपनी तरफ से और अपने विभाग की तरफ से आज यहाँ पर पहुंचने के लिए और इस स्कीम में, इस पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल होने के लिए मैं आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और साथ ही एलेट्स और ग्लोबल्स और जितने भी हमारे दूसरे पार्टनर्स हैं आज के इस कार्यक्रम में जुड़ रहे हैं हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से, उनका भी मैं हार्दिक धन्यवाद करता हूं। और मुझे पूरी आशा है कि ये दिन भर का जो विचार विमर्श और डिस्कशन होगा एक बहुत अच्छे तरीके से और एक कंक्लूसिव तरीके से बहुत अच्छी सीख लेके हम जाएंगे। इसी आशा के साथ सभी आयोजकों को बहुत शुभकामनाएं और इस आशा के साथ कि ये एक बहुत फ्रूटफुल एक्सरसाइज होने में आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
That was Dr. Mahavir Singh. Thank you, Dr. Mahavir Singh, ACS School Education Committee of Haryana. Without your support and cooperation and Dr. Ganeshan's cooperation, this conference would not have been possible to be organized in such a short span of time. Ladies and gentlemen, please now join me in welcoming once again our Chief Guest of the day for his Chief Guest address, Honorable Minister of Education of Haryana, Shri Kanwar Pal ji. Honorable Minister of Education Shri Kanwar Pal ji is a dedicated public figure who strives to provide quality education to the students in Haryana. Empowering the government schools has been his basic motive. Shri Kanwar Pal is a BJP legislator from Jagadhri constituency. In addition to Minister of Education, he is also holding the portfolio of Forest, Tourism, Parliamentary Affairs, Hospitality, Art, Culture Affairs Department in the Haryana government. Honorable Minister of Education, ladies and gentlemen, शिक्षा मंत्री जी का एक बार पुनः जोरदार अभिनंदन किया जाए।
हमारे एसीएस स्कूल एजुकेशन डॉक्टर महावीर सिंह जी, डायरेक्टर सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन डॉक्टर जय गणेशन जी, डायरेक्टर एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन डॉक्टर सचिन जी, डॉक्टर रवि गुप्ता जी, एडिटर इन चीफ इलेट्स, आशीष धाम जी, ग्लोबल्स, श्री पंकज वर्मा जी, श्री प्रणव मिश्रा जी और सभी उपस्थित यहाँ डीओ, डीडब्ल्यू और अन्य प्रदेशों से आए अधिकारीगण। आज ये जैसे मैं एलिट्स को बधाई देता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस प्रकार के कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया और उस कार्यक्रम में जहाँ हमारे सभी अधिकारी उपस्थित हैं उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने दूसरे प्रदेश के जो अधिकारी हैं उनको भी यहाँ पे आमंत्रित किया और मैं समझता हूँ कि इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ हमें होगा, क्योंकि कोई भी व्यक्ति कंप्लीट नहीं है, हर आदमी को सीखने की जरूरत रहती है कहीं से न कहीं से। और पूरे देश में जैसे आज हम कुछ कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पूरे देश में और प्रदेश भी कुछ अलग अलग
कर रहे हैं। तो जैसे आज अधिकारी यहाँ बैठेंगे तो बातचीत होगी, तो निश्चित तौर से हमें उसकी जानकारी मिलेगी। अभी जैसे गणेश जी ने और महावीर जी ने अपनी बात कही है, तो अभी जब उनको अवसर मिलेगा तो निश्चित तौर से वो भी अपने बारे में, अपने स्टेट में वो क्या कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में भी वो जानकारी देंगे। एलेट्स का मैं इसके लिए भी धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जो उन्होंने डिजिटल लर्निंग पे एक पुस्तक का प्रकाशन वो करते हैं, तो मतलब तो काफी जानकारी उसमें मिल जाती है कि दुनिया में क्या हुआ इस टाइम चल रहा है, और निश्चित तौर से उससे प्रभावित भी होते हैं और देखते हैं। हर चीज की एक अपनी दृष्टि है, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि दुनिया में जो सबसे बेस्ट हो जाओ तुरंत इसको स्वीकार भी कर लेंगे। हमने हर दृष्टि से देखना होता है, पैसे की दृष्टि से भी देखना होता है, कैपेसिटी भी देखनी होती है, कितनी कैपेसिटी हमारी है। लेकिन अगर उसकी जानकारी है तो, अगर जानकारी नहीं होगी तो फिर संभव नहीं है, लेकिन जानकारी होगी तो निश्चित तौर से उसका लाभ उठा सकेंगे। और जिस प्रकार से डिजिटलाइजेशन आज चल रहा है, हमारा भी पूरा प्रयास है, और इस प्रयास में मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का विशेष रूप से इसलिए भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं क्योंकि वो अपने आप बहुत जानकार है इस चीज की। उनकी अपनी जानकारी जो है उसका भी लाभ मिलता है कि आने वाले और बच्चों को भी उस प्रकार की जानकारी मिले। और आज बहुत सी बड़ी कंपनियां जो हैं वो इस पे बहुत ध्यान दे रही हैं। ठीक है, उनका बिजनेस है ये, लेकिन बिजनेस के साथ साथ हमारे लिए बहुत लाभदायक है। बिजनेस तो सबका ही है, जो भी काम करता है हर व्यक्ति का है, हमें भी लगता है कि इसका बिजनेस है, लेकिन है उसका बिजनेस, ठीक है, बिना उसके तो कोई काम कर नहीं सकता, लेकिन हमें उसका बड़ा लाभ मिलता है। और रोजाना कहीं से ना कहीं से कोई ना कोई हमें इस प्रकार के व्यक्ति मिलते हैं जो बताते हैं कि हम इस क्षेत्र में ये कर रहे। अभी मुझे 2-3 दिन पहले ये 3 नौजवान मेरे पास आए, उन्होंने कहा कि भी हमने हमारे पास 50,000 टीचर है, और अगर आप हमारे साथ कांटेक्ट करते हैं तो हम 60 सेकंड के अंदर, अगर आपका बच्चा कोई भी सवाल पूछेगा तो 60 सेकंड के अंदर आपको टीचर उपलब्ध होगा, और उसकी जो भी कोई समस्या होगी तो हम उसको सॉल्व करेंगे। ठीक है, अब वो पेमेंट काफी ज्यादा है तो मैंने यही है क्या, आप तो मैंने पूछा कि कितने आप चार्जिंग कितनी है आपकी, उसने कहा 700 रुपए है। मैंने कहा ज्यादा है, तो चलो वो तो बात दूसरी है, तो बात तो एक आइडिया की है, हम नहीं करेंगे तो कोई और करेगा। मतलब एक बहुत ही अच्छे आइडिया से एजुकेशन में जो है वो लेके आ रहे हैं, स्मार्ट क्लासरूम और दूसरे इस प्रकार के जो काम है, तो निश्चित तौर से आने वाले टाइम में इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होगा। और आज की जो चर्चा है मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि बहुत ही सारगर्भित रहेगी, और निश्चित तौर से आने वाले टाइम के लिए हमारे लिए बहुत लाभदायक रहेगी। तो मैं इसका भी और आप सबका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी श्री कंवरपाल जी। We are now going to launch a special issue of Digital Learning Magazine. DL Magazine is a flagship magazine of Elets Technomedia, which focuses on usage of promotion of ICT in how the technological innovations can take place in the education sector and how education sector per se can be transformed and revamped with the help of technology. It's an about more than 15 years old magazine. I request the dignitaries of the stage, the Honorable Minister, ACS School Education, Director Education, and Mr. Ashish Dhami, to kindly release this current edition, a special issue of Digital Learning Magazine, focusing on today's conference and the far-reaching reforms in the state of Haryana as far as the digitalization of education in the state is concerned. A special issue dedicated to the state of Haryana in today's conference, Elets Education Innovation Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are entering in a very interesting phase of this today's conference, the Elets Education Innovation Awards. Elets Education Innovation Awards is an initiative by Elets Technomedia and DL Magazine to recognize some of the far-reaching initiatives and best practices which have been able to make a meaningful impact on the education sector. These innovation awards we had been launching through many years, and today, through the Honorable Education Minister of Haryana government, we would like to honor, we would like to recognize three outstanding winners of these awards. The first award under the category of Government Sector Initiative in Skilling. This project goes to, this award goes to Project Karmabhumi, the IT and ITS skill registry of the state of West Bengal. A brief introduction about this project of the West Bengal government. Launched in June 2020, till date it has made more than 45,000 employable in the IT and ITS sector, with over 12,000 placed in various national and international companies. This unique platform counsels, certifies, and upskills registered resources, making them readily recruitable. I invite Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, Joint Secretary, IT in the Government of West Bengal, to kindly come on stage and receive this honor from Honorable Education Minister of Haryana Government, Shri Kawarpani. जोरदार तालियों से उनका अभिनंदन। The next award of Elets Education Innovation is for Government Sector Initiative to Promote Digital Learning. This award goes to the Department of School Education, Government of Haryana, for the advanced digital initiatives of the government with adaptive learning. A groundbreaking initiative, it will see the mode of education being transformed in the state. I request Mr. Nand Kishore Verma, Assistant Director, Academic Cell, Mr. Kuldeep Mehta, Assistant Director, Academic Cell, and Program Officer, Academic Cell, Neha Malik, and Mr. Pramod Kumar, Program Officer, Academic Cell, all to kindly come on the stage and receive this honor from the Honorable Minister, Mr. Kawarpani. The next award is for our industry partner, Mr. Ashish Dham, for the project Excellence in Promoting Digital Learning. This award goes to Globus Infoform. A brief about this project. The leading Make in India EdTech brand has won the award for promoting excellence in digital learning. It is their commendable contribution towards the education industry by providing highly user-friendly, cost-effective, and meaningful digital learning solutions, which are making a difference in the delivery mechanism of education throughout the country. That was a brief about the award ceremony. I would now request the Editor-in-Chief and Chief Executive Officer of Elets Technomedia to kindly felicitate the Honorable Education Minister here. I request IT to present a shawl and memento for the Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Kawarpani. I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to also please present a memento and a certificate to ACS Education, Dr. Mahavir Singh. I would request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present a memento and certificate to Dr. Mahavir Singh, Additional Chief Secretary Education, Government of Haryana. I would now request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present another memento and certificate to our program chair, Dr. J. Ganeshan, Director, School Education. And I would also request Dr. Gupta to present one speaker memento to our industry partner, Ashish Dham, Managing Director, Globus Infocom.
बहुत बहुत आभार और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी श्री कंवर पाल जी का, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन, फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। एंड जो उनके नेतृत्व में आज हरियाणा के स्कूलों में आज जो टैबलेट की जो क्रांति हुई है, उसके लिए हम सब उनका धन्यवाद देते हैं। और जो आईटी का जो एडॉप्शन तेजी से हो रहा है स्कूल डिपार्टमेंट में, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार। और मैं एक बार ऑल ऑडियंस से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि जो अपने माननीय मंत्री जी को एक धन्यवाद के लिए, एक अप्रिसिएशन के लिए एक ताली आए। बहुत बहुत आभार। और इसके साथ हम लोग समाप्त करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
With this, we come to the conclusion of the inaugural session of today's Elets Education Innovation Summit. We will now be having two technical presentations, one by Vice President of Globus Infocom, Mr. Aman Arora, followed by another technical presentation of around 10 minutes each by Chief Operating Officer of Sampark Foundation, Ms. Shubham Vinivasa. To begin with, I invite Mr. Aman Arora, Vice President Globus Infocom, for his technical presentation, 10 minutes. After these two technical presentations, we will be bringing quality.
Right. Hello and welcome to today's session on smart education. And topic for my topic of discussion will be for next 12 minutes will be smart education leads to developed society. Although the topic in itself can take almost a day, so probably Mr. Gupta ji, Dr. Gupta ji, you can take a note of it. This topic itself can take almost a day with the industry leaders as well as the key decision makers. Kaurpalji, he is not around, but at least this itself is a topic where we could elaborate and try to understand how a smart education can lead to a developed society overall as such. The evolution of from an ape to a modern man to beyond a digital man, the digital world has arrived. Overall, अगर आप देखें तो starting from your smartphones to your gadgets, to your wearable gadgets, to your automatic cars today, everything is evolved as technology. So if everything is emerged and there's a new kind of humans are which are being delivered, which are being developed as such. So if the technology is touching every notch corner of our society, why not education? With everything right from our homes to our lifestyles going smarter, it becomes the need of the hour for digital transformation of our education as well. So for the citizens of modern world to thrive, we must place smart education in the center of this initiative. Smart education is the key ingredient of society development. I thank all of you for taking out your time from your busy schedules and just a housekeeping. I will be taking Q&A session at the very end, so you can ask as many questions as you want. And so let's try to look at the agenda for the next 8 minutes or so. So we'll start with quickly a glancing on the journey of smart education till date. We'll try to understand the few challenges and a few roadblocks in the development of smart education, and we'll move towards the proposed solution for the same and the way forward. I'm Aman Arora, Vice President here at Global and I've spent almost 2 decades in this industry with a focus on coming up with suitable solutions for the industry today. In the past few years, we have observed, there has been a tremendous change in the education system in India. There have been smart classrooms, language labs, e-learnings have become a common phenomenon, not only for the tier one and tier two cities, but it has also entered into the tier three cities as well as the rural part of the India as well. Why going far? Even we ourselves have done more than 500 Kendriya Vidyalayas. We have done almost around 115 SDMC schools. We have done almost, we have done higher education schools for Telangana University and whatnot. Almost any, I can safely say, we might have done something or the other for within education department for almost all the states in the country today. Recently, Haryana government launched e-Adhikam scheme with the distribution of more than 3 lakh tablets for students in class 10 to 12. Then, be it Diksha Haryana, be it e-learning at home, be it mobile app for primary teachers, learning enhancement programs, Educate Haryana. Contribution of Haryana government in education, development of smart education has been immense. However, when it comes to smart education, there are still plenty of things to be achieved by now. If you ask me, there are many educational organizations in the country that do not offer the modern digital or digital education which encompasses the student engagement program as such. And in short, many schools are lagging behind the curve when it comes to technology adaptation and adoption and implementation. So let's try to understand a few challenges what all are the challenges. From the management or the administration viewpoint, the challenges could be, of course, that's money. Money could be one of the biggest challenge. Second, when you talk about Corona, COVID-19, when everything was standstill, we were all talking about how to impart education. So as Sir rightly pointed out, that there were times when we all were tested. And there were also the challenges for virtual classroom solutions as well because of the internet connectivity. Similarly, there are also challenges for teachers as well. Teacher-student interaction as well as communication, student pace of learning. Student also had their own set of challenges, starting from understanding the concept, then visualization and creativity, similarly the mental development of students, and last but not the least, challenges for parents, better right to education. So let's try to, in order to counter these modern day challenges, how can we address with these challenges with our requirement analysis? So bottleneck, in nutshell, these are the few requirement analysis which we go together. So by now you would have got the idea. In order to have a smart education, you need at least these 4 or 5 points. For example, in digital learning, you need digital classroom solutions. For e-learning, you need virtual classroom solutions. For refined learning, for example, I did my schooling from Rohtak, Haryana. I did my engineering from Pilani. But again, the rules are the same. We, during engineering as well, I'm sure you would agree, technical education में be it ITIs or be it engineering colleges, हमें बहुत ज़्यादा very good नहीं होना पड़ता है English से. The only thing which we are expected to do is write in English or exams. That's it. अगर आप वाइवा की भी अगर बात बोलेंगे तो मुझे maximum time में मैं हिंदी में आराम से आपसे बात कर सकता हूँ. But challenge कहाँ lie करता है? Challenge lies when we come for GDs, when we are competing against tier 1 city players. The competition level goes very high. काफी ऊपर हो जाता है हम लोगों के लिए. हमें आता तो सब कुछ होता है, लेकिन जब हम बात कर रहे हैं किसी और हमारे काउंटर पार्ट से, तो हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा सा नीचे रहता है. So the point is to have people like me, people like all the technical students who have been imparted technical education, उनको सेम लेवल पे एजुकेशन लैब्स पे हमारी लैंग्वेज लैब्स के लिए उनको एनकरेज करना. फॉर एग्जांपल, इफ यू हैव एन इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज लैब इन योर कैंपस, उनके मॉड्यूल्स होंगे, उनको पढ़ाया जाएगा. देयर आर टीचर्स एंड इवन इफ दे आर नॉट टीचर्स, यू कैन डू सेल्फ लर्निंग एज वेल एज असेसमेंट्स एज वेल. So various modules can be cleared up. Similarly, there are a few challenges when it comes to safety of students as well. Parents के भी बहुत concern रहते हैं. Like, आपका बच्चा safe तो है, ragging तो नहीं हो रही है, eavesdropping तो नहीं हो रही है. So these are the few challenges which can be countered today with the modern day CCTV security and surveillance solution. So, what are the proposed solutions here? Majorly, we are talking about 4 different pillars of solution here. First one is digital classrooms, second is virtual classrooms, third is language lab, and fourth is advanced security and surveillance solution. Now, when it comes to the classrooms of yesterday, there were chalks, dusters, erase, repeat, and sneeze. These were the ancient boards. They were heavy, bulky, chalk बार बार टूटेगा, problem आएंगी, technologies were adapted, but these were things of past. There were obviously some many limitations for these solutions, and that's how we came up with solutions like interactive boards. So as you could see, we are able to counter all the latest challenges what we were facing in the pedagogic traditional way of interaction with students. Similarly, during the COVID times, we all had challenges of how to interact with the students. We had virtual classroom solutions for the same.
Opportunities with Global's virtual classroom solution. This comes with a touch or non-touch display in different sizes of 65, 75, 86 and 98 inches. A full HD USB BTZ auto-tracking video conferencing camera. Omnidirectional microphone with inbuilt speakers. The cloud-based or server-based solution empowers students to access quality education regardless of distances. It not only creates high-definition real-time classroom session experience, but also has advanced features of content sharing, video conferencing, online assessment, and report generation for the ease of students, teachers, and administrator. The inbuilt interactive whiteboard enables the user to write, view, share, and much more. Teachers and learners can communicate easily like live classroom through different tools of chat, open discussion boards, etc. Features of multi-site audio and video communication expands the opportunities through better connect and collaboration.
I think we are running short of time, so we'll have to wrap this up.
Yeah, sure. Last but not the least, security and cyber resolution. Now, when you talk about a campus, you can have outer periphery controlled, secured. Similarly, with facial recognition based attendance management solution and all these solutions, what I'm talking about right now, we have backdoors. If you look at your back, all these solutions are available for your access, for your usage. So you can use an interface, you can आप use कर सकते हैं और उसको समझ सकते हैं. If you have any doubts whatsoever, the entire team is available at the back end, and we will be able to try to resolve as much queries as possible. So we have something called as classroom monitoring solution, wherein you can see a classroom is being recorded. There's a two-way communication. आपके पास built-in speaker है, built-in mic है, so you could be anywhere in the world. You can still interact with any particular classroom, be it a district, be it a taluka, be it a panchayat. आप किसी भी एक particular school के किसी भी classroom से आप directly interface बात कर सकते हैं. आपकी कोई भी क्वेरी में कुछ आप बात करना चाहते हैं, कुछ one is to all आप interact करना चाहते हैं, कुछ communicate करना चाहते हैं, so the options are available. So again, the point I'm trying to make is it is not just security, but also the elevation of operational aspects too. Similarly, if you look at it, there are tons of solutions available with us in terms of panoramic view. आप देख सकते हैं, just one camera is covering the entire room space. So it's all 180-degree coverage with just one lens. And some of the student behavior analytics, which I've listed down here, if somebody is trying to jump the perimeter, bunk को देखिए, हम सबने कभी ना कभी अपनी लाइफ में किया होगा, jump करना perimeter fence से moving into a non-particular direction. So all these analytics are available. Last but not the least, we strongly believe that there is a huge market potential for a high quality, high competitive price products. Our market positioning is with three core elements: better quality, better technology, and better project management. Thank you so much for your time. You have been a lovely audience.
Thank you, Aman Arora, Vice President Provost to Infocom. I will now invite Vishwabandhu Nivasa, Chief Operating Officer of Sampark Foundation. I will request Vishwabandhu to kindly stick to the timeline, 10 minutes. After that, we wait for the team. Mr. Vishwabandhu Nivasa.
हेलो, मैं संपर्क फाउंडेशन से अध्यक्ष और विश्वबंधु डिग्री। तो संपर्क फाउंडेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के लेके जो काम करता है, उससे पहले स्टार्ट जो जर्नी थे मैं उस पर थोड़ा सा ब्रेक करना चाहूँगा। संपर्क फाउंडेशन जो स्टैब्लिश हुआ वो विनीत नायर जो CEO रहे हैं एशिया टेक्नोलॉजी के, उनके द्वारा स्टार्ट हुआ और उनकी जर्नी टेक्नोलॉजी के लेके उन्होंने बहुत काम किया था। इसी को लेके सबसे पहले जो सॉल्यूशन की तरफ जब देखने लगे तो बच्चों में जो सीखने में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आती है लैंग्वेज को लेके। उसको लैंग्वेज सीखने में स्पेशली इंग्लिश वाला जो पार्ट है उसको सीखने में जो प्रॉब्लम आती है उसको पेडागोजिकली कैसे क्या प्रॉब्लम आती है उसको लेके सॉल्यूशन की तरफ देखा। तो सबसे पहली बात ये आती है कि बच्चों को लिखने पढ़ने की जो प्रॉब्लम आती है उसका सीधा रिलेशन सुनने और बोलने से होता है। ये ब्रेन के हमारे जो मैपिंग है उससे निकल के आता है कि सुनना बोलना यदि बच्चों का प्रॉपर है तो लिखना पढ़ना भी प्रॉपर होगा। तो वो सॉल्यूशन क्या सॉल्यूशन हो जो क्लासरूम में बच्चों के पास जाए और हमारे स्कूल तक पहुंच पाए, जिससे कि बच्चे सुनना बोलना इंग्लिश को शुरू कर सके। तो इसके लिए एक बॉक्स इजाद किया जो कि जिसको हम ऑडियो बॉक्स या संपर्क दीदी बॉक्स कह रहे हैं, वो मैं भी इस पे आऊंगा। तो जितने सॉल्यूशन आए उन सॉल्यूशन पे हम बात करते हुए चलेंगे। तो विनीत नायक ने इसकी शुरुआत की, साथ में जो पेडागोजिकल इनपुट थे अनुपमा नायक के थे और साथ मिलकर दोनों ने इस पे काम करना शुरू किया। इसी को देखें तो सबसे पहली बात इसमें है कि फ्रूगल इनोवेशन की बात की जा रही है कि कॉस्टिंग ज्यादा ना हो, बहुत इजी वे में क्लासरूम में स्टार्ट किया जा सके। ऐसे इनोवेशन क्या हो सकते हैं जो स्कूल में हम उसको कर सकें। तो फ्रूगल इनोवेशन इसके सेंटर में था, प्लस पेडागोजिकली साइंटिफिक तरीके से उसको रखा गया हो। इन दो चीजों को रखते हुए हम आगे बढ़े। इसी में तो ये 5 स्टेप है जो हमारे प्रोग्राम को हम रन करते हैं। तो उसका है कि जब हम, चूंकि एक तो पूरा प्रोग्राम बनना है वो बैकएंड पे टीम काम करती है, साथ में हम फील्ड में जो काम करते हैं तो उसका जो प्रोसेस है कि हमारा पार्टनरशिप जो होता है, पार्टनरशिप करने के बाद में हम किट्स प्रोवाइड करते हैं। संपर्क फाउंडेशन ने किट्स डेवलप की हैं। किट्स का एक पार्ट है संपर्क दीदी बॉक्स। इसके अलावा क्लासरूम टीचिंग में टीचर को जो असिस्ट करने के लिए, टीचर को हेल्प करने के लिए इस तरह का टीएलएम डेवलप किया गया है दोनों सब्जेक्ट में, मैथ्स और इंग्लिश को लेके। मैथ्स में इस तरह का टीएलएम है जिसको बोर्ड पे, जो ब्लैक बोर्ड पे है, टीचर उसको चिपका सकता है, टीचर उसको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट कर सकता है। तो टीचर को बहुत आसानी से काम करने में बहुत हेल्प मिलती है उससे। दूसरा है साइंस इंग्लिश के लिए जो ऑडियो बॉक्स है। ऑडियो बॉक्स बच्चे वहाँ पे सुनने और बोलने का काम, उसके एक पूरा मॉड्यूल है, उसके 8 मॉड्यूल बने हुए हैं और 112 लेसन है। तो ये पूरे किट प्रोवाइड करते हैं स्कूल्स को, और किट प्रोवाइड करने के बाद में जो तीसरा स्टेप आता है टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग का, टीचर को ट्रेन करते हैं। किट देने के बाद में जो सबसे बड़ा गैप आता है वो ट्रेनिंग वाले पार्ट में आता है। तो हम ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइड करते हैं उस किट के ऊपर, और ट्रेनिंग के बाद में उसको टैग एनेबल किया जाता है। पूरा जो प्रोग्राम है वो संपर्क स्मार्ट साला एप्लीकेशन है, उस एप्लीकेशन में अवेलेबल है, और इसके बाद इसको मॉनिटर करने का काम डिपार्टमेंट के साथ मिलकर किया जाता है। ये 5 स्टेप में ये पूरा प्रोग्राम रन करता है। ये कुल 12 इनोवेशन अभी एजुकेशन में हम लेके आए हैं। इसमें एक एक पे हम बात करते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे। सबसे पहला जो किट है, किट के बारे में मैं बात कर चुका हूँ कि एक मैथ्स की किट है। उसमें कॉन्क्रीट टू एब्स्ट्रैक्ट जो काम करने के लिए टीचर को चाहिए होता है, ये इस तरह का टीएलएम है जो बोर्ड पे डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करने में हेल्प करता है। तो टीचर भी डेमोन्स्ट्रेट कर सकता है और बच्चे सब ग्रुप में इस मटेरियल के द्वारा अपने कंसेप्ट को पूरा डिस्कस कर सकते हैं और कंसेप्ट को डेमोन्स्ट्रेट कर सकते हैं। सेकंड पार्ट जो आता है साउंड बॉक्स, ये इंग्लिश वाले किट के अंदर जाता है। इस साउंड बॉक्स की एक बात अभी हमने की थी, दूसरी बात ये है कि इसमें बैटरी होती है, और उस बैटरी के द्वारा जो कि एक बार चार्ज करने के बाद 15 दिन तक चार्ज करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। तो जहाँ पे लाइट नहीं है वहां पे भी इस बॉक्स का यूज आसानी से किया जा सकता है। 15 दिन बाद उसको चार्ज करने की जरूरत पड़ती है। तो क्लासरूम में चाहे लाइट ना भी हो तो इसका यूज किया जा सकता है। तीसरा साइंस के पजल्स हैं, जो साइंस के पजल डेवलप किए गए हैं, लगभग 75 कंसेप्ट पे पजल डेवलप किए हैं, जो क्लासरूम में बच्चे उसको जोड़ के जो एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग की बात करते हैं, तो साइंस को जो हाइपोथेसिस बनती है, जो हम कंसेप्ट लर्न करता है बच्चा, उसको आगे कैसे लेके जाएगा, तो उसको जोड़ के पूरा पजल्स के थ्रू साइंस के प्रोग्राम को, वो साइंस को समझने का काम है। इसमें पूरे प्रोग्राम में, चूंकि अभी FLL का क्लास 1 to 3 में जो प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, उसमें लगभग 500 लेसन्स हैं। तो लेसन्स को स्टेप बाय स्टेप कैसे काम करना है, उसके लेसन्स दिए हुए हैं, ये एप्लीकेशन पे अवेलेबल है। तीसरा है टीचिंग वीडियो, लगभग 1100 टीचिंग वीडियो अलग अलग कंसेप्ट पे बने हुए हैं, और ये वीडियो अवेलेबल है दोनों टीवी वाले प्रोग्राम में भी और संपर्क स्मार्ट सेवा एप्लीकेशन में। प्रोग्रेस चार्ट अवेलेबल है इसके लिए। ये अभी नया इनोवेशन है, जिसमें पूरा प्रोग्राम टीवी के अंदर क्लासरूम के अंदर जाएगा, जिसके 4350 संपर्क टीवी बॉक्सेज जा चुके हैं स्कूल में। और ये बॉक्सेज की खासियत ये है कि क्लासरूम टीचिंग के अंदर पूरा जो वीडियो था और असेसमेंट प्रोसेस था, उसको जोड़ के एक साथ क्लासरूम टीचिंग का जो एनवायरनमेंट है वो कैसे लाइव बनाया जाए, वो इसके सेंटर में था। जहाँ पे बच्चे जो क्लासरूम में टीचर जब काम करेंगे, तो टीचर हर लेसन पे, ये जो कि पूरा टेक्स्ट बुक बेस्ड है, जो हरियाणा की टेक्स्ट बुक है, उसमें चैप्टर वाइज उसके वीडियो बने हुए हैं। उस वीडियो पे असेसमेंट प्रोसेस पूरा बना हुआ है, और उस असेसमेंट दो तरीके से हम देख रहे हैं। पहला असेसमेंट फॉर लर्निंग और असेसमेंट ऑफ लर्निंग। हम ऑफ लर्निंग की बात अवसर पे किया जाता है, हम फॉर लर्निंग की बात करते हैं, असेसमेंट फॉर लर्निंग। फॉर लर्निंग का मतलब यहाँ पे ये है कि जब असेसमेंट बच्चे कर रहे होते हैं, ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट जब करते हैं, तो वहां इस पूरी टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू क्लासरूम में डिस्कशन का मौका मिलता है। एक क्वेश्चन है, उस क्वेश्चन पे डिस्कशन करते हैं बच्चे और टीचर मिलके। तो वो एक प्रोसेस हम लेके आ रहे हैं, जो अभी क्लासरूम में जाएगा, जिसका पूरा प्रॉपर ओरिएंटेशन होगा। तो ये एक सेंटर में रहेगा, जहाँ पे कि जो अभी थोड़ी देर पहले की बात हो रही थी कि हमारे स्कूल्स में एक तो पूरा नेटवर्क का इशू होता है, दूसरा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का होता है, बट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इसमें चाहिएगी, लेकिन नेटवर्क वाला इशू इसमें काम नहीं करेगा, क्योंकि ये बिना नेटवर्क के चलेगा। और यहाँ चाहे कोई डिब्बा टीवी हो, कैसा भी टीवी हो, वो स्मार्ट टीवी की तरह काम करेगा इस स्मार्ट टीवी बॉक्स के जरिए। जी, इसमें एक स्पीक इंग्लिश प्रोग्राम है। इंग्लिश को हम जो हरियाणा टेक्स्ट बुक है, उन सभी टेक्स्ट बुक के जो चैप्टर्स हैं, हम बात कर रहे थे पहले कि बच्चों को पढ़ने में और इस भाषा को सुनने का मौका नहीं मिलता, इंग्लिश को स्पेशली सुनने के मौके प्रोवाइड करवाने के लिए हमने इसको पूरा ऑडियो बेस किया है। चैप्टर जो है वो चैप्टर में हाईलाइट होते हुए हर वर्ड आगे बढ़ेगा, जो वर्ड्स को बच्चे सुनेंगे और सुन के क्लासरूम में उसको बार बार सुन के और साथ में अपनी बुक में उंगली चलाते रहेंगे, तो उससे बच्चों को इस भाषा को सुनने का मौका मिलेगा। और प्रोनाउंसिएशन, जो करेक्ट प्रोनाउंसिएशन की बात करते हैं, तो यहाँ से वो मौके मिलेंगे बच्चों को। तो ये क्लासरूम में इंग्लिश को सीखने में बहुत मदद करेगा। इसके बाद गेमिफाइड असेसमेंट है, जो असेसमेंट फॉर लर्निंग के लिए है, और इसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये पहले बात कर चुके हैं। ये प्रोग्राम के दूसरे लेसन वीडियोज हैं, प्लस चैटबोर्ड है और वर्कशीट। थैंक यू।
Thank you, our partner.
partners, Aman Arora, Vice President Global Infocom, and Durga Das, Chief Operating Officer, Sampark Foundation. I request Dr. Ganeshan to kindly present the speaker memento. I request Dr. Ganeshan to kindly come on the stage, please, for a while. I request the earlier speaker, Aman Arora, from Global Infocom, to come on the stage. Aman Arora. I request the team here to present this partner memento to Global Infocom team. संपर्क फाउंडेशन के सूत्रधार जी, I request Dr. Ganeshan to present one partner memento to Durga Das from Sampark Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running terribly short of time now, so we'll be having a working team. We will not be now breaking. We are continuing with the session. I invite Mr. Shrikant Sinha, Chief Executive Officer, Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge, Government of Telangana. Shrikant Sinha sir is there. Mr. Shrikant Sinha would be giving a special address on innovations in the education ecospace and how skilling is one of the fundamental parameters of new age educational transformation. Over to Mr. Shrikant Sinha, and I would request Mr. Sinha to kindly speak to the timeline of 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
A very good morning, and Honorable ACS Mr. Mahavir Singh Ji, Government of Haryana, Mr. Ganeshan, all the dignitaries present over here today. It's indeed a pleasure and honor for me to be present and sharing some of my thoughts with all of you today over here. I represent Government of Telangana, and I'm from a skilling body called TASK. But since people were talking about 20 years ago, I also went back 20 years ago and looked at what I was doing. And at that time, I was working for an IT major, and where I was heading the school education itself over there. And I was the first to challenge, saying that when we are talking about laddered learning everywhere, right? Why are we talking about doing, Word in 3rd to 5th, then Excel, PowerPoint after that, and Excel, and then DBase, etc. And I said it should be a ladder learning approach, which means everything should be as per, we should teach programming also right from KG upwards. People started laughing at me, KG ka bacha, how can you teach him programming? If you look at NCERT says in the age group of up to 6 years, it has hand and eye coordination and dexterity. What I did was very simple. I took 5 photographs of a child brushing their teeth, jumbled it up, and asked the student to use a mouse and actually put it in the right order, which is nothing but sequential programming. One step comes after the other. It was just plain simple sequential programming without telling the student of KG that you are learning programming. Come first standard, I said, now there is a clock on the wall. If there's 7 o'clock, then you need to go to the bus stop and catch the bus. If not, continue to do whatever you are doing, which was nothing but conditional programming. So it is so simple to use technology or not use technology to make education more important. But I think today I'll ask you a very simple question. The way our education system was earlier, of course, NEP has come in and things are changing. But let me ask you a simple question. If I'm lying on the operating theater table, right? और जो हमारा डॉक्टर है, वो जैसे हमारे इंजीनियर्स ट्रेन होते हैं, अगर ट्रेन हुआ हो, what are my chances of survival? Anyone? क्या प्रतिशत मेरे सर्वाइवल के चांसेस है? Absolutely, sir. Because the problem is everyone knows the definition of a screwdriver, but people have not used a screwdriver. And that is where the biggest challenge comes in today. Our education system, I'm sure, when we were kids, we used to play with something called as Meccano. Then it became mechanics. Some of our children play with Lego. But these days in generation, if you look at it, everything has become let go. Everyone is on the mobile only. No one is doing anything with their hands. It's important for us to help bring creativity into the people's, into our schools. How do these people create something with their own hands? That's most important. Right? Another problem. When a child is born at home, parents say, "Ye khao, tumhari अच्छा hai." When he goes to school, he is told, "Learn this. This will come. It's important for you." When he goes to college, it is said, "Do this. This is important from examination point of view." When he comes to the job, the first thing he is told is, "Think for yourself." अरे सोचना तो सीखा ही नहीं है उसने. We have always been telling him, "Learn this, do this." Where is the creativity going to come? When we talk about 21st century skills, etc., right? We are talking about creativity, communication, collaboration, critical thinking. We have not taught him all those skills. It's time that we should look at our education system itself and ensure these skills are provided to them. Where are we creating thinkers who think out of the box? Where are we creating people who would actually look at a problem and say, "Let's not look at the problem, but look at a solution"? Let me narrate a very simple example to point this out. There's this person who was driving his Audi, going to his village for something. He would come back from US. He was going there for some event. He was crossing a narrow river, और ब्रिज के ऊपर उसके गाड़ी का पंचर हो गया. It's a very narrow bridge. गाड़ी का पंचर हो गया. He wanted to then change the stepney. पहले तो उसने खूब परेशान हुआ, but stepney change तो करनी है. Otherwise, how does he go further? So he opened the stepney, changed the wheel, but since it was so narrow, while he was putting the stepney, by mistake with his foot, he pushed the nuts into the river for the wheel that he had opened. Now he was fed up. I can't go there. And he started cursing himself. Why did he ever come? All those things started happening. He was US में था. Right? Always this happens. Road kharab hai, that's exactly what happened. He was sitting there for about 2 hours. कोई गाड़ी नहीं आई, कुछ नहीं आया. Finally, a shepherd came. He said, "क्या हुआ?" He said, "I am Harvard educated. I know everything." And this guy is asking me, "क्या हुआ?" So anyway, he was patient enough. He told, "गाड़ी पंचर हो गई, मैंने रिप्लेस कर दिया, नट्स गिर गए गाड़ी में, ये नदी में, अब क्या करूं मैं?" He said, "बस इतनी सी प्रॉब्लम है." He said, "यहाँ से 5 kilometers दूर there is a repair shop." So this guy was laughing. He said, "Do you expect me to carry the car on my shoulder and take it for the 5 kilometers or what?" He said, "नहीं, बाकी 3 व्हील से एक नट निकाल करके इसमें लगा लीजिए. You will be able to take it down till the place where you can change it." As educators, it's important for us to ensure that we are able to imbibe these kind of qualities into our students. Let them have a positive approach where they are able to think differently. We'll take a simple example. One of the large aircraft engine manufacturing companies set up their office in Telangana. They went to the aeronautical engineering colleges. The first thing they found the aeronautical engineering colleges कि वहाँ पे World War II के engines हैं. Nowadays, if you look at the engines, we are talking about very different things. We said, let's look at it differently. We took them to a polytechnic, got students from mechanical and electrical to come there. We had to, change their mindset. वहाँ पे रहते district में, they would have become electricians and mechanics. We told them how you can make a career for yourself in aerospace industry itself. And the best part was that we were able to change their mindset. But now, how do you select people? We selected them for the skills. Aerospace industry में some of the skills which are most important are hand dexterity, 3D visualization and spatial thinking. How did we select them? We gave them paper. How well you can fold a paper? 8 times. So एक कार्डबोर्ड की शीट दे दी, 1 sheet of paper, drawing paper. how well you can fold it, कितने बारीकी से आपको काम कर सकते हैं. Hand dexterity, we gave them nuts and bolts of different shapes and sizes. How you can open it, how you can close it. और ये कितना टाइम में कर रहे हैं आप? That also was seen. Engine, the plane has come for repairs, it is standing over there. How do you see what part has to be repaired? You have to have the 3D spatial thinking. So for that, what we did was, we had a sheet on which there were multiple pins, a group of 5, और plastic की discs थी जिसमें same holes का pattern था. We asked them to put it on that, and this also was timed. 100 people started doing this program. 1/3 during the program, we got 70 students there. 51 of them are still working with Saffron, and they have got further training. And that is what we need to do. I think we need authentic assessment today. It's great that our education policy is changing. We are having multidisciplinary programs coming up. Mechatronics के बाद कोई program आया नहीं, right? Today, if we are not able to create our position for ourselves, another role as educators that we need to play. We know that our students who are there in our schools, in our colleges, etc. 60% of their parents have never been to a college or a university. They are all first-generation learners. We as educators have to make them aware of the various career options that exist for them. कहाँ से सीखेंगे वो लोग? हमारे टाइम पे क्या होता था? इंजीनियर और डॉक्टर और मैक्सिमम applied sciences. That's all. But today there are various opportunities that the people can use. When will we tell them that yes, these are the various career opportunities you can do? We can only tell them at the school level. Where are the heroes for them? Where are the people, role models? Dr. Kalam जैसे कितने लोग हैं? Our students today look at heroes. When we talk about heroes, who's your hero? They will say, movie ka hero. But where are those role models that are there? I compliment the Haryana government, because the biggest challenge that was there when the pandemic happened, and coming from the online education industry for 2.5 decades, for me it was music, because online education became real-time reality in every school and every house. But the tablet or some kind of a device was a major challenge in most of the states. I compliment the Haryana government for actually creating and providing this tablets to all the schools, because that's where we are able to bring education to homes. I think today, as educators, we also need to understand that as teachers, our role has changed. And one of the previous speakers also spoke about it. I think instead of saying on the stage, कि मैं गुरु हूँ, जो मुझे मालूम है तुम सीखो, रटो, and then write it down in the examination papers. I think we need to be facilitators. Google पे सब कुछ available है. Everything is available over there. Today, all kind of content is available. But how do you help people understand and apply it is what is crucial. If we as educators are able to bring in the application of anything that we do, be it the Pythagoras theorem or anything else, I think that is where we'll be able to add value. Everyone is talking about changes. I think it's important for us to understand the change क्यों हो रहा है. When we talk about industrial revolution, we talk about internet revolution, it was one single technology which was making a difference. But when we talk about IR 4.0, there are multiple technologies that are coming in. 5G, quantum computing, we are talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, we are talking about 3D printing, additive manufacturing. There are 10 types of technologies which are coming together to make IR 4.0 happen. Our students, if they are trained in the same way that we were trained, would they be able to survive? And that is a question that we need to ask today to ourselves. And that is where I think today it's important for us to ensure that we not only create a nation or a state of job seekers, but job creators also. Social innovation, entrepreneurship needs to be taught in the schools itself. We need to have the problem-solving approach. Entrepreneurship, we need need to ensure that we are able to create leaders for tomorrow. We don't realize today that in the last 2 years, the data that was being generated earlier, it has increased by 9 folds, 9 times. And that is what we are handling today. If we talk about, what Globus just spoke about, imagine the number of cameras and the data it's generating. Artificial intelligence, big data, analytics, all these things have become very, very crucial and important. We need to ensure that we start our school education also in that journey itself. I think I would like to end by saying only one more thing, which is during our day and age, it was simple. It used to be 17 plus 4 plus full stop. 17 years of primary education, 4 years of engineering, uske baad you are in working, and that's the end of it. But when the millennials or these children come out, it will be 17 plus 4 plus 14. It's all lifelong learning. Every day that whether you do anything, it is you have to learn, unlearn, relearn, as our Honorable Prime Minister also says. Skill, upskill, reskill. We need to create, in fact, if you look at the people from the industry, and I'm sure the industry people sitting over here understand, if you go and ask them that what is the basic skill you are looking at any person whom you would like to employ, it is not technology, it is not anything else but learnability. How fast a student can learn, how fast can a person adapt, how fast a person can actually, provide solutions. And that is where I think we need to create a difference in our schools itself. On that note, I would like to once again thank the Haryana government, Elets, etc., for providing me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts today. Of course, provided I think I've finished my 10 minutes. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for such a patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shrikant Sinha, CEO of Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge. I would request Dr. Mahavir to kindly come on the stage and present the speaker memento to our speaker, Mr. Shrikant Sinha, CEO of Telangana Academy of Skill. Shrikant Sinha has been playing a major role in enhancing the employability for the youth in the Telangana under the Department of IT and Electronics. His priority has been to increase focus on the rural areas of the state, as well as to promote skilling and placement of girls and underserved communities. Now, we move on to the first panel discussion of the day today. The panel discussion enabling a skilling ecosystem, making children future ready. I would once again request ACS Dr. Mahavir Singh to kindly come on the stage, please, as one of the panelists. I would invite Mr. Vivek Chande, Director, Technical Education Department, Government of Himachal Pradesh, Mr. Vivek Chande. I invite Dr. Hemant Verma, Deputy Director, Department of Higher Education, Government of Haryana, Dr. Hemant Verma. Then I request Ambika Patial, Joint Director, Vishwakarma Skill University, Palwal, to come on the stage, please. Ankush Talwar, MD and Chief Executive Officer, Indian Institute of Skill Development, Ankush Talwar. And finally, Shubhodip Datta, Specialist Consultant, Samarkand. The topic of the panel discussion, enabling a skilling ecosystem, making children future ready. I would request Dr. Mahavir Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, School Education, Government of Haryana, to kindly chair this session as well as moderate it. Before we get into the panel discussion mode, a brief introduction of all the speakers here. I would request the team here, second team, to please discuss. Dr. Mahavir Singh, as I already introduced him in an earlier session, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of School Education, Government of Haryana. He would be chairing this session, plus he would also be moderating the session. Then we have Vivek Chande with us, Director Technical Education. Vivek Chande is currently posted as Director Technical Education, Vocational and Industrial Training in Himachal Pradesh Government. He is also a member in the board of NIT Hamirpur, IIIT Pune, IIM Sirmaur, and Vice Chairman of Himachal Technical Shiksha Board, Dharamshala. We have Dr. Hemant Verma, Deputy Director, Department of Higher Education, Haryana. Dr. Hemant is a teacher turned administrator. He has brought his considerable skills and understanding as teacher to education administration. Currently, he is serving as Deputy Director in Higher Education Department in Haryana. Hemant has drafted many important policies, acts and schemes for students and teachers during the last 11 years. Ambika Patel, Joint Director, Vishwakarma Skill University, Hollywood. Ambika is a skill development, livelihood and entrepreneurial professional with over 70 years of experience in both public and private sector. With extensive experience in skill ecosystem, execution of skill programs, business development and government administration. Prior to this, she has worked as Joint Director at Haryana Skill Development Mission in Panchkula. Another panelist, Ankush Talwar, MD and Chief Executive, Indian Institute of Skill Development. Ankush has been in the field of finance and HR consulting for the last 10 years. Did his MBA in finance and then went on to work with companies like PwC and Habit Associates before starting Indian Institute of Skill Development in 2010. Shobhadeep Datta, Specialist Consultant Samagra. Shobhadeep is currently working at Samagra, a governance consulting firm based in New Delhi. He is a policy implementation and development sector professional and has worked with governments and public representatives across multiple states. With this, I hand over the session to our session chair, Dr. Mahavir Singh, to take over the proceedings.
Thank you very much. Let's start with this panel discussion. And you must be knowing, enabling scaling ecosystem, making children a future. That seems to be the very interesting topic of our discussion today. So just to give you one small, maybe a little bit of introduction about it. Ravikant Sinani, he has already given you a background about how to move along the technology aspects and how to make our children future ready. So one of the policy prescriptions under the National Education Policy 2020 is that we need to make our students or the children future ready. What does it really mean? The future ready would definitely have one particular aspect in our connotation, that the children which are being produced out of the ecosystem of the education, particularly the school education system, whether it is the government or the private sectors, we need to provide them the skills. When we talk about the skills, we need to zero down what exactly is the the core skill, or maybe we can talk about the soft skill. One of the important aspects in understanding the skill is, if I say that the children studying in government schools or the government institutions or the higher education, if they go out of that education system and they want to set up their own entrepreneur, or if they want to get into any other institutions, are they really of that particular caliber which the outside world is looking at? And majority of the people would say the kind of the students or the products you are selling us, they are not compatible to their expectations. If that is the case, can we break down into the two different categories? What is the soft skill which is required and what is the core skills which is required? When we talk about the edtech, which is the buzzword all around, the educational technology companies or the industry perspective, they would definitely look at those issues, that what is the core skill and what is the soft skill. We had one the paper which we submitted to the Ministry of Education, that future readiness would definitely will talk about these two skills. So without going much into the details, what exactly is the National Education Policy 2020 talking about? Whether it is the creative thinking, whether it is talking about the skills to be imparted to our students, whether it is the issues of the concept of the smart schools going into a way where we can think of providing the technology and making them future ready. And what kind of the technology, Ravikant Sinhaji, he was telling about, maybe you have to start thinking in that particular perspective. One very disturbing aspect about the science, the stream which is imparted in our schools or the educational institutions of the higher grade. If you look at the statistics, 25% of the students are opting for the science streams at the national. That means 75% students would go for either arts or the humanities or the commerce part. And it's just the 25%. And if I look at my statistics in Haryana, it is just 15%. At the national level, it is 25% who are opting for the science stream. At the state level, it is just 15%. And if I talk about the government schools per se in Haryana, it's just 12%. So that's a very disturbing trend. If you want to make them future ready, if you want to impart the technology part of it right from the beginning, I think the science streams needs to be given that kind of impetus which is required. And if you are not providing that, not many vocations and the professions would get served only for these students because they don't have that kind of the skill which the whole world is looking for. The another aspect would be the entrepreneurship, because majority of the students, particularly in the government sectors, they belong to a strata which I talked about in the morning, the socio-economically backward classes or the disadvantaged groups. So they may not have that kind of the economic prosperity or the resources at their disposal, because then you have to cut down the cost also. And when you're looking at the cost part of it, the technology, the edtech, or that industry perspective must get into a focus, because they may not be having that much of resources at their disposal. So we need to provide them the skills which are needed for the future, and also make them sustainable in a way that is really available to every state of the society, particularly to them which we are representing here in the government sector. With these two perspectives, let me take this opportunity to invite Mr. Vivek Chande, who is the Director Technical Education Department, Government of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh. So he will give the perspective from both from the educational aspects and also the industry perspective. How do we really take it forward? The mandate which has been cast upon us, the National Education Policy 2020. Mr. Vivek Chande.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you, especially, sir, the organizer and founder here, and give me this opportunity. Today's topic, enabling a skilling ecosystem, making children future ready. So before dwelling on the topic, let me explain you a little bit about my own state, what we are doing there. In Himachal, I look after technical education, wherein we look after ITIs, polytechnics, engineering colleges, and pharmacy. All four are under one umbrella in Himachal. So, if I talk about skilling ecosystem, so in my opinion, every state has its unique skilling ecosystem in specificity, and generally there are common issues. We have 138 government ITIs in Himachal and 151 private ITIs in Himachal. 16 polytechnics and 5 engineering colleges in government sector, and pharmacies, 4 pharmacies. So, particularly in ITIs, we face different kind of challenges. Himachal has vast geographical expanse. 55,673 square kilometers are geographical area. So we have our ITIs scattered all over the area. You will all appreciate with that. The number of, if I discuss this with many other colleagues in various states, they ask me why this large number of institutions in your state, whereas population is only 68 lakhs. So I inform them that in our state we have to serve every scattered area. गाँव है दूर दूर के क्षेत्र में, दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में गाँव है, तो वहाँ हमें संस्थाएं खोलनी पड़ती हैं. Now we come to this topic, enabling an ecosystem, making children future ready. So from my point of view, मुझे लगता है कि इसके दो पहलू हैं. एक तो फ्यूचर रेडी किस तरह से, टेक्नोलॉजी के इंटरवेंशन से हम आगे बढ़े। कोविड ने हमें बहुत कुछ सिखाया। कोविड के टाइम में व्हेन एवरीथिंग स्टॉप, वी जिन लोगों को टेक्नोलॉजी की कम आदत थी, जिन लोगों को कम जानकारी थी, वो भी इसकी तरफ बढ़े और धीरे धीरे हमारा काम। इससे हमें एक रियलाइजेशन ये हुई कि आने वाले समय में फ्यूचर में टेक्नोलॉजी के बिना काम नहीं चलेगा।
For this interruption, with the kind permission of Dr. Mahadev, I would like to invite Dr. Hemant Verma, Deputy Director, Department of Higher Education.
सो कैरिंग ऑन, सो कोविड के समय में हमें बहुत सी चीजें सीखी कि आगे कैसे बढ़ना है। एक तो इसका ये एस्पेक्ट है जिसके अंदर हम सब देख रहे हैं, ये डिफरेंट कंपनीज हैं जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंटरवेंशन पे एजुकेशन सेक्टर के अंदर काम कर रही हैं। वेरियस इंटरवेंशंस आते हैं, टीचिंग लर्निंग सॉफ्टवेयर आते हैं। एक इस एस्पेक्ट में हमें काम नाउ फ्यूचर रेडीनेस के अंदर मुझे लगता है एक और अन्य विषय भी है जिसमें हमें जाना चाहिए। हम स्किलिंग में अगर काम करते हैं, एज ऑन टुडे हमारे एक सेट कोर्सेज है, चाहे हम आईटीआई की बात करें, इंजीनियरिंग की बात करें, लेकिन क्या फ्यूचर में ये कोर्सेज हमें सफिशिएंट होंगे? क्या इस पढ़ाई से हमें थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ना चाहिए? आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा तो किस दिशा में बढ़ना? तो फॉर एग्जांपल आजकल ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी की बहुत बात होती है। आने वाले समय में ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि आने वाले 3-4 साल में, चाहे अगर हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात करें, चाहे हम इसकी रिपेयरिंग की बात करें, देयर विल बी ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी इन दैट। सो इन हिमाचल रिसेंटली हमने एक पहला ड्रोन फ्लाइंग स्कूल एस्टैब्लिश किया हिमाचल में, आईटीआई शाहपुर में, विद द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन, इग्रुआ उसके अंदर एनेबलिंग बॉडी है, इंदिरा गांधी नेशनल उड़ान अकेडमी, जिसे कि अगर आप कहें तो फ्लाइंग के क्षेत्र में आईआईटी आप कह सकते हैं। उस तरीके से उस संस्था को अमेठी में चलाया गया। तो उस संस्था के माध्यम से हमने फर्स्ट ड्रोन फ्लाइंग स्कूल सर अभी वहाँ शुरू किया है और प्रेजेंटली हालांकि उसकी फीस थोड़ी ज्यादा है, बहुत छोटा सा कोर्स है, 5-6 डेज का वो कोर्स है, लेकिन उसके अंदर लाइसेंस उसके अंदर जो दिया जाता है डीजीसी द्वारा, उसकी 10 साल की वैलिडिटी है, बहुत से और उसके एस्पेक्ट्स हैं। और फ्यूचर रेडीनेस की तरफ मुझे लगता है कि इस तरह के कदम भी हमें आगे बढ़ाने पड़ेंगे। प्रेजेंटली अभी वहाँ पे सर 50 स्टूडेंट्स का ड्रोन फ्लाइंग का गवर्नमेंट के माध्यम से उनको स्पॉन्सरशिप करके करवा रहे हैं, क्योंकि 60 से 70 हजार के आसपास उसकी फीस है। एंड रिसेंटली मैंने न्यूज में भी पढ़ा, सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्टर जो है उनसे भी किसी ने सवाल किया कि सर इसकी फीस बहुत ज्यादा है। यानी सर कि ऑल ओवर कंट्री में 4-5 स्कूल्स हैं, तो आने वाले समय में कॉस्ट लोअरिंग होगी। बट अगर हम उसको आगे देखें, आज के डेट में हम देखते हैं कि कोई भी ड्रोन यूज कर रहा है शादियों में, अन्य फंक्शनों में, तो व्हेन रेगुलेशंस विल कम, देन जो क्वालिफाइड ड्रोन पायलट्स होंगे उनकी बहुत ज्यादा डिमांड होगी। तो इस तरीके से उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, हम काम कर रहे हैं। अनदर एरिया व्हिच आई फील इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, जिसमें कि बहुत मुझे लगता है फ्यूचर में संभावनाएं हैं, जिसमें हमें काम करने की जरूरत है, विशेषकर सरकारी क्षेत्र। And then sir, we spoke about enabling the skilling ecosystem. तो अगर मैं गवर्नमेंट के फंक्शनली के पर्सपेक्टिव से बात करूं, मेरा भी लगभग सर सरकार के साथ 18 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है। तो 2004 बैच का स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस का ऑफिसर। कोई भी स्कीम बनाना सर एक अपनी जगह एक और चीज है। आज हम यहाँ बैठे एजुकेशन सेक्टर की बहुत सी कंपनीज के साथ हमने बातचीत की, सॉल्यूशंस बहुत अच्छे दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन जब उसको धरातल पे उतारना है सरकारी क्षेत्र में, वो वाकई बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। तो इन गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम, पर्टिकुलरली गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में, हमारे लिए वो भी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि एनेबलिंग हम उसको कैसे करें। छोटा सा एक मैं वृत्तांत बता के अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा। टेक्निकल एजुकेशन क्षेत्र में एक स्ट्राइक प्रोजेक्ट आया है, हरियाणा में भी है, तकनीकी शिक्षा विभाग उसे इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा है। अभी वर्ल्ड बैंक ने वहाँ रिव्यू किया, शिमला में रिव्यू हुआ सर, उसमें वर्ल्ड बैंक की टीम आई थी, हरियाणा, पंजाब, हिमाचल एंड जेट के 4 स्टेट्स का वहाँ रिव्यू था। तो हिमाचल उसके अंदर काफी अच्छा कर रहा है सर, 80% से ऊपर हमारा उसमें वी हैड अचीव फाइनेंशियल अचीवमेंट। उसके अंदर एक पर्टिकुलर हमने प्रोजेक्ट लिया था कोविड में, व्हाट वी फेल्ट कि ये इसकी बात हुई सर कि ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन की बात है, जिसके ऊपर सारी एक चर्चा चल रही है। कोविड में हमारी मजबूरी थी उसे कराना, लेकिन हिमाचल के आईटीआई बहुत दूर दूर के क्षेत्र में है। एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट चंबा है, जहाँ पे इंटरनेट की कनेक्टिविटी की प्रॉब्लम है, और बहुत से ऐसे एरिया है, स्नो बाउंड एरिया है। So we took this as a challenge, as an opportunity. हमने सर आउट ऑफ 136 ITIs हैं, कुछ इसमें एक ही कैंपस में चलती है, लगभग 125 लोकेशन है, उनमें से 73 लोकेशंस पे सर हमने ये जो कैमरा और ये एडिटिंग पैनल ग्लोबस का दिख रहा है, मैं ग्लोबस का नाम इसलिए ले रहा हूँ कि सामने दिख रहा है, अदरवाइज वी वर एबल टू एस्टैब्लिश सर विद इन 1 ईयर हमने इसको फंक्शनल किया सर, प्रॉपर इसी तरह का सेम सर ये जो कैमरा एनडीसी सिस्टम हमने फंक्शनल किया, और ऐसी ऐसी जगह अगर आप हैरान होंगे कि बर्फीले क्षेत्र है बट वहां भी चल रहा है। देन वी टाइड अप विद बीएसएनएल, कुछ जगह पे सर बीएसएनएल ने स्पेशल कनेक्टिविटी के लिए काम किया सर, तो अलग से हमने किया, हम फाइनेंशियल अचीवमेंट वहां कर पाए, और 3 उसके यूसेज हो रहे हैं, एक तो हमारी मॉनिटरिंग तो उसमें करते हैं सर, रेगुलर मीटिंग वी आर एबल टू डू इट। देन दिस इंटरैक्टिव पैनल की जगह पे इतने छोटे छोटे इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं, 60 बच्चों पे आईटीआई खुला, 70 पे खुला है, तो वहाँ ये जो इंटरेक्टिव पैनल है सर, इसका डिजिटल लर्निंग के लिए प्रॉपर उसकी यूसेज हो रही है सर। रिमोट लोकेशन से वी आर एबल टू टेक लेक्चर्स आल्सो, गिव लेक्चर्स आल्सो, और गवर्नमेंट की जितनी डिफरेंट स्कीम्स है, फॉर एग्जांपल मन की बात कार्यक्रम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का काफी आता है, तो मेरे हिसाब इन आईटीआई में एटलीस्ट इस पैनल से उस दिशा में भी काम हुआ, उसका भी हुआ। तो दिस इज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इन हिमाचल सर, तो मुझे लगता है इन्हीं चीजों को लेते हुए हमें आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Vivek. Just to keep that particular impetus on the digital learning and also looking at the future aspects of the future readiness of our children. So let me give you a small background about the new perspective that the state government has started working on the Vishwakarma Skill University. I'm told Gujarat was the first state to start this skill university. In fact, that was in the private sector. And the concept which Minister Vivek Chandel was talking about, just to give them the focus and sort of an orientation about the latest technology, the drone being the latest one. So one of the basic questions which comes to the entrepreneurial aspects and also about the employability of the students. Majority of the concepts, particularly in the job fairs or the job melas we conduct, a lot of people would be saying that your students are not employable. How do you really make them employable? How do you really provide them kind of the skills which the university is thinking from that perspective? May I now request Ambika Patyal, who is the Joint Director in the Vishwakarma Skill University, which is the only kind of maybe the public sector university in the country, and we were the pioneer to start this from the Haryana. May I request Ambika to give her report about this future readiness of our students.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In fact, thank you for such a kind introduction, and I feel flattered. Anyways, today it's a very proud and an opportune moment for all of us that we've all gathered on this platform. And I'm sure that by the end of the day, we have certain outcomes that will definitely improve the skill ecosystem in our state and in our country. Now, I think to talk about the topic, making children future ready. So first, I must say that Haryana as a state has already started making strides in it. We, as the first skill university in the country and the 6th skill university in the world, we were recently given a project to assess the practical component of the skill education which is going on in the various schools of Haryana. So we approximately assessed 18,000 candidates and we covered 1,076 schools. And during that process, we understood that Haryana as a state has already started taking steps to make their children future ready, because in every school there were 2 to 3 job roles that were running. And the children, it was very surprising that the children were doing amazingly well, be it their project work or whatever skill education was being imparted to them. The outcome was certainly commendable. In fact, for that I would like to congratulate Ganesh sir, his team, Rajneesh ji, Ashok ji. And initially, as Mahavir sir suggested, that in most of the when we talk about these our students, some of them may not be from a very from a background which is financially very strong, so that the students can start their own entrepreneurship journey. So today I got to know that the schools in Haryana, in schools of Haryana, they're distributing into kits, so the students can actually start their own entrepreneurial journey with those kids. So I think that is a commendable job that Haryana is doing, and I must congratulate once again the nation sir, and Mahavir sir, and all the people who are involved in it. Now, to speak about the children for today and how we're supposed to make them ready for tomorrow, I would like to, in fact, go back a bit in history. To talk about our country, our nation as such, let's understand that we were ruled by the Britishers for a period of 300 years, and they ravished and savaged everything that belonged to us, and they took away almost everything. They took away the Kohinoor, and the one most important thing that they took away from us was our confidence and our belief in self. So the first generation after the independence played a very protective. They were more towards the let's say they were inclined more towards the government jobs because that they were very safe. That was a very safe haven for them. And gradually, as the economy opened up, then the second generation, as generations evolved, they stepped into the private sector, and gradually the private sector jobs was the next new thing. Now, if I talk about today's generation, the generation Z or X, whatever it is called, now today's generation is absolutely, I think all that what the Britishers did to us is definitely eroded away with time. And now what I see is that these children are bringing with energy and self-confidence. Now, for us, it is important to channelize and merge that self-confidence with the right skill set so that we can make them ready for tomorrow. And to talk about tomorrow, I do not understand as to what skill set will be required because the way the technology is changing, we do not know what we may end up in. Who would have thought that 10 years ago that a person would just be making videos on the street and would be one of the highest earning person in the country, these YouTubers. And the social media has actually given instant gratification. It's actually a source of instant gratification for these students in the sense that instantly they are acknowledged for whatever they do. So now for us to understand, we as educationists, and what we can do is we have to map our energy and our curriculum and our teaching strategy and our assessment pattern with their mindset. That is the need of the hour. So this is what we have to focus on. Our curriculum should be such that does not focus on memorization aspect, but focuses more on the why to it. Why is it being done so? Because information is a commodity. We cannot just make them memorize. Information is readily available. They may not learn. They may say that it's just a click away. It may not interest them. So the curriculum has to be focusing more on critical thinking, problem solving, and so as to make them more adaptable for the future technologies, and so as to make them more open to challenges which are going to come in the future. The teaching methodology has to be highly experiential in the sense that the mundane classroom teaching has to be stopped, and it has to be more, case study oriented and more towards, let's say, an experimental form of learning. Even the outcomes that we are deciding, we are not here to measure the information. No, we are actually here to measure as to what exactly have they learned and how that knowledge can be utilized to something into actually a decision, and a decision can be made accordingly. So these are few of the things that we as educationists have to think. And to speak about my university, we are focusing on that. Our model of learning is earn while you learn. We have a dual model for every, let's say, if I'm running a BWO course, it's a 3-year course. For every semester, I am placed in industry, and for the next 6 semesters, I am in the classroom. So it's a dual mode of learning which focuses primarily on the industry skills and also on classroom teaching. So I think this is the way forward, because until and unless the industry is brought into the classroom, I don't think you can actually make a student's job ready or future ready. So I think that's about it. Thank you. So.
Thank you very much, Ambika, and she was dwelling upon the new concept of starting the technology and also merging it with the government sector and providing those future-ready skills. What kind of skill sets she was trying to understand? The future is quite uncertain. The technology is changing quite fast. We need to keep, sort of pace with that. So it is really difficult to understand as of now, but since we have to, keep pace with the future, we need to provide that kind of a vision to our students. So may I request Mr. Ankush Talwar, who is the MD and CEO, Indian Institute of Skill Development. So he would be giving us that perspective from the skill development. And I'm reminded of one particular aspect for the students, particularly we have to think of, when the student is there in the class, And the students, when he has some inquisitive questions to the teachers, and generally the concept which is there in our particularly system, when they raise questions and the teacher finds it's quite uncomfortable. So it's generally, instead of providing them the answers, they will try to snub them. How to create that kind of an environment where there is a possibility of raising questions and getting answers, may not be on the spot, maybe subsequently. If it is not there, so there is no feeling shy about it, because nobody is perfect. And particularly in this Google Baba all around, there are ways of doing it, and maybe the technology will provide us that kind of the assistance. So may I request Mr. Ankush Talwar, who would dwell on that skill development and the skill, what kind of the skill and what kind of the development needs to be done in that perspective, so that the children are future ready and also employable from the industry perspective.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to the education department over. IISD has been in the business of skilling since 2009. We've been one of the earlier partners of the National Skill Development Corporation. And our real focus over the last 12 years has been more on two areas, which is in the area of automobile and mining. I know these are, automobile is very much at the heart of Haryana, but mining is not. But these are the two areas that we've been focusing on in the last 12 years. And you know, when I was given this topic, I just thought I'll sort of step back and really try and share some of my experiences that I've thought that if we have to make a future-ready skilling environment in this country, how do we really go about doing that? I think the first thing and the first pillar that is really needed is that for skilled people, there has to be a lot of respect in society. I'll give you a very small example which happened here in Haryana itself. We were working with Maruti and they had given us a project to train about 1,500 people for their dealership sales consultant. He's basically the person that when we go to buy a car, he's the one who tells you everything about the car. And what's happened in the last 10 years is that with the onset of the internet, when we go to buy a car, we normally have more knowledge than the sales guy. So companies started feeling at that point of time कि उनकी technical education उस sales consultant की बहुत अच्छी होनी चाहिए, which means उसको ABS के बारे में पता होना चाहिए, KMPL कितना होना चाहिए. So they, along with us, we did a program for 2 months, which included soft skills as well as technical skills. Now, we generally thought that the program is going to be highly successful. Why? Because we thought that we are giving local employment in a good brand name called Maruti. So when we took a lot of candidates from Gurgaon, when they did the 60 days of training, we got them jobs in the dealership in Gurgaon itself. All of them came to me and said, "Sir, हमें ना क्या फरीदाबाद में या मानेसर में नौकरी मिल सकती है?" I said, "ऐसा क्यों? आपको तो ट्रैवल करना पड़ेगा." कहते सर, जब हम डीलरशिप में होते हैं तो हम बड़े खुश हैं, लेकिन जब हमें लोकेलिटीज में जाके कियोस्क लगाने पड़ते हैं, तो my parents have come back and said, यार वो नेबर ने तेरे को वहां देखा था. See, all I'm trying to say is that if the parent is not going to encourage the child to get a career, how will he ever pursue skilling? How will he go and emulate it to people and tell them that, listen, this is my proud achievement? So that is one thing I genuinely feel, that if we need to have a future-ready skilled environment, our parents, we at home, need to encourage our kids that hunar hai to qadar hai needs to actually go down to the ground. That is one aspect to it. The other thing that I think that we need to have a future-ready environment is also, I think, from a government perspective, there needs to be some better mapping in terms of the kind of skills that we focus on in respective areas. I'll give you a small example. I was in Bhubaneswar about 2 weeks back for another summit. Bhubaneswar is the largest mining state in the country. They collect about 12,000 crores every year in terms of DMF fund, which is royalty from mining. The next state is Jharkhand, which collects about 5,000 crores. Do you know that there are some 45,000 people employed in mining in that state? There is not one ITI in that state that provides training to the workmen in mining. And what happens to people from Odisha? They end up going to different states and taking jobs at minimum wages. While if they were skilled in that state itself, they would start at a minimum salary of 18,000 rupees. All I'm trying to say is that I think at the government level also, the right thrust has to be that people get desirable jobs at good wages. And the third aspect I think that is very important according to me is that industry also I think has not played its part in encouraging skilling really. You know, we all talk about the German dual system of education where companies like Mercedes-Benz, Bosch, they take in candidates when they're 10 standard pass, take them for apprenticeship, they work with them for 10 years, then give them a small diploma course or something. And some of them have actually become heads of HR heads of these large companies, not with a proper degree, but small capsule courses which the company has encouraged them over a period of time. I ended up meeting the head of one of these German companies in India, and I told them, you do a fantastic job in Germany. Why is it that it does not happen in India? They said we have a global mandate to do it, but it is locally implemented. And the local HR head will tell you that जब diploma के बच्चे मिल जाते हैं, then why do I need to really skill people over such a long period of time? In a nutshell, what I'm saying is, if society is not going to encourage skilling, if the government is not, if the government also has to do its part, and if industry doesn't come forward and do it, I think all these skilling initiatives that we've been taking on, they still will have a long way to go unless all this comes together. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Hunar hai to qadar hai. So we need to understand, the dignity of labor, and this is very important because I remember when I was a director of employment in Haryana. So we conducted one job fair, and this was in Chachroli in Yamunanagar district. So I remember at that time, and majority of the the participants in that job fair was either from the financial institutions or the insurance companies. So they were talking about the kind of the soft skills they were interested in, maybe the sales part of it, the promotion part of it, the communication skills. These were quite important, and the dignity of labor which is attached to this kind of exercise, I think the Skill University has also done the mapping which he was talking about. So there is always a possibility of looking at the requirement of the industry and the kind of the skill set we impart in our institutions, whether it is ITIs or polytechnics or the schools. So there is always a possibility of forging alliance and cooperation between the industry and all the institutions. So there would be definitely one takeaway, how to really impart that sense of the dignity about the labor, and also the coordinating and coming out with a coordinated effort for the mapping what the industry is requiring and what kind of the curriculum changes can be made in these the institutions which provide these skills, and what kind of skills we have been all deliberating since morning. May I request Dr. Hemant Verma, who is the Deputy Director in the Department of Higher Education in Government of Haryana. And very recently, Vivek was talking about the kind of the convergence which we have done. So I think we are also discussing in the Government of Haryana that technical education and higher education can combine together. Maybe it could become one department to start with, and maybe that kind of possibility. May I request Hemant to share his views?
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, my apologies for coming in late, sir. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share this dais with Dr. Mahavir Singh. whom I always look up to for guidance, for knowledge sharing. So we have been talking of National Education Policy 2020. Since the last 2 years, there have been discussions on this, the implementation part of this. Before I come to the theme, future readiness in higher education, because I've been talking about future readiness with the perspective of higher education. In Haryana, we have a large number of universities, be it state universities, be it private universities, central universities also there. We have universities in almost all sectors of higher education, be it law university or general education university, technical universities, then medical universities, horticulture universities, and so on and so forth. Similarly, we have a large number of colleges also, degree colleges, polytechnics, engineering colleges, medical colleges. So, Haryana has a very wide spectrum of institutions as far as access is concerned. Access is the first cornerstone of any field. Then comes quality and then comes future readiness. So, coming straight to future readiness and coming straight to skilling as a part of mainstream education, I would like to mention here that future readiness has 5 sub-themes. One is employability, technology, access, accreditation, internationalization, and governance. Future readiness, this phrase has 2 parts. One is future and one is readiness. So what kind of future do we see after the implementation of national education policy? What kind of future that will be for our students, for our institutions, for our stakeholders, for our teachers, for our leaders, academic leaders. So that can be, from this perspective, this thing can be further delved into. First part I would like to mention here what we are doing in Haryana and then what we are envisaging in the perspective of national education policy. Employability is the first part. Employability, our students, when we talk of higher education, we provide education to our students for humanities, for commerce and sciences, mainly. On the other hand, there are professional education also. But when we talk of these students who are simple graduates, so new education policy, this provides a wide spectrum to these students because they can now choose from various streams. They will have many options. If a student of history he wants to do his physics, or a music student can he wants to do his English literature. So these flexibility will be there. And similarly, when we talk of scaling as of now, presently, there is no structured way to impart scaling to a mainstream student of college or university. At the most, we are providing him soft skills. But when we talk of skilling, be it manual kind of a skilling or a technology kind of skilling, that part was missing. But now the Department of Higher Education is working to integrate both these things into the mainstream education because by incorporating skill sets of students as an intern because internship is that part where our students can learn can have a direct industry exposure, can have an exposure with working with agencies, with consultancies. So that part we are working on. Similarly, we have an interaction with Skill University lately because Amrita was just telling us about what we are doing at the Skill University. So RTL, that is recognition of prior learning, we are working on that the students who are already skilled, how will those students be involved into higher education by way of lateral entry and by way of recognizing their skills. So this is one initiative that the department is going to take. And then the second part is technology, the use of technology in making students and institutions future ready. That part is taken care of because we have been setting up smart classrooms, we have been working with IT sectors for a couple of months, for a couple of years also. Now, smart classrooms will be a part of structure part of education because now our teachers, what we emphasize that a teacher who is teaching, who's delivering a lecture in Panchkula, if he wants to deliver his lecture students sitting in Meva, that can be this system is adopted and this system is implemented. So this is a revolutionary kind of a thing for our students as well as for teachers because that will address the shortage of teachers also if there is any in the areas like Morni or Mewar. Then then we talk of skilling, and then we talk of self-employability. For self-employability, under the leadership of Dr. Mahadev Singh, when he was the Additional Chief Secretary in Higher Education, we started a concept called startup incubations. And that time we started one center at Panchkula, Government College Panchkula. So that is a beautiful experiment because now those students who were hand-holded and who were guided and given mentorship, they are running their businesses. Now, after that experience, successful experience, we initiated that incubation centers in 5 more colleges, and then now the state government has planned to have one incubation center in each one of the districts. So we have now will have now 22 incubation centers. Along with that, we have a project called freelancing, where we are training our students on freelancing skills. Now they can join a freelancing portal and then they get job offers there. They can generate foreign income because and these centers are also running in 5 colleges. So these centers will also be taken forward in the times to come. Internationalization is another aspect of future readiness because we need to give good exposure to our students and teachers for best practices that are there in foreign universities and foreign colleges. To carry that forward, the state government has launched a scheme for making passport of students. For final year students, we provide them passport facilitation centers, and their fees, passport fees is also reimbursed by the state government. That is taken care of by the state government. The reason of initiating this scheme was to provide the students an opportunity so that they can, if they have a passport ready in their pocket, they can think of higher education, they can think of job opportunities in the foreign lands. So this was one thing, and now we are working on experiential learning with Cambridge University, where our students and our teachers will be taken to the Cambridge University campus in their colleges, and there they have a 14 days training program, so that when they come back, they have a experience of what are the best practices there in a university like Cambridge. So this is just a beginning, and I think with the times to come, because we have been given a target of 2025 by Honorable CM to implement NEP. So we are working continuously and very closely to implement all these components for our colleges and students. We are hopeful, and I'm sure कि हम इसको जल्दी से जल्दी और एक जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का विजन है उसको लेकर be successful in that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Hemant. And he was talking about the access, the equity, and the affordability part of it. And NEP talks about heavily on this equity part of it and affordability. And when you talk about the innovations, and he narrated the very successful model of the incubation center, which started at the Panchkula, and then on he has started another 4 of them. So now we have about 5 or 6 incubation centers in the government colleges. So this is something very fantastic. The majority of the incubation centers either they are in the institutions of higher education or into the industry setup. So, but this was an experiment which we started doing in our government college, and we are happy that a lot many people are coming with a lot of entrepreneurial skills, and they are trying to set up their own self-employment ventures. This is something very, it's a very good experiment. So, in the end, we have another eminent speaker. May I request Mr. Shubhodeep Datta, who is a specialist consultant with ISMACRA, so he'll share his views about the concept of skilling for the future and how to really make our children employable in the future context. Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would just like to begin with thanking the Education Department, Ganeshan sir, and Elets to give me this opportunity to speak in this esteemed panel. So, I am going to speak with respect to skilling. I just wanted to give the perspective about the very Gen Z perspective, or as we call it, the millennial perspective, the current modern day, how the advent of technology, advent of social media, digital communication has changed the kind of skills that students need to have when they go out in the modern workspaces. So I'm going to start off with a small story. This is from my college days. I went to Wits Pilani, college very close to Haryana, Rajasthan border. So the beauty of the institution is that we never used to have compulsory attendance. So you could go to colleges, you could completely not show up in the classes, just go for the examinations and still graduate. So that apart, there was this friend of mine who who was never really attended classes, not really very getting good grades in the classes, and he was hooked to gaming. So computer video games. So day in, day out, he would just play games, and we were just very worried. Like a couple of friends went up to him, like, "What do you want to do in life? Like, you really want to be doing this?" Like, it was probably in the second or third year. So, when most of the people were talking about placements, further education, what to do, but he's into gaming and it's not looking like it's giving up on it. So we were quite worried, and we told him what he could do. But somehow, as fate would turn out, he was probably one of the first one to get placed. He got a job in a very new startup. Modest job, but a job nevertheless. Fine, it went on. So come 2022, he is actually working for a gaming startup and currently plays online video games. Like there are live streams that happens on YouTube with the top social media influencers, which garner somewhere around millions of views on YouTube. Now, in this age, like in 2022, if you just go back 10 years, would you have ever imagined that someone could earn money just by playing video games online, be a part of a gaming startup, spend like it's unfathomable. It's completely unthinkable from even me who's a millennial. So like, and I come from a generation where my mom used to blame everything going wrong in my life to how I'm spending so much time on mobile phones or social media or playing video games. So that's the point basically, that how the modern workspaces, how many unconventional job opportunities are there at the disposal of the students. So to grab those opportunities, it is very essential for students to know this entire landscape. Like if you see the modern startups, there have been so many, like we all use the Zomato, Swiggy, or so these startups, what is the core of it? The core of it is that they, like the modern generation, due to the penetration of internet, we know that we know what I want, we know what we want, but we don't know how to get it. So modern startups are solving that problem. So the idea of skilling in schools should be that we should be able to solve this. The students should be able to solve this problem. That if there's a problem, there is a gap, how can we fill that? So the skilling has to be in that regard. And Uh, and how do we do it? So to do it, there has to be a complete overall pedagogy. The pedagogy and the curriculum needs to also aid creative growth in the creative thinking in the minds of the students. So that's very essential, and the heart of it is at it is the 21st century skills, where we talk about adaptability, where we talk about being agile, learning new digital literacy, financial literacy. So what all of this is doing is actually making the kid very self-reliant, aware of what his potential is, aware of all his skills, and when a student is aware of that, and he steps onto the workspace, he's able to analyze that this is the skills that I have, and in these workspaces, this is the skill that I would be using so that I could provide a service to the society, or probably contribute to the economy. So that is where our skilling ecosystem should be designed, so that students get that creative thinking, and also are thinking about how they could provide, how they could add to the economy. So that's where I think where we should be moving towards a curriculum, moving towards a pedagogy, which does not really focus on memory-based learning, does not really focus on getting high marks, but just becoming self-reliant, self-aware individuals where they can contribute to the society. And I would just end here by saying that, I mean, we make the skilling ecosystem in such a way that our students students not only are employable, they are also become employers. They also become entrepreneurs in itself. And how I started how I started by talking about this friend of mine. Now he is not only, I mean, through unconventional means, through digital communication, he's not only just earning, he's also employing people. He's a self-starter, and he's an entrepreneur also. So I think that is the crux of it. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Shubhadip. I think the paradigm shift in our thinking process needs to start from the schools itself. The concept which is started giving, that instead of becoming the job seeker, you become the job givers. So that's the way you have to start the thinking, and that has to be incorporated in the minds of the young children at the school or at the college level. Do we have sufficient time for the questions, or there should be a wrap up? All right. Okay. Okay, sure.
So my first question is to Amrita Ji.
Yeah.
So my first question is to Amrita Ji. Skilling, as you mentioned, from the school education department, we have been having the skill courses for our children, right? So from 9th onwards, we have been having different grades, and we have been skilling. And there is a separate department for skilling, right, which focuses on skilling the youth. And then you have another skill university which is functioning, right? So how do we kind of bring in, integrate all these things so that the child, when he starts from the school, he moves on to this wider college education or to university? Can't we have a very seamless, integration of the skilling, so that if I am interested in a particular skill at the school phase, I have a definitive growth path? Can't that be done?
I think that's a very good question. In fact, it's the need of the hour, because all the departments are working with one objective, so a very coherent approach where everything is streamlined and yields a single outcome and a single objective. This is something that we can work on. Now, to speak about, like, you have these skill courses which are running in the schools. So now we do understand they're all NSQF level based, 1 to 10. So by the time I'm in 12, I'm at level 4. Then I gradually move on to 5, 6, 7, and by the time I'm a PhD, I'm sitting at level NSQF level 10. So what we are doing at the university, we are developing a credit-based system. So let's say if you have done a certain skill course with a certain number of training hours in your school duration, when you come to the university, you've already learned that. You don't have to relearn that. That can be exempted because that comes to your certificate as a credit. So this is one credit framework policy we're developing so that if any student he starts young and takes up a skill course, that course which he does at that point of time, it does not go waste. It is further added to his credit system, to his credit bank rather. So what happens is that when he goes for higher education, he has a bank where whatever he's learned is already a part of his curriculum, is already a part of his resume. So this is something that we are working on. And in fact, as of now, we have these admissions going on in our university, and most of the programs that we are working are BWOC programs, a vocational program in management, a vocational program in hospitality retail. They've all come out of the NSQ framework. That is what we're doing. So I would encourage, in fact, your students to be a part of our university and enroll as students in our university. Because what our university gives them is a dual mode of learning in the sense that if I am, let's say, if I have taken up a job role of a retail sales associate in school. So now retail sales associate, that is what I've done in school. So when I'm joining my Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, I get a chance to work on that job role in the industry. So my learning doesn't go waste. So I think we can, work on that, on a mutual synergy that students who graduate from schools of Haryana can can study in the university, so that whatever industry experience is required, whatever they've learned, can actually be put into practice.
I have one more question to Ankush. What Shubhodip mentioned was very interesting, right? So he talked about his friend who spawned in an unconventional way. But then when I am the job of finding partners to help me skill students in such areas, I am not really able to find them. I'm still doing the beauty and health wellness thing, right? I'm still into carpentry, I'm still into this. Not that they are bad. But then why am I not able to find partners who could help me set up such courses that Shubhadeep mentioned?
So that's a very good question, and the point being that why not able to find partners who are really great at gaming and stuff like that? I want to take Sir back to one thing that I actually witnessed yesterday. You talked about beauty and wellness. There is this student of yours who's passed out of the school, and she now is earning about 1,25,000 rupees per month, only providing beauty and wellness facial services to brides.
I've already said it's not.
No, I know. All I'm trying to say is that I may not be the right person to say that because I don't do too much work when it comes to AI, gaming, and stuff like that. I still think that at the bottom of the pyramid, there is still a huge requirement for the basic skills. And if I need to provide employment to people where they don't have to migrate, then I still think that concentration on those basic skills is what I intend. To your question as to why the gaming and why to the higher end skills one is not able to find enough people, because I think a lot of the skilling partners went through a lot of trouble during COVID. Do they really have the money to invest in a lot of higher end stuff that is really required? So I think that's where this whole sector itself is struggling.
Before we finally wrap up, can we have one more question from the audience?
सर आपने साइंस एजुकेशन का स्पेशली मेंशन किया
Mic, someone can pass on that mic to the student.
सर साइंस एजुकेशन के बारे में आपने काफी चिंता जाहिर की है जो स्टूडेंट है साइंस एजुकेशन और पर्टिकुलरली सरकारी स्कूलों के करते कंपैरिजन में गवर्नमेंट स्कूल। सर अगर धरातल पर देखें तो जो रूरल एरिया के इसके लिए आप प्रयासरत हैं, बहुत सारी स्कीम चलाई गई है एजुकेशन की क्वालिटी भी डिजिटली आईटी और अभी तो आपने बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम आपके चेयरमैनशिप में चले हुए हैं। तो सर जो देहात के स्कूल हैं जिनके लिए हम जो बिल्कुल गरीब बच्चे हैं साइंस का वहाँ देहात में तो वो इससे भी ज्यादा आर्थिक सिचुएशन है सर। तो क्या हम उन बच्चों के लिए और धीरे धीरे ऐसा हो जाएगा सर गांव में तो जो साइंस पढ़ना ही भूल जाएंगे हायर एजुकेशन के लिए बच्चे। तो हम आपकी जो चिंता है सर वो वाकई में धरातल पर भी है और क्या हम डॉक्टर हेमंत वर्मा जी जैसे हायर एजुकेशन के हैं डॉक्टर संदेश जी ने टेक्निकल के बारे में हिमाचल के बारे में उन्होंने जो बेसिकली ये जो करने जा रहे हैं क्या हम ऐसा उन स्कूलों के लिए हायर एजुकेशन से या कोई जो देहात के बच्चे हैं साइंस की कैसे हम उसको इंटरेस्ट बच्चों का वहाँ कर सकते हैं? क्या ये जो हमारी समिट में है डिजिटली भी कोई उनको जैसे साइंस लेबोरेटरी है इसी तरह से क्या लेबोरेटरी भी साइंस की डिजिटली है उसमें कर सकते हैं क्या जिससे बच्चे उसमें और ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट ले या कोई हम उनको मोटिवेशन के लिए हायर एजुकेशन से कोई उनके साथ लगते हुए बोल दीजिए प्रोफेसर या जो हायर एजुकेशन है।
थैंक यू धन्यवाद। आई थिंक आपने बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल पे हमारी चिंता जाहिर की है। मे बी दो एस्पेक्ट्स पे थोड़ा सा मैं समय लेके फिर देन रिक्वेस्ट विवेक एंड हेमंत ऑल्सो। देखिए आर्ट्स और ह्यूमैनिटीज अपने आप में खराब नहीं, ये नहीं कह रहे हैं कि आर्ट्स एंड ह्यूमैनिटीज पे ना जाए, लेकिन आउट ऑफ प्रोपोर्शन जाए तो ताकि आप साइंस स्ट्रीम्स में जो बच्चों का रुझान होना चाहिए वो ना हो, वो भी एक हमारे लिए चिंता करेगी। So that's what we are talking about, that we need to create an environment where the children are really moving on to the science stream. When you talk about the technology और अभी जो मिलेनियम जो concept है, जो मिलेनियम थिंकिंग प्रोसेस का इनपुट जो दिया वो भी हमें समझना होगा कि खाली एक वो जो मेमोरी बेस्ड लर्निंग होती थी उसके बजाय क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग वाले एस्पेक्ट्स थे और किस तरह से हम उनको और ज्यादा इस तरह से हम एम्प्लॉयबल कर सकें, चाहे वो स्कूल के बाद हो या हायर एजुकेशन के कॉलेज के बाद में। एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल लेके देन I'll close my discussion. 2020 NEP 2020 talks about that by 2025 50% of the students should have the skill sets available to them, and they are talking about in two terms. One कि वो एक स्किल में पारंगत हो और कम से कम मतलब मल्टी स्किल्स के बारे में उसको ज्ञान हो। He should have a sufficient skill at least in one, and he is also exposed to the multi skills, and that you have to do it at least 50% of students by 2025. It's a big target, it's a big order for us. So we have to create an environment both in institutions and outside in the industry setup. So उस context में दोनों चीजें जो हमारे सामने आ रही हैं, can we have a seamless transition from schools to the institutions of higher education? Maybe the skill university can take that project itself. When they started doing this skill gap analysis for the whole of the state, maybe this could be another the project where the seamless transition is possible, where they can think of the credit being transferred from one institution to another institution. There could be situations where there is a lateral entry from schools to the polytechnics and from polytechnics to the colleges or from colleges to the university. So all those kind of things have to be really thought of and sorted out in the beginning itself, so that you have a very good environment, so that you can really provide them the skills which the future is requiring from this. दूसरा aspect इसमें जो जुड़ के आ रहा है, we need to understand and provide them in a very different environment, not in the regular setup of education. When you are talking about, even in the NEP talks about that skills to be imparted to the students of class 6 to 8. As of now, we are taking from class 9 to 12. So what kind of skills are these students with the gender mind in the class 6 to 8? We need to create that environment. So maybe उस तरह के innovative ideas हमें लेने पड़ेंगे। Incubation का एक concept जो हेमंत ने बताया, उसी तरह का एक concept हमने अपने schools में रखा है। We started 50 incubation centers. We identified some of the skills, and we have given them infrastructure of very high standard. It would be turned out to be a center of excellence for all those skills. And we will have a third aspect attached with it. We would have industry visits.
So from school to the corporate sector, so they can really have hands-on sessions with the actual working in the environment. So we need to have an environment where this is possible. We provide them the skills, we provide them the exposure of through the internship. So this would be possible, and when they graduate out of the schools of the college, we provide them some toolkits. All these three innovations we have done in school education. We have incubation centers, we are providing the toolkits, and we are also providing the internship and exposure to the industry. Maybe Vivek and Hemant can further deliberate on.
थैंक यू सर फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सर आपने जो पहली बात किया है डेफिनेटली एग्री विद यू सर कि ये स्किलिंग डिफरेंट लेवल्स पे चलिए कई जगह तो मुझे खुद ये लगता है कि प्रॉब्लम मल्टीप्लिसिटी की भी कई जगह है इफ आई टॉक अबाउट हिमाचल सर वी आल्सो ऑफर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन इन स्कूल्स इट इज अंडर हायर एजुकेशन समग्र शिक्षा अभियान के अंतर्गत सर 9वीं से 12वीं तक कुछ विषय बच्चों को स्कूल में पढ़ाया जाता है इलेक्ट्रिशियन का है मैकेनिक मोटर व्हीकल का है हॉर्टिकल्चर एग्रीकल्चर है 2-3 और मुझे ध्यान भी नहीं आ रहा है उसमें सर व्हाट आई फेल्ट सर आई हैव इंटरेक्शन विद देम आल्सो कुछ में तो सर दे आर डूइंग वेरी गुड बट अगर बात करूं सर इलेक्ट्रिशियन के ट्रेड का वोकेशनल वो पढ़ रहा है एमएमबी का ट्रेड पढ़ रहा है स्कूल में सो आई थिंक उनके पास वैसी वर्कशॉप वैसी लेबोरेटरी पॉसिबल ही नहीं है सर स्कूल को इतनी बड़ी सेटअप करना क्योंकि आई नो आईटीआईज में हिमाचल में 136 आईटीआईज हैं 10 से 20 लाख तो मिनिमम एक एमएमबी की वर्कशॉप बेसिक सेटअप करने को चलता है कंस्ट्रक्शन इंजन्स ले लें और बहुत सारी चीजें सो आई थिंक ये पॉलिसी लेवल पे जरूर डेलिब्रेशन की इसमें आवश्यकता है सर उसके साथ साथ सर उसको ओवरकम करने के लिए देन वी आर डूइंग कन्वर्जेंस जैसा सर ने कहा अब उन बच्चों को सर हम अपने पास बुलाते हैं वो स्कूल के बच्चे हैं हमारे पास आईटीआई में विजिट के लिए आते हैं कुछ ना कुछ उनका उस तरीके से उनको एक्सपोजर हम दे रहे हैं क्योंकि टूल्स वहाँ उतने ज्यादा नहीं एंड सर आपने जो दूसरी बात की कि क्यों हायर जो अदर डिफरेंट न्यू एज कोर्सेज हैं उसके लिए पार्टनर्स भी मिलते हैं मैं सर बात करूंगा हिमाचल का रीसेंट इंसिडेंट आपसे शेयर करूंगा सर आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी हम कहते हैं रिसेंटली सर जो हमारे सीआईआई हिमाचल के प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर सुबोध गुप्ता माइक्रोटेक इंडस्ट्रीज एंड ओकाया ग्रुप जो है बैटरी वगैरह आती है so he called me few days back. He's our industry partner in one of the ITA नाम है. He said यार विवेक आपके एमएमबी का कोर्स तो चलता है वो एक यूनिट सेटअप कर रहे थे हिमाचल में इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की स्कूटी जो बनाई he said I don't have even a single training मैं 3-4 तुम्हारी आईटीआई चेक कर ली उनको कैसे करते उस पर डेलिब्रेशन करके सर देन अपॉन हिज फीडबैक वी डिवाइस वन शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स 3 महीने का ईवी में कोर्स हालांकि 3 महीने मुझे लगता है बहुत कम होंगे लेकिन फॉर ट्रेनिंग एटलीस्ट स्मॉल ओरिएंटेशन विल बी एबल टू गिव लिथियम बैटरी के बारे में बेसिक क्या ईवी के अंदर फंक्शनिंग तो मुझे लगता है सर बिल्कुल ये बैकवर्ड लिंकेज और आगे बढ़ेगी जैसे जैसे जरूरत इस तरह के स्किल सेट की आएगी तो डेफिनेटली सर ये पार्टनर्स भी आगे उसमें काम थैंक यू सर दिस इज ऑल माय
सर मैं बोलना चाहता हूं मैं सर पानीपत से हम टीचर भी थे और अब वीरावती और पानीपत हम एक ही गांव में 2 स्कूल देखते हैं दोनों सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल है एक बॉयज एक गर्ल एक में फिजिक्स का टीचर है एक में केमिस्ट्री का एक में बायो का एक में मैथ दोनों स्कूल वॉकिंग डिस्टेंस हम उनको अल्टरनेटिव भी नहीं कर सकते हम उसको कह देंगे तो 2 घंटे यहाँ ले ले 2 वहां ले ले वो भी नहीं करता इसका बढ़िया इलाज हमने जो फिजिकल सोचा अगर हम 9 से 12 उस दोनों स्कूलों को एक स्कूल में लगा दें और 1 से 8 एक में लगा दें तो मेरे पास दोनों बच्चे शिक्षा प्राप्त कर लेंगे और मेरे पास स्टाफ होगा अगर इस प्रकार की आप प्रपोजल कर दोगे तो ना तो स्टाफ की कमी रही ऐसे ही साइंस मास्टर मैथ मास्टर मैडम ने क्वेश्चन किया था मैथ
सर क्विकली जो दिवाली ने जो पॉइंट रेज किया सर साइंस का प्रमोशन हायर एजुकेशन स्कूल एजुकेशन के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए कैसे करें तो टेक यू बैकवर्ड सर आपको याद होगा 2 साल पहले बजट अनाउंसमेंट में सीएम साहब ने एक अनाउंसमेंट किया कि हायर एजुकेशन की जो साइंस के टीचर्स हैं they will go to +2 schools and they will then popularize science मतलब 10th के बच्चों से लेकर 11th and 12th एंड उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करके उनको साइंस में जो एवेन्यूज हैं आफ्टर डूइंग हिज बीएससी और बीएससी कंप्यूटर साइंस और मेडिकल और नॉन मेडिकल तो क्या क्या एलिमेंट्स हैं, उसके लिए सर हमने एक स्ट्रक्चर प्रोग्राम शुरू किया। हमारे कॉलेजेस के जो टीचर्स हैं वो एज मेंटर्स स्कूल्स में विजिट कर रहे हैं, जो आसपास के स्कूल हैं, स्पेशली जो गांव के स्कूल हैं, और उसका असर ये हुआ है कि हमारा जो बीएससी में एनरोलमेंट है वो काफी ज्यादा बढ़ गया है ओवर लास्ट 2-3 इयर्स। तो एक मतलब बहुत पॉजिटिव चीज है कि साइंस के बच्चों को अगर हम गाइडेंस देते हैं और उनको बताते हैं कि उनकी क्या करियर अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, उसको आगे लेके जाया जा सकता है। इसी के साथ मैं दूसरी बात ये कहना चाहूंगा कि साइंस के बच्चों की अगर हम बात करें, अगर बीएससी मेडिकल का बच्चा है उसको हम किस तरह की स्किल्स प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, अगर हम स्किल्स की बात करते हैं, और क्या स्किलिंग हर बच्चे को देनी जरूरी है? अगर एक इंग्लिश लिटरेचर का ऑनर्स का स्टूडेंट है तो उसको हम किस तरह की स्किलिंग देंगे? तो इसके ऊपर भी एक ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन होना चाहिए कि स्किलिंग की हम बात करें कि स्किलिंग होनी चाहिए। हम क्या हर एक किसी को तो हम प्लम्बिंग या कारपेंटरिंग नहीं दे सकते हैं। सो अंबिका माइट थ्रो सम लाइट ऑन दिस कि इसको किस तरह से कर सकते हैं, बट दिस इज अ वेरी पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन जो मेरे माइंड में आता है, इसको कैसे करना है वो समझ नहीं आता।
One session. Thank you very much and हमारे सभी eminent speakers बैच पे हैं, a big round of applause for them. Thank you very much.
I would request all the speakers to be present on the stage, please, including the ACS, just for 2 minutes. I also would like to request Mr. Srikanth Sinha, if he's around, to come on the stage and hand over the speaker mementos to all the panelists here. I request Mr. Srikanth Sinha to hand over the mementos, speaker memento to the ACS, Dr. Mahavir Singh. I request Mr. Srikanth to hand over the next memento to Vivek Chandel. Next speaker memento for Abhika Patyal, please. Then Dr. Hemant Verma. Shobhodip Datta. And Ankush Dalwar. Thank you all the panelists. Now we could quickly go to panel discussion number 2, National Education Policy Opportunities, Approach and Implementation. I would like to quickly invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Pramod Kumar, State Project Officer, Haryana Education Department. Pramod would be moderating this session. I invite Lalita Pradeep, Director, Literacy and Alternative Education, Government of UP. Professor Sridhar Srivastava, Joint Director, NCERT. Professor Ava Sharma, State Council of Educational Research and Training, Government of NCT of Delhi. And Aditya Chopra, Vice President, Samudra. We will wrap up the session in half an hour. Post that, we will be having 2 more panel discussions. So, I would request the moderator, Mr. Pramod, to try and finish this in half an hour if possible. Sure.
Thank you very much. Hello. Yes. Thank you very much. राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को लेके जो पैनल है बहुत शानदार पैनल है और हमारे पास बहुत डाइवर्स पैनल है। हमारे पास एनसीटी के लोग हैं, एनसीईआरटी के लोग हैं और बेसिक शिक्षा उत्तर प्रदेश से हमारे पास आती है, हमारे पास समग्र से है। तो देखिए राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति आई और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति कब हमारे चारों तरफ जो है अपना विस्तार ले गई, हमें इस चीज का एहसास इसलिए नहीं हुआ कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति कोविड के दौरान आई। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में बहुत शानदार तरीके से हर बात का उल्लेख किया है, चाहे हम प्री प्राइमरी एजुकेशन की बात करें, चाहे हम स्कूल एजुकेशन की बात करें, हायर एजुकेशन की बात करें। मेरे से पहले जितने भी पैनल हुए हैं, या अगर मैं बाकी डिस्कशन की बात करूं तो कहीं ना कहीं वो सब डिस्कशन जो है वो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के इर्द गिर्द ही घूमते हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें, इनोवेशन की बात करें, मेरे से पहले जो स्किलिंग वाले सेशन में एसीए साहब हो या बाकी जो जितने भी पैनलिस्ट हैं बहुत शानदार तरीके से स्किलिंग की बात करते हैं। फ्यूचर रेडीनेस की बात करें तो बात कर रहे थे कि आने वाले समय में जो शिक्षा होगी या जो रोजगार के अवसर होंगे वो कैसे होंगे। मैंने एक फोटोग्राफ देखा, उस फोटोग्राफ में एक हेलीकॉप्टर के ऊपर एक फोटोग्राफर है और वो नीचे से शूट कर रहा है। एक हेलीकॉप्टर उड़ रहा है और उस हेलीकॉप्टर में फोटोग्राफर है और मूविंग कैमरे से वो शूट कर रहा है, और नीचे लिखा हुआ है कि इस फोटोग्राफर को और इस पायलट को पता ही नहीं था कि ड्रोन तुम्हारी दोनों की नौकरी छीन लेगा। तो मतलब एक छोटे से ड्रोन ने उन दोनों के रोजगार श्रीवास्तव, आप ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर एनसीईआरटी के। सर मैं आपसे ही शुरुआत करना चाहूंगा, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति हमें अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर क्या कहती है, आप इसके ऊपर प्रकाश डालें। अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हमारा जो मुकाबला है, या अगर मैं सीधा सीधा कहूं कि जो 2030 में हम लोगों को जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल अटेन करने हैं, जो इसकी फाउंडेशन है, तो यहाँ आप जो है मार्गदर्शन करें। प्रोफेसर सबको नमस्कार।
तो सबसे पहले आप सभी को नमस्कार और एक बहुत ही धन्यवाद जो शिक्षा विभाग, हरियाणा सरकार और जो संस्था मिलके इस कार्यक्रम में अवसर दिया। और जैसा आप जान रहे हैं कि मैं एक भारत सरकार के एक संस्थान को बिलोंग करता हूँ और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में अभी हम लोग बहुत जुड़े हुए हैं। और इसमें जो अभी पूर्व के जो सत्र थे वो बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग थे और उसमें जो क्वेश्चंस उठ रहे थे वो भी बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग थे। अभी हमारा जो 2-3 मिनट 4 मिनट में जो मेरा दायित्व बनता है, एंड दैट इज वेरी क्लियर दैट a lot of discussions are going on and a lot of questions are arising in our mind. As just I was just finding that there was a question about declining proportion of the students opting for science subjects or science education. देखिए मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं कि मैं थोड़ा दूरभाषी कोशिश करूंगा। ये these questions को बहुत अच्छे से पॉलिसी ने हैंडल किया है। नो हार्ड बाउंड्रीज की बात करता है। अभी जो स्किलिंग के टारगेट की बात हो रही थी, पैराग्राफ 16.1 में दिया है कि जो 2025 तक 15 to 29 एज ग्रुप में हमारे प्रोपोर्शन जो होने चाहिए एनरोलमेंट के वोकेशनल एजुकेशन एंड स्किलिंग में बहुत कम है। जर्मनी, आप जापान, यूएस की सिचुएशन देखिए, वहाँ कहीं 50%, 60%, 70%, यूएसए में देखिए, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ बहुत कम है। ये सारी चीजों में एक जो वैश्विक परिदृश्य है, जैसा अभी प्रश्न में उठाया उन्होंने, उसको हमें समझना चाहिए। देखिए हम जो कहते हैं कि डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड, we are the youngest population in the sense that our median age is the youngest, और इसका अभी हमें आने वाले करीब 2 दशक तक ऐसी स्थिति बनी रहेगी, हमको उसका फायदा उठाना है। एक और भी वैश्विक परिदृश्य जो उभर रहा है वो ये है कि पहले जो फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड सेकेंड वर्ल्ड की जो बात होती थी, अब ये एक मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड हो रहा है। हम देख रहे हैं कि अब ये शिफ्ट हो रहा है, जो एवेन्यूज शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं, एवेन्यूज आर कमिंग अप, डिफरेंट ग्रोथ के मार्केट्स, प्रोडक्शंस के, इंडस्ट्रीज के एवेन्यूज बदल रहे हैं, आ रहे हैं और शिफ्ट भी हो रहे हैं। आज हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि ये चीज यहाँ पे प्रोड्यूस हो रही थी तो वही रहेगी। आपको पता है कोविड में जब हम पीपीई किट भी नहीं बना पा रहे थे और हम बाहर से लेते थे, लेकिन जब हमें आवश्यकता पड़ी तो हम पीपीई किट बनाने लगे। तो एक ये भी परिदृश्य है जिसे हमें ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। एक और जो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट बात है जो सनराइज टेक्नोलॉजी की, अभी जैसे कोई बात हो रही थी, अभी गुरु के पैनल में गेमिंग के बारे में जो बात हो रही थी, अभी मैं आपको बताऊं, ऐसे डिस्कशंस में कोई बता रहा था कि देयर इज वन स्टार्टअप, वो उसके पास कहता है कि मुझे टेक्निकल नॉलेज नहीं चाहिए, मुझे ऐसे बच्चे चाहिए जो गेमिंग में इतने अच्छे हो, वो अगर पैर के अंगूठे से भी क्या वो ड्रोन को मैनेज कर सकते हैं क्या, हमें ऐसे बच्चे चाहिए। वो बच्चा जो स्टार्टअप है उसके फादर का गोल्ड के डोमेन में, गोल्ड के ट्रेडिंग के डोमेन में 5000 करोड़ का बिजनेस है, बट वो दैट पर्सन इज अ स्टार्टअप और वो इस टाइप से ड्रोन पे अपना आगे आ रहा है। गवर्नमेंट की ड्रोन पॉलिसी भी तैयार एक तरह से है और वो मतलब एक फाइनल फॉर्म में आ चुकी है। तो मैं आपसे ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि ये जो विश्व परिदृश्य है इसको हमें बहुत ध्यान Vocational stream, no hard boundaries as regard to curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular, no hard boundaries as regard to science, social science. अभी आपको जो मैं एक बात कहना चाह रहा था कि ये जो प्रश्न आया कि हरियाणा में 15% और गवर्नमेंट के स्कूलों में 12%, मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि स्थिति तो ये है कि आईआईटी करके भी बाय वर्चू ऑफ डिग्री, अगर उस बच्चे में स्किल नहीं है कोई, तो बाय वर्चू ऑफ डिग्री कोई आज के डेट में जॉब ले रही है। आपको एक और इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट बताओ, दिस कैन बी यूज्ड एज एनेक्डोट। आईएम्स में भी क्या हो रहा है कि आईएम ग्रेजुएट जो कि पीछे इंजीनियरिंग आईआईटी करके आईएम में आए हैं और एक आईएम ग्रेजुएट जो सोशियोलॉजी ऑनर्स, हिस्ट्री ऑनर्स और संस्कृत ऑनर्स करके आया है, तो दैट आईएम ग्रेजुएट इज बीइंग प्रेफर्ड ओवर द अदर आईएम ग्रेजुएट। मींस ह्यूमैनिटीज एंड सोशल साइंस के साथ भी जो आईएम ग्रेजुएट है उसको प्रेफरेंस ज्यादा है। मैं कहने का तात्पर्य मेरा ये है कि एक शुरुआती दौर में आज के डिस्कशन में एक बात आ रही थी, सिन्हा जी या कोई बोल रहे थे कि हैंड, हार्ट एंड हार्ट, सो sorry, head, hand and heart. Effective and psychomotor domain की जो बात है, हम जो पहले खाली कॉग्निटिव लर्निंग की बात पे बहुत हमने बल दिया, वो अब बदलना चाहिए। आज के समय में जो सबसे ज्यादा, आज के समय में इंफॉर्मेशन और नॉलेज इज नॉट एट अ प्रीमियम, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग and creativity, collaborative working ability, learning to learn, and all these जो things है, ये aspects है, ये बहुत जरूरी है। How to appreciate others' perspective, how to work in team, how to manage the change, ये जो सारे ट्रेड्स हैं ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो मैं यही कहना चाह रहा था कि आज के इस डिस्कशन में जो बातें हो रही हैं, एक बात मैं और कहना चाहूंगा कि जो टेक्नोलॉजी इंटीग्रेशन में वोकेशनल एजुकेशन के लिए कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी हम कैसे हार्नेस करें, कैसे इंटीग्रेट करें, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है। मैं यही पे
थैंक यू वेरी मच प्रोफेसर। देखिए गेमिंग की बात सुबह से हो रही है, पिछले पैनल में भी बात हुई, और जो न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी है 21st सेंचुरी के स्किल यूनिवर्स में गेमिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अकेले फिनलैंड ने ना एग्री बर्ड के ऊपर अपनी इकोनॉमी जो है ना उसको दोबारा से खड़ा कर लिया था। चलिए मैं अब आगे बढ़ता हूँ प्रोफेसर आभा शर्मा जी को। प्रोफेसर आभा हमें बताइए, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी टीचर पे तो बहुत कुछ होती है, टीचर की अपॉइंटमेंट कैसी हो, उसकी प्री सर्विस कैसी हो, उसकी इन सर्विस कैसी हो, टीचर की क्वालिफिकेशन क्या हो। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि आप जो है एससीईआरटी के एंगल से और जो है हमें नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के हिसाब से एक बार इस बारे में आप मार्गदर्शन करें। आपके पास 4 मिनट है, हमारे पास बहुत शॉर्ट टाइम है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Sabhi Namaskar. I would like to start with one of the quote of W.B. Yeats that says that education is not to fill the pot, it is to light the fire. And we at SCRT Delhi, along with its diet, are moving forward to light the fire amongst all the pre-service and in-service teachers. इसमें सर्वप्रथम हम और जितने भी इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, हैप्पीनेस करिकुलम हो गया, देशभक्ति करिकुलम हो गया, या विद्यादान हो गया, विद्यांजलि हो गया, इनके साथ साथ वी आर ट्राइंग कि हम डिजिटल मीडिया से कैपेसिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम को ज्यादा से ज्यादा शिक्षकों तक कैसे पहुंचाएं। इसके अंतर्गत पूरे पेंडेमिक में वी हैव स्प्रेड दैट 283 e-contents for class 6 to 12. And along with that, we have organized the online classes in Learn at Rate of Home series, and we have uploaded 694 DOE online classes for that. इसके साथ साथ SCRT दिल्ली ने ICT enabled capacity building program को इनिशिएट किया, जिसमें हमने एक मोबाइल ऐप का प्रयोग किया जिसे चॉकलेट बोलते हैं। इसका एक वेबसाइट भी है chocolate.com। इसके अंतर्गत we have given the accessibility to teachers to learn at their own pace, जिसके जरिए around 22 हमने प्रोग्राम्स लॉन्च किए और 22 प्रोग्राम्स के जरिए more than 1,60,000 teachers were benefited out of it. So ये हमारे SCRT के काफी सारे इनिशिएटिव्स थे जिसके जरिए हमने स्प्रेड किया जितना ज्यादा नॉलेज हम स्प्रेड कर सकते थे ड्यूरिंग द पेंडेमिक।
थैंक यू प्रोफेसर। अब हम बढ़ते हैं ललिता प्रदीप हमारे साथ, आप डायरेक्टर हैं एलिमेंट्री लिटरेसी उत्तर प्रदेश में। मैडम, हम आप लोगों को आपके माध्यम से जानना चाहते हैं कि फाउंडेशन लिटरेसी न्यूमरेसी में उत्तर प्रदेश की जो बेसिक शिक्षा है वो किस अप्रोच के साथ और किस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्लान के साथ आगे बढ़ा है?
Sorry to interrupt you, Prabhuji. We have with us Mr. Arshad Singh, Director Elementary Education, Government of Haryana. I would request Mr. Arshad to kindly come on the stage, please, as a panelist. The topic of the panel discussion, we are discussing national education policy, opportunities, approach, and implementation.
थैंक यू सो मच। मैं सबसे पहले इस बात का धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि आप लोगों ने अपनी यहाँ की वर्कशॉप में उत्तर प्रदेश के रिप्रेजेंटेशन को चाहा और बहुत खुशी हुई इलेट्स के इस प्रोग्राम में और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ हरियाणा का ये जो इनिशिएटिव है। वैसे तो हरियाणा में पहले भी कई बार आई हूँ, एक बार टीचर एजुकेशन रिव्यू मिशन में मैं मेंबर होकर 2013 में आई थी और एक अपना जुड़ाव होता है तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि 2/3 ऑफ हरियाणा मैंने देखा हुआ है गांव से घर तक, तो काफी अच्छा लगा मुझे जब ये इनवाइट मिला। मैं एक बार पुनः धन्यवाद देते हुए आपके उस चर्चा में आती हूँ कि जहाँ तक अगर नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की बात करें तो हम सभी लोग जानते हैं कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि बिल्कुल ही नई चीज हमारे सामने रखी गई हो। हम सारे लोग इन सारी चीजों से परिचित रहे हैं और जो पहले की नीतियां तो हमेशा अच्छी बनती रही हैं। तो जो इशू है वो कि वो इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे हो रहा है, कितना कमिटमेंट आ रहा है, कौन सी अप्रोच उसके लिए अपनाई जा रही है। जहाँ तक आपने फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी और लिटरेसी की बात की, जो सबसे ज्यादा हमारा टॉकिंग पॉइंट है इस समय पूरे देश में और जिसे एनईपी बहुत अच्छी तरह से एड्रेस करता है, तो मैं बोलूँगी जो असर की रिपोर्ट होती है वो जैसे रिलीज होती है, जितनी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स होती हैं सबके दिल जो है छोटे होने लगते हैं कि पता नहीं कौन सा परसेंटेज आ रहा है नो। पर ग्रेजुअली आप देखें कि पिछले 5-6 वर्षों में सभी सरकारों ने इस पर काम किया है और जो हमारा फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी और न्यूमरेसी पर काफी अच्छा फोकस रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश ने एक बड़ा मल्टी मॉडल अप्रोच इस पर अपनाया जिसे मिशन प्रेरणा की तरह से कहा गया और हमारे साथी बहुत सारे यहाँ पर अभी जैसे संपर्क फाउंडेशन से और सेंटर स्क्वायर फाउंडेशन, ऐसे कई सारे हमारे पार्टनर्स हैं जो इस पर काम कर रहे हैं। रूम टू रीड है और HCL की तरफ से बहुत सारे पार्टनर्स। उसके साथ उत्तर प्रदेश ने इस जो मिशन प्रेरणा को अम्ब्रेला प्रोग्राम की तरह लिया, तो उसमें जो हमारा प्रेरणा लक्ष्य है उसको लिया गया और उसके बाद प्रेरणा सूची बनाई गई। उसके बाद उसके साथ साथ सपोर्टिंग में कि हमारा टीचर सबसे पहले इस बात को जाने कि लक्ष्य क्या है, तो हर क्लासरूम तक इस बात को पहुंचाने के लिए और टीचर को इनेबल करने के लिए ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स किए गए और उसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी इनेबल्ड जितने भी सहारा लिया जा सकता था, जैसे कि दीक्षा पोर्टल पर लगभग 6000 वीडियोस उत्तर प्रदेश के टीचर्स ने। मैं आज इस मंच से उत्तर प्रदेश के उन सभी टीचर्स की भी बहुत सराहना करना चाहती हूँ जिनके इंडिविजुअल एफर्ट्स और इंस्टीट्यूशनल एफर्ट्स इतने ज्यादा इसमें एक तरह से कंट्रीब्यूटरी रहे कि बच्चों तक, इवन जो हमारा सबसे डिफिकल्ट टाइम इस पूरे विश्व के लिए रहा, कोरोना का टाइम, उसमें भी हम लोग अपने बच्चों के पास टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से पहुंचते रहे। ई पाठशाला हमारी जो थी उसमें हम व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के साथ और बहुत ही फॉर्मेटेड वे में, बहुत ही प्रिसीजन के साथ टीचर तक पहुंचना, गार्जियन तक पहुंचना और इस तरह के प्रयास उसमें किए गए। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि उत्तर प्रदेश में लगभग 1.5 लाख ग्रुप हमारे भविष्य व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप हैं, 9,000 10,000 के आसपास हमारे टीचर्स के ग्रुप हैं। इसी तरह से अलग अलग लेवल पर, तो चाहे वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल हो, ब्लॉक लेवल हो, इस ग्रुप के माध्यम से काम किया जाता है। अभी एक सवाल उठेगा कि वो सारे लोग जिनके पास स्मार्टफोन नहीं है उनके लिए क्या? तो उसके लिए दूरदर्शन पर स्लॉट बुक किया गया जिसमें 90 मिनट्स का स्लॉट पहले था। उसके बाद में जब देखा गया कि 18 से 20% का लर्नर हमारा उस माध्यम से जुड़ रहा है, तो हम लोगों ने फिर उस स्लॉट को 4 से 5 घंटे का बढ़ाया। उसके बाद आउटरीच के लिए रेडियो इतना इम्पोर्टेंट होता है और पर्सनली मैं बोलूँ तो मुझे तो रेडियो माध्यम बहुत ही पसंद है, तो रेडियो के माध्यम से भी हम लोगों ने अलग अलग चैनल्स पर उसका स्लॉट लिया। तो इस तरह से जो हमारा मुख्य लक्ष्य है कि 2025 तक हर बच्चे का एक जो सर्टेन आउटकम होना चाहिए, उसे किस तरह से हम प्राप्त करें, उसके लिए क्या कंटेंट हमें चाहिए, कुछ वो चाहे हमारी टेक्स्ट बुक में है, सिलेबस में क्या है, उनको QR कोडिंग की गई, प्रिंट रिच मटेरियल प्रोवाइड किया गया और इस तरह से बहुत सारे एफर्ट करके कोशिश हमेशा इस बात की जा रही है कि हर बच्चे को वो मिले जिसके लिए वो स्कूल में आया है, क्योंकि स्कूल भी है, वो टीचर भी है जो बच्चों को बनाते हैं, जो देश को बनाते हैं।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। हमें खुशी हुई उत्तर प्रदेश की जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को जान के समझ के आपने अपनी बातचीत के अंदर असर की रिपोर्ट का जिक्र किया। मैं चाहूंगा आप नैस की रिपोर्ट का भी जिक्र करें, क्योंकि यहाँ पर इस बार जो कल नैस की रिपोर्ट आई है परसों, उसमें हमारे पास मुस्कुराने के लिए अवसर है। 8वीं में और 10वीं में भाषा में और गणित में तो हम जो है टॉप 5 स्टेट में सिर्फ पंजाब और राजस्थान के हमारे से ऊपर है। नेशनल एवरेज में हम बहुत बेहतर हैं और अच्छी बात ये है कि हम लोग प्राइवेट स्कूलों से बेहतर प्रदर्शन करें। मतलब मुझे बड़ी बड़ी ये इसमें इस पूरी रिपोर्ट में जो सबसे अच्छा लगा वो ये था कि एक मिथ है सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चे या सरकारी स्कूल या सरकारी स्कूली शिक्षा उतनी बेहतर नहीं है प्राइवेट के मुकाबले में, लेकिन नेस की रिपोर्ट कहती है कि सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चों ने प्राइवेट स्कूलों से बहुत बेहतर किया और ये कहीं ना कहीं उन सब के परिणाम है जो सरकारी स्कूली व्यवस्था में आया। पिछले 10-12 सालों में सरकारी स्कूली व्यवस्था पहले जैसी नहीं है, बहुत जबरदस्त बदलाव की ओर बढ़ रही है, जिसका एक परिणाम आज इस सभागार में बैठेगा। तो यहाँ पर भी हम सरकारी स्कूली व्यवस्था के बदलाव की बात करें और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति भी कहीं ना कहीं उस अप्रोच की बात करती है जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्लान में मदद करे। आदित्य, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि आप जो जीडीपी को लेकर जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति कहती है, किसी भी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्लान के लिए जो बजट की जरूरत होती है, जो खर्च की जरूरत होती है, आप जो है उस एंगल के ऊपर जो है अपने विचार।
थैंक यू टू द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स, द डिपार्टमेंट आल्सो फॉर टेकिंग पैनलिस्ट। तो जीडीपी का क्वेश्चन है, मैं लेके जाना चाहूंगा आपको कुछ 50 साल पहले। 68 से पहले कोठारी कमीशन बैठा था जो पहले राष्ट्रीय नीति बना रहा था ऑन एजुकेशन, एंड 68 में जब राष्ट्रीय नीति आई तब उसमें इट इज फेमस फॉर बीइंग कंट्रोवर्शियल कि 3 लैंग्वेजेस यूज करें कि इंग्लिश भी पढ़ाना है और एक संस्कृत पढ़ाना है और 3 लैंग्वेजेस बच्चों को पढ़ाने हैं, तो इट बिकेम फेमस फॉर दैट। द अदर थिंग इट इज नॉट फेमस फॉर इज कि उस नीति में 68 में बोला गया था कि जीडीपी का 6% आपको एजुकेशन की तरफ देना चाहिए। इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि एनईपी 2020 भी एग्जैक्टली यही बोलता है। 68 में जो हमने बोला था वही हम अब 2020 में बोलते हैं कि 6% ऑफ जीडीपी शुड बी गोइंग इनटू एजुकेशन। अभी हम कुछ 3-3.5% पे चलते हैं। इसका मेन आई थिंक उद्देश्य ये है कि इफ वी इंक्रीज आवर इन्वेस्टमेंट
in our children, it has a manifold domino effect. That is generally the concept. इसके लिए हरियाणा आई थिंक कंग्रेचुलेट हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट, हरियाणा बहुत अच्छा करता है क्योंकि हरियाणा 15% ऑफ अपना जीडीपी 15% ऑफ बजट एजुकेशन में लगाता है। एंड द इंटेंशन इनफैक्ट इस बार सीएम साहब ने भी ये बोला था बजट अनाउंसमेंट में कि हम 15% बजट एजुकेशन को दे रहे हैं और हमारी मंशा यही है कि हमारे को देखते हुए प्राइवेट एजुकेशन में लगाए रखा एंड वी समहाउ टुगेदर गेट टू 6%। तो गवर्नमेंट का रोल आई थिंक छोटा ही है, स्मॉल रोल दैट द गवर्नमेंट कैन प्ले, बट द लार्जर इकोसिस्टम जहाँ प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज भी हैं, प्राइवेट स्कूल्स भी हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनीज भी हैं, स्टार्टअप भी हैं, टेक पार्टनर्स भी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। ये सबको मिलकर ही वो 6% जीडीपी तक पहुँचाना है। इसमें इंटरेस्टिंग मैं आपको एग्जांपल दूं तो हमारी जो कंपेरेबल कंट्रीज हैं, ब्राजील हमारे कंपेरेबल कंट्री मानते हैं, 5.5% जीडीपी का वो देता है। अमेरिका, यूएस का अगर आप देखें हमसे बहुत आगे चलता है वो इन चीज़ों में, 4% वो भी देता है। अमेरिका का बजट हमारा 3 ट्रिलियन का वो जीडीपी है, यूएस का 7 टाइम्स 21 ट्रिलियन का जीडीपी है। ट्रिलियन का 4% एजुकेशन को दे रहा है, हमसे बेसिकली हमसे 30 पैसा वो एजुकेशन में खर्च करता है, जबकि उसकी पॉपुलेशन कुछ हमसे 1/5 है। तो कंपेरेबल नंबर्स है ही नहीं, मतलब वी आर फार फ्रॉम व्हाट वी शुड बी स्पेंडिंग। इवन दो अगर आप रुपीज में देखें तो हम अनाउंसमेंट बहुत अच्छी कर पाते हैं। हरियाणा का ही सिर्फ 20,000 करोड़ का एजुकेशन का बजट, इट इज अ बिग नंबर। सुन के लगता है कि कितना बड़ा नंबर है, लेकिन जितना हमें करना चाहिए शायद उससे कम है। तो मैं आई वुड इनफैक्ट से कि द बेस्ट policy change and direction that the NEP is giving us is कि we should really increase our spending and investment. And एक बार वो होगा, then of course all the other things I think will also fall into place.
थैंक यू देते। ठीक है, बिल्कुल जीडीपी को लेके कोठारी आयोग की रिपोर्ट से लेके जीडीपी के 6% की बातें होती रही और थैंक्स टू स्पेशल एफर्ट्स एसीए साहब ने पिछले 3 बजट आपकी मौजूदगी में आए हैं। उन तीनों बजट में आपने इस चीज को हमेशा बड़े स्टैटिक्स वे से और बड़े आंकड़ों के साथ सरकार के पास रखा और जिसका नतीजा ये है कि हरियाणा सरकार 16% अपने टोटल खर्च का 16% शिक्षा के ऊपर खर्च रही है। और मैं आपको बताता हूँ हम लोग फ्रांस से ऊपर, मतलब फ्रांस का 14% अगर टोटल कैलकुलेट किया जाए तो हरियाणा सरकार फ्रांस से ज्यादा पैसा बजट के ऊपर अपना खर्च करिए। अब हम लोग सीधे बढ़ते हैं डॉक्टर अंशज जी की तरफ, हमारे साथ मौजूद है यहाँ पर। आप फाउंडेशन लिटरेसी न्यूमरेसी को फ्रंट से लीड कर रहे हैं, आप मतलब बहुत बारीकी से एफएलएन प्रोग्राम को देख रहे हैं, एफएलएन प्रोग्राम की डिजाइनिंग को, उसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को, उसके टाइमलाइन को, चाहे वो टीचर ट्रेनिंग की बात हो या कंटेंट डेवलपमेंट की बात हो या जो बाकी टीचिंग लर्निंग की इक्विपमेंट है या टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल है उसकी रीडिजाइनिंग की बात हो, एससीईआरटी के साथ कम्युनिकेशन हो, एनसीईआरटी के साथ कम्युनिकेशन हो, आप बहुत बारीकी से हर पहलू के ऊपर अपना समय भी दे रहे हैं, अपनी एनर्जी भी दे रहे हैं। सर, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में की जो अप्रोच है या जो उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्लान है, एक बार हरियाणा के संदर्भ में जो एफएलएन पे हुआ है हमारी जो क्या योजना है, मैं चाहूंगा सर एक बार उसके ऊपर आप जो है विचार साझा।
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति है, उसमें जो एफएलएन है सबसे मेरे हिसाब से सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है। इसमें बात की गई है जो बेसिक लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी जो क्लास 1 to 3 है, उसमें हम कैसे हर एक बच्चों को, ऐसा नहीं कि सैंपल परसेंटेज में हम बात करें, इसमें फोकस की गई है कि हर एक बच्चा कैसे एज एप्रोप्रिएट अपनी कॉम्पिटेंसी अचीव कर सके। तो इसके लिए अगर हम एनईपी के संदर्भ में बात करें तो 4-5 पॉइंट उन्होंने पहले ही पूरे नेशनल लेवल में जो समस्या है इसको अचीव करने में क्या आ रही है, कई तरह की समस्या है। सबसे पहले बात करिए उन्होंने अंडर एज ओवर एज बच्चों का एडमिशन जो स्कूल में आते हैं, मतलब ये कहा गया है कि जब बच्चा क्लास 1 में आए तो वो एक तरह से कुछ रेडी हो गया है स्कूल के लिए। अभी तक जितनी भी पॉलिसी बनी है उसमें ये बात कहीं ना कहीं मिस हो रहा था, अब रिकॉग्नाइज किया गया प्री स्कूल एजुकेशन को, तो ये इसके ऊपर काम करने की जरूरत है। और हरियाणा जो हमारा शिक्षा विभाग है वो WCT डिपार्टमेंट के साथ मिलके हम इसकी रणनीति तैयार कर रहे हैं। इन द मीन टाइम जो भी स्कूल रेडीनेस से रिलेटेड है उसके ऊपर भी हमारी स्ट्रेटेजी यही है कि हम कैसे, जैसे विद्या प्रवेश बड़ा अच्छा अभी प्रोग्राम चला था, ताकि हम बच्चों को जब क्लास 1 की प्रॉपर करिकुलम के हिसाब से पढ़ाना लिखाना शुरू करें तो उससे पहले रेडी हो। इसमें दूसरा मेन कंपोनेंट है कि हम टीचर को कैसे कॉम्पिटेंट बनाएं और कैसे वो हम उनको इतना इनेबल करें कि वो क्लास 1 to 3 के जो उनके बच्चे हैं वो एक तरह से अपनी कॉम्पिटेंसी लेवल अचीव कर पाए। इसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट है, सभी ने डिस्कशन किया है, ट्रेनिंग। क्योंकि रिक्रूटमेंट अगर हम उसके ऊपर जाए कि क्वालिटी हो नहीं हो वो हम कंट्रोल कर भी नहीं सकते, तो उसके ऊपर बात करना भी नहीं चाहिए। सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि हम ट्रेनिंग कैसे करें और उस ट्रेनिंग की मॉनिटरिंग दोनों की, अगर हम टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग करवा रहे हैं तो उस ट्रेनिंग को अपने क्लास में जाके कैसे वो अचीव कर पा रहा है, कैसे वो उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर पा रहा है। फायदा तभी है क्योंकि ऑब्जेक्टिव ये है कि हर एक बच्चों को हमें ग्रेड लेवल कॉम्पिटेंट बनाना है। हमने टीचरों को ट्रेनिंग दे दी और वो क्लास में जाकर उसको इम्प्लीमेंट ना करे तो एक बहुत बड़ा गैप रह जाएगा और हम अपना ऑब्जेक्टिव नहीं पूरा कर पाएंगे। तो इसमें जो ट्रेनिंग के बाद सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है इसमें कि हम उसको मॉनिटर कैसे करें। इसमें हम टेक्नोलॉजी की सहायता बड़े अच्छे तरीके से ले सकते हैं। जैसे हमने अभी कुछ प्रयास किए थे कि हर एक बच्चा टीचर से मैप्ड है और पेरेंट्स के थ्रू अगर हम कुछ बेंचमार्क टेस्ट करके आगे उससे चलना शुरू करें तो हमें आइडिया, हमारे पास डाटा ऐसा होगा कि हम कर पाएंगे कि टीचर क्या कर रहे हैं। तो इसके ऊपर हम टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज कर रहे हैं, हम अपना प्लेटफॉर्म भी डेवलप कर रहे हैं। आगे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के साथ भी शेयर करेंगे क्योंकि उनका एनडीएल भी तैयार होने वाला है। तो इन सभी चीजों में इसकी काफी आवश्यकता है। फिर इसमें है कैरिकुलम डिजाइनिंग, ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट है, और कैसे हम बच्चों को वर्कशीट के हिसाब से हम उनको कॉम्पिटेंट बनाएं। तो इस तरह से अगर हम स्टेप वाइज, क्योंकि एनईपी में सारी समस्याएं बताई गई हैं, उनको एनालाइज किया गया है और सॉल्यूशन भी इंडिकेट किया गया है। अगर हम उसको ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज के साथ, आईटी के साथ मिलके मॉनिटरिंग हर एक लेवल पर शुरू करें तो हम काफी अच्छा प्रोग्रेस कर पाएंगे। और अगर हमने एफएलए को अच्छी तरह से कर लिया तो आगे का एजुकेशन सभी के लिए बड़ा आसान हो जाएगा।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, बहुत बहुत आभार आपका। इससे पहले कि हमारे को कहा गया कि लंच का टाइम भी है और समय हमारे पास बहुत कम है, इससे पहले कि मैं अपने पैनलिस्ट का आभार प्रकट करूं, धन्यवाद प्रकट करूं, मैं चाहूंगा 2 क्वेश्चन लेना चाहेंगे ऑडियंस में से। जी मुझे लगता है ऑडियंस जो है ना वो लंच के चक्कर में है। हाँ है उधर। जी मैम।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर। तो पहले के पैनलिस्ट को भी मैंने सुना ध्यान से और अभी सभी की बातें सुनी, तो मेरे मन में एक ख्याल ये आ रहा था कि अनडाउटेडली बहुत बढ़िया काम हरियाणा में हो रहा है, डिजिटलाइजेशन की तरफ भी हम बढ़ रहे हैं और स्किल इंडिया के तहत स्किल्स पर भी काफी काम हमारे यहाँ हो रहा है और गवर्नमेंट भी, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, नो डाउट। सुपर 100 में भी बहुत अच्छा काम हम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ जॉइंट डायरेक्टर एनसीईआरटी भी बैठे हैं, मैं उनसे भी ये चाहूंगी एक सुझाव या सवाल कह लीजिए कि सर जितना भी हम वोकेशनल की तरफ जा रहे हैं, एनएसक्यूएफ की तरफ जा रहे हैं, तो उससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट तो बढ़ेगी ही। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि अगर हम इसका दायरा थोड़ा सा बढ़ाते हुए ग्रामीण परिवेश में भी देखें, उस परिदृश्य को भी हम देखें, तो जरूरी नहीं है कि हर बच्चा हायर एजुकेशन की तरफ जाना चाहता हो, हर बच्चा साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ जाना चाहता हो। तो क्या ऐसा कुछ नहीं हो सकता कि हम उस मानिए शहरी बच्चों को तो बहुत चीजें अवेलेबल हैं और वो जो ग्रामीण स्तर का बच्चा है वो शहरों की तरफ ना भागे, अगर हम उस लेवल पे उसको वो चीजें अवेलेबल कराएं। गांव में ही अगर कुछ सेंटर्स ऐसे खोल दिए जाएं स्कूल एजुकेशन के साथ कोलैबोरेट करते हुए, चाहे वो आगे चल के हायर एजुकेशन के साथ जुड़े, कि वो स्किल प्रोग्राम्स जिन चीजों की हम अब कमी महसूस कर रहे हैं, नीड बेस्ड स्किल्स हैं, जैसे प्लम्बिंग है, मार्केटिंग है, कुछ मैनेजमेंट है, या कुछ जैसे असेंबलिंग से रिलेटेड है, तो अगर ऐसा कुछ उन बच्चों के लिए हो पाए तो नो डाउट कि वो हायर एजुकेशन में ना जाके अगर वो आजीविका की तरफ जाना चाहें तो उनके लिए एक नया रास्ता खुलेगा, एक नया परिदृश्य खुलेगा। और हम अपनी रोजमर्रा की लाइफ में भी उन चीजों की कमी महसूस करते हैं, छोटी छोटी चीजों के लिए हमें भागना पड़ता है। कभी प्लम्बिंग के लिए, कभी इलेक्ट्रिशियन के लिए, कुछ ऐसे अगर कुछ इस सोच के साथ हम आगे बढ़े तो मेरा मानना है क्या ये उस वेबाई में कुछ इस तरीके से हमारी नेशनल लेवल पे स्टेट लेवल पे ऐसा हो सकता है।
जी।
थैंक यू।
मैडम, आप जो बात कह रही हैं, आप वही बातें, आपका जो चिंता है, जो सुबह से बातें हो रही है, लेकिन एक मेरा बहुत ही व्यक्तिगत व्यू है जो मैं आप लोगों के सामने रखूंगा कि अब राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति आने के बाद हम लोगों को कृपया करके ये बाइपोलर व्यू जो है ना, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, प्राइवेट स्कूल, रूरल स्टूडेंट एंड अर्बन स्टूडेंट, हमको इससे हटना चाहिए। एनी चाहिए, बिकॉज द पॉलिसी सेज इज वेरी क्लियर इन इट्स प्रिंसिपल दैट वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ ईच एंड एवरी इंडिविजुअल। तो हमको तो ये छोड़ देना है। आपकी चिंता मुझे समझ में आ रही। आपने कहा कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के बच्चों के लिए, शहरी क्षेत्रों में भी बच्चों के लिए उतना ही आवश्यक है। हाँ, अभी मैं आपको जो बता दूं, अभी जो हमारे साथ बैठे पैनलिस्ट जो बात कर रहे थे फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी में, इसमें जो हमने एनसीईआरटी आप देखेंगे वो लिटिल डॉक्यूमेंट, मैं भी फ्रॉम द एनसीईआरटी साइड आई वाज रीडिंग द डे, we have talked about goals and outcomes for from age 3 to 9, okay, -3 to +3। फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी यूनिवर्सिटी तो कहती है कि -3 +2 मतलब 3 years of प्ले स्कूल, क्लास 1 and 2, लेकिन मिशन में हमने कहा है कि अगर 1 और 2 में भी नहीं हो तो 3 तक तो ये गोल्स और हो आ जाए। आप उसको देखिएगा, सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि बच्चे में कॉम्पिटेंसी डेवलप करें, हमें कंटेंट लोड कम करना है, और उसमें जो सबसे पहला गोल है हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग का है, दूसरा गोल है चाइल्ड बिकम्स इमर्जेंट कम्युनिकेटर, एंड द थर्ड गोल इज दैट चाइल्ड बिकम्स what is that learner, and child becomes engaged learner। तो और सारे आउटकम्स हैं। तो ये सारा प्रयास जो बहुत ही अच्छा हो रहा है, और आप सभी राज्य, आपको तो शायद ये पता ही है कि इस देश में पहली बार एनसीएफ इस रूप में बनाया जा रहा है कि उसमें राज्यों की सहभागिता राइट फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग है, वाइडर कंसल्टेशन से बनाया जा रहा है, और ये सारी चिंताओं का उसमें विचार किया गया है। और एक पोजीशन पेपर जो है वो कंप्यूटेशनल एंड मैथमेटिकल थिंकिंग, बच्चा संस्कृत पढ़ रहा हो, फिलोसफी पढ़ रहा हो, साइकोलॉजी पढ़ रहा हो, उसको कंप्यूटेशनल एंड मैथमेटिकल थिंकिंग होनी चाहिए, साइंटिफिक टेम्पर होना चाहिए। आप देखिए पॉलिसी बड़े अच्छे तरीके से बात कर रही है कोर एसेंशियल्स की। आपको मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ। हमें उस मानसिकता से आगे बढ़ना चाहिएगा कि अच्छा, अगर बच्चा 11th 12th में साइकोलॉजी पढ़ रहा है, तभी उसको इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस, स्ट्रेस हैंडलिंग, स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट वो जान पाए। हर बच्चे को अब तो हम ये विचार कर रहे हैं एनसीईआरटी स्तर पे कि 10th तक में कोर एसेंशियल्स जो है, उस कोर एसेंशियल्स में इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस होना चाहिए। एवरी चाइल्ड जो 10 तक में ही वो जान ले कि इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस क्या होता है, ठीक है। तो और आप देखिए पॉलिसी के पैराग्राफ 4.5 में कहता है कि चिल्ड्रन शुड बी गिवन कोर एसेंशियल एंड वी शुड रिड्यूस द कंटेंट load, we should reduce the information load. I am not saying that we are going to reduce the curriculum load, But if we reduce the content load, information load, then we will provide children for inquisitive thinking, questioning. ये पॉलिसी बहुत क्लियरली कह रहा है, हम लोगों को बहुत मिलके काम करना है, but I am very sure that we are in a very right direction, and with the support of state governments and this critical and discussion deliberations, हम लोग एक अच्छे NCF के साथ आएंगे और उसके बाद हमारे शिक्षा का भविष्य काफी सुंदर और संभावना से पूर्ण लगता है मेरा विचार।
एनसीएफ की संभावना कब तक आप हमें
देखिए एनसीएफ का मैं बता दूं आपको, पहली बात तो ये है कि इस कंट्री में पहली बार स्कूल एजुकेशन, अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर एजुकेशन, एडल्ट एजुकेशन एंड टीचर एजुकेशन का एनसीएफ एक साथ आ रहा है। जो अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर एंड एजुकेशन और स्कूल एजुकेशन एनसीएफ का जो टारगेट है दैट इज अगस्त सेप्टेम्बर, एंड स्टेट लेवल पे जो आप लोगों को एक टारगेट दिया गया था आपके अपने व्यूज को देने का, वो आपका 15 in fact some day in April, but by now about 25 to 20 states, 28 states, big states, उन्होंने अपने व्यू दे दिए।
देखिए मैं बिंदु आप ही के क्वेश्चन से जोड़ के मैं अपनी बातचीत को समाप्त करूंगा। नेस की रिपोर्ट में एक और सर्वे हुआ, एक और असेसमेंट हुई कि ग्रामीण बच्चों और शहरी बच्चों के बीच में क्या अंतर है। एक बहुत खूबसूरत उसमें रिसर्च निकल के आई, मैं चाहूंगा आप सब लोग पढ़ें। ग्रामीण बच्चे शहरी बच्चों के मुकाबले में परिवेश के बारे में बहुत आगे हैं शहरी के मुकाबले, और ये अपने बहुत अच्छी बात है। अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हैं ग्रामीण बच्चों को, लेकिन रिपोर्ट कहती है कि परिवेश के मामले में, परिवेश की जानकारी के मामले में ग्रामीण बच्चे और शहरी के बच्चों के बीच में बहुत बड़ा गैप है, और शहरी बच्चे बहुत पीछे हैं। मतलब पॉलिसी मेकर को शायद इस चीज के ऊपर विचार करना पड़ेगा कि शहरों में जो हेलीकॉप्टर पेरेंटिंग हो रही है, इसको जो है बदला जाए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। मैं समय की कमी है और आप लोगों का लंच, या प्लीज इन वेरी शॉर्ट, बहुत छोटा प्लीज।
बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, और उसमें डायरेक्टर एलिजिबिलिटी का जो कंसर्न है वो बहुत अच्छा देखने को मिला, क्योंकि एक डायरेक्टर ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में 4 घंटे बैठकर और प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में बात कर रहा है कि आगे एफएलएन को प्रॉपर्ली इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए क्या किया जाना चाहिए, और वहां पर जो बात हुई आपने उसको बहुत जल्दी इम्प्लीमेंट भी किया। अभी सर से ने कहा कि गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट का डिफरेंस नहीं होना चाहिए। जितने हमारे बच्चे हैं जो प्राइवेट में, गवर्नमेंट में है तो हमारे प्राइवेट में भी लगभग उतने ही बच्चे हैं। तो गवर्नमेंट में तो सर हम ट्रेनिंग्स भी करा रहे हैं टीचर्स की, उनकी मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ द ट्रेनिंग करा रहे हैं। तो आपके यहाँ पे व्हाट अबाउट द प्राइवेट स्कूल्स जो है वो जो प्राइवेट में कर रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए आपकी स्ट्रेटजी एफएलएन को लेकर ओनली एफएलएन 3 से 9 साल के बच्चे।
आपका क्वेश्चन बहुत ही वैलिड है। हमने शुरू में ही शायद आपके यहाँ ट्रेनिंग में भी ये कहा था, ये इंटरनल डिस्कशन में ये है कि हरियाणा में पढ़ने वाले जो भी बच्चे हैं, चाहे प्राइवेट स्कूल में है, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में है, वो सारे हरियाणा के बच्चे हैं और सभी को समान रूप से एफएलएन जो कहता है, नेशनल इनफैक्ट नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो भी रिकमेंड करता है, सभी के लिए होना चाहिए। तो हमने अभी क्योंकि बीच में सारी चीजें नहीं हो पाई थी, हमारी प्रायोरिटी ऑब्वियसली गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स की है। हमने आगे तैयार किए उसकी रूपरेखा कि कैसे हम गवर्नमेंट जो प्राइवेट स्कूल्स हैं, चाहे उनके एसोसिएशन के माध्यम से 12-13 एसोसिएशन है, या फिर हम रीजनल वर्कशॉप करके हमारी जब सारी चीजें तैयार हो जाती हैं, हमारा इनफैक्ट जब आईटी प्लेटफॉर्म भी तैयार हो जाता है, तो वो भी हम उनके साथ शेयर करके हमारे जितने भी कंटेंट अभी डेवलप हो रहे हैं, टीचर ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल डेवलप हो रहे हैं, हम उनके साथ साझा करेंगे। साझा करने के बाद फिर अब उनके ऊपर है कि वो आपस में हेल्दी कंपटीशन के लिए, अब मैं चाहता हूं कि हेल्दी कंपटीशन अमंग गवर्नमेंट स्कूल और प्राइवेट स्कूल भी हो। फिर प्राइवेट स्कूल तो अपना ज्यादा बच्चा लाने के लिए वो करेंगे ही करेंगे। जब चारों तरफ एफएलएन की बात चलेगी, हम आईएसी भी लेके आ रहे हैं, तो उसमें फिर अपने आप सारी चीजें अडॉप्ट होने लगेंगी। हमारे पास उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन 1-2 बार हुआ है। फॉर्मली हम उनको हम अपनी सारी चीजें तैयार कर लेते हैं, उनके साथ शेयर करेंगे।
मुझे बस लास्ट में एक चीज कंक्लूड करनी थी कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने एक एड्रेस में कहा था कि हमें अच्छी शिक्षा नहीं, हमें अच्छे शिक्षकों की जरूरत है। तो इन्हीं लाइन्स पे तत्परता से हम कार्य कर रहे हैं सीआरटी दिल्ली की तरफ से। और मैं आपके साथ एक चीज साझा करना चाहती हूँ जो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट लेसन है, जो मैंने सीखा है कि स्टूडेंट्स विल फॉरगेट व्हाट टाइप ऑफ साड़ी यू आर वेयरिंग, आपने कैसा मेकअप लगाया, आपने कैसी शर्ट पहनी है, बट दे विल नेवर फॉरगेट हाउ यू ट्रीटेड देम, आपने उनके साथ कैसा व्यवहार किया है वो कभी नहीं भूलेंगे। तो बस हम शिक्षकों को इसलिए तैयार कर रहे हैं इस प्रकार से कि वो अपने अफेक्टिव डोमेन, कॉग्निटिव डोमेन और साइकोमोटर डोमेन सब में इक्विलिब्रियम एस्टैब्लिश कर सके और किसी भी परिस्थिति में अपने आप को उस चैलेंज को लेने के लिए तैयार रहे एंड कोप अप विद द चेंज नो मैटर हाउ स्टीप। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। इसके बाद लंच के बाद भी हमारे 2 सेशन है, तो जिन लोगों ने क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछे उनको दोबारा से आंसर दिया जाएगा। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप लोग जो है काफी इस सेशन को जो है यहीं पर समाप्ति की इजाजत चाहूंगा। मैं बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं हमारे साथ जो बहुत शानदार पैनलिस्टों का बहुत बहुत आभार। थैंक यू मैम। आप 2 मिनट के लिए
before we proceed for lunch, let me invite Dr. J. Ganeshan once again to the stage. And I would request Dr. Ganeshan to kindly hand over the speaker's memento to all the panelists here. Professor Sridhar Srivastava, Joint Director in CRT. Next memento for Professor Ava Sharma, SCRT Delhi. Lalita Pradeep, Director Literacy and Alternative Education, Government of UP. Aditya Chopra, Vice President, Samagra. And Mr. Anshas Singh, Director, Elementary Education, Government of Haryana. So with this, we come to a conclusion of second panel discussion. Let's proceed for the lunch now. After the lunch, we'll be having 1 industry presentation and 2 panel discussions. We'll assemble at 3 o'clock. I will request all the ladies and gentlemen here to kindly have your lunch as quickly as possible. 3 o'clock, we reassemble. Next panel discussion will start at 3 o'clock sharp.
यहाँ की नहीं आ रही, तुम्हारी नहीं आ रही। हाँ भी तेरी एक बैकग्राउंड की बात है। Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, hello. Hello. Check. आपको रिमोट नहीं आ रही. Hello. It's gonna be taking over. Hello. हाँ भाई. Hello. हाँ. Hello. Hello. हाँ भाई. हाँ. Audio clear है. Hello. मेरी कौन सी है? हेलो नहीं ठीक है ठीक है एक्सेस कर दो लिंक कर दो
With experience and knowledge for past 19 years, we still feel that our journey has just begun. With the recent developments, there is a revolutionary shift in the technology paradigm and the mindset of consumers. And the vision of Limited believes that we have miles to go and achieve.
We're a proud Make in India brand with pan-India sales and service network and a huge clientele base consisting of leading education institutions, central and state government organizations, PSUs, defense, police, paramilitary forces. A team of skilled professionals and experts constantly innovating. We are the pioneers of tomorrow. We are Elets.
I remember my final teacher so well. She made learning fascinating. That's something I try to bring to my own class. My mission is to inspire future scientists.
Classes, and it's really important to make them digitally literate. The biggest change that we want to see in our children is that they have to be able to compete and children going to the private schools.
Good morning, children. Our aim is to make education inclusive, which is why we joined the Global Future Classroom Initiative. Future Classroom Initiative is especially using Chromebooks. It makes teaching simple for teachers and learning more fun for students. These are so thing is coming up the body. In biology, we are now studying the senses. We have created a slide presentation where all the kids can collaborate with each other. I am done studying. Google Docs has changed my way of learning by having to understanding the content so that in a short period of time I can gain more knowledge. Did you prepare for tomorrow's exam? These technologies are very helpful for me to become a teacher in future days. Chromebooks actually prepares them for the real world in a very powerful way.
We could see a 15% increase in the learning outcomes of children at the Google Future Class. Enrollment of students in our schools this year has seen a 12% increase. So I think that is something very significant. Whether a child is rich or child is poor, they should have access to quality education. टीचर ने और हमसे एक्सप्लेन कर दिया और बच्चे ने नहीं बात स्टूडेंट्स के कोर्स के उन्हें ऑनलाइन ले जाए ऐसे ही एक हमने दिल्ली सरकार के सहयोग से हमारे स्कूल में कनेक्टेड क्लासरूम कि बच्चा जो 90% बच्चे ने एंगेजमेंट टीचर एज ए गाइड जो हम कल्पना करते थे वो मुझे लगता है कि अब साकार से इम्प्लीमेंट कनेक्टेड क्लासरूम स्टूडेंट्स को टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से इससे चीज़ों को देखना अपने तरीकों से
Study, they have to search methods and they were enjoying their life. So it was a joyful learning.
सितंबर 2019 में हमारे स्कूल में कनेक्टेड क्लासरूम की शुरुआत हुई तो मार्च 2020 में लॉकडाउन आया क्योंकि हमारे पास पहले से एक सिस्टम मौजूद था तो हम कोरोना से बेहतर हो सकते स्टूडेंट्स के ऑनलाइन जुड़ने से टीचर्स के लिए क्लास लेना एग्जाम कंडक्ट करना उनकी ग्रोथ एनालाइज करना आसान हो
It demonstrates that our school, the students they are coming from a very different background. If they are in facilities in school, they perform much better.
आगे आने वाले सालों में क्लासरूम बिल्कुल रहेंगे टेक्नोलॉजी भी एक मेजर स्टूडेंट्स कैन क्लासेस और at any time.
ऑनलाइन क्लासेस ले सकती हूँ सर के साथ मिलकर डाउट्स क्लियर कर सकते हैं पोस्ट कर सकते हैं अपनी क्वेरीज सर से सर उनको वीडियोस शेयर कर सकते हैं कि आप ये वीडियो देखो तुम्हारे डाउट्स क्लियर हो जाएंगे
स्टूडेंट्स हमारे देश का फ्यूचर है और फ्यूचर को डिजिटली स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाना इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर मुझे खुशी है कि सरकार ने इस बात को समझा इस समय हमारे पास 16 कनेक्टेड क्लासरूम है जिसमें 750 बच्चों में से 560 बच्चों के पास हाई डेस्क पर तो हम लोग टीचर क्लासरूम में एक डिजिटल स्कूल बनाते हैं Technology not only builds a country, but it touches lives in so many ways. Technology builds lives, technology saves lives, technology transforms lives. At Global School Home, we believe in constant innovation and improvisation in technology to make it more advanced, accessible, and sustainable.
Being a very strong lead in education technology industry for the past 2 decades, we have also been providing solutions including portals which are collaborative conferencing and digital displays, security and surveillance, and healthcare and wellness.
The rise of digital India and the growing presence of technology in classrooms has led us to provide technologically and holistically designed solutions. Our wide products basket ranges from smart classroom solution to highly advanced digital language labs and virtual classroom solutions. Our aim must not only provide an education, but also making education accessible to everyone and develop languages as skills. We have also brought innovation and enhancement in collaborative inferencing and professional design industry, offering a wide range of displays with full HD 4K technology, avant-garde aesthetics and modern tools. Our tailor-made communication and conferencing solutions deliver a highly productive and meaningful communication experience. Our wide portfolio in security and surveillance offer a diverse range of security cameras at high quality images requiring minimum bandwidth and storage. Advanced technology and innovative features like zoom, night vision, and smart video analytics have enabled these products to cater to the ever-changing unique requirements of different clients and organizations. In this post-COVID world, our newest vertical of healthcare and wellness promises quality technology solutions which are designed to effectively tackle the spread of any outbreak by effectively working on the strategy of early discovery, awareness, and sanitization to prevent confusion, control access, and evidence management. Our transparent offerings, cost-effective solutions, and relationships over 20 years have led to immense trust and support from our valued channel partners and customers, keeping us thriving and innovating to bring you the best of both worlds. And then there is our highly qualified and skilled team of specialists working together, inventing and innovating every day to serve those who perform above.
With experience and knowledge for the past 19 years, we still feel that our journey has just begun. With the recent developments, there is a revolutionary shift in the technology paradigm and the mindset of consumers at the forefront of beliefs that we have minds to grow and achieve.
What sets us apart from us? We're a proud Make in India brand with pan-India sales and a huge clientele base consisting of leading education institutions, central and state government organizations to PSUs, defense, police, paramilitary forces. A team of skilled professionals and experts.
I would request Elets team to ask all the delegates standing outside to come inside, please. We are going to start next session now. May I request all the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, standing outside who had their lunch to please come inside. Elets team to please ask all the delegates to get inside the hall, please. I am again requesting all the people standing outside to please get inside the hall now. We are getting late for the next panel discussion. The topic of next panel discussion is leveraging technology, the role of IT in education. I would request Elets team to please ask all the delegates to get inside the hall and also to get all the speakers of panel number 3, the technical panel. This panel would be a hybrid panel discussion. There would be one speaker who will be joining us from Hyderabad, and the rest of the speakers all are here in the hall. Mr. Henry Watson, ma'am, are you there in the hall? Mr. Henry? You're there. Mukunda Madhav Pujari, Head ACMP Assam. Are you there? Yes, please. Then Maninder Singh Bajwa, Product Manager, VXL. Maninder Singh Bajwa, are you there? I'm waiting for Mr. Pradeep Agarwal and Sanjay Kumar Das. I would request my bureau colleague Priya Yadav to kindly call Mr. Pradeep Agarwal and Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das so that we can start the panel on time. We are already delayed by 10 minutes.
मैं इधर बैठ जाता हूँ आप
Welcome back once again, all the ladies and gentlemen, to today's Elets Education Innovation Summit in the Sports Club session. The topic of the panel discussion, post-lunch, leveraging technology, the role of IT in education sector. I would like to invite and introduce all the panelists here. Let me invite Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Director General School Education, Punjab. Dr. W. Gupta, Editor-in-Chief, Elets Spectrum Media, come on the stage, please. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, Joint Secretary, Department of IT and Electronics, Government of West Bengal. Sanjay, if you are there. Henry Potsangan, Head of SEMP Manipur. Mukunda Pujari, Mukunda Madhav Pujari, Head SEMP Assam. Mukunda from Assam. Mr. Mukunda Madhav Pujari, Head SEMP Assam. Is he around? Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Director General School Education, Punjab. I have just informed that Mr. Pradeep Agarwal is not around. So Dr. J. Ganeshan has consented to moderate this session.
Okay, fine. So I will invite Dr. Gupta also to come on the stage. He will be moderating the session. I would like to confirm if Mr. Mukunda is around. Okay. And finally, Manita Singh Bajwa, Chief Executive Officer of ISQ Lab. I would request the backend team to ensure mics are given to all the panelists here. Mics for all the panelists. Let me also announce that one of the speakers would be joining us from a remote location in Hyderabad, Dr. B. Sundar, Special Secretary, IT, Electronics and Communication, Government of AP. So he will be joining us through a virtual link very shortly. With this, I hand over the podium and the deliberations to Dr. Ravi Gupta, Chief Executive Officer and Editor-in-Chief, Elets Techno Media. Over to you.
Namaskar everyone. Welcome back to this Elets Education Innovation Summit being organized in collaboration with Government of Haryana. We had an interesting first half of the program. The Honorable Minister was here and we had eminent speakers from all over the country. And this panel after the lunch, this is also a very, very interesting panel. This topic is leveraging technology, the role of IT in education. So we all are aware that in this context of COVID situation, the role of IT in education has increased dramatically. And after this situation with the COVID cases are going down, we are talking of going back to IT, but in a hybrid way. So in last 2 years, our dependence on IT has increased dramatically, and now after the schools are opening, we are still using IT, and the future is hybrid IT, hybrid education as the people see it. So let me request our panel to give their view on the subject, and let me start with our Haryana government speaker, Mr. Ganeshan, Dr. Ganeshan, who is the Director of Secondary Education, Board of Haryana. That if you can give your opening remarks on how you see the role of IT in education, especially in the post-COVID scenario.
When it comes to education as such, I am of the very strong opinion that the teacher plays the most crucial role, IT or not. Even during the pandemic, our entire effort was basically to connect the teacher to the student, and that is where I see the role of IT coming. So when we were experimenting with IT and its tools, some of our teachers had this apprehension that this IT is going to replace the teachers. I am of very strong view that that is not a correct view. Teacher's role is going to stay, and IT will just help connect the student and the teacher in a better manner. So that is one thing that we saw. And using various tools, basically, I would say the IT must be deployed in such a manner that makes lives of students and teachers easy. If something is very difficult to implement or difficult to understand, then I think that tool doesn't work in any way. So the government of Readiness endeavor during this COVID period was basically to connect them and give them easy solutions that would be implemented. And secondly, talking from recent experience, in the education sector, IT can play a major role in helping the child learn at his own pace. Even in the morning sessions, there was a lot of ideas which told that if the child is unique and he has his unique skill sets and his unique pace in learning, So we must develop such tools that allow the child, every individual child, to move at his own pace. Some of them will be very fast learners, some of them may be not so fast learners. But then, if everybody is put together in one uniform thing and then asked to learn, it might not be feasible. So these are the two areas where I see IT working.
Fantastic inputs, Dr. Ganesh. Let me reach out to our speaker from Assam. And I was just having a conversation with him before the lunch, and he was saying that several initiatives in education, and especially usage of ICT, are being planned in Assam. So if we can put some light on this. More minds here.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thanks just for inviting me to this summit. Government of Assam has been trying to introduce IT in the education system for long. So the effort, one of the major effort that started almost 8 years back is the ICT lab in the schools. The simple one innovation came there that we are one of the states in the country who promotes open source, open standard in the teaching. As for example, myself is going to use the object Linux user, and we feel that the whole one of the major problems for the student, school, and for the administration is going to tomorrow is how we can bring down the cost of ownership of a digital asset. As for example, today there are people across the country speaking of one operating system and the application built on only one operating system. But you see our e-government standard of the country says that we go towards the open source, open platform. What does it mean? Can you adopt Linux system? Can you adopt state-wise customized operating system, which will bring down the cost of the machine laptop? This is number one. And the resources that is available in the open source community, amongst the open source community, and the application that we can build has a tremendous potential for a country, and a lot of startup can join the journey. This is number one. Number two, we are not talking about open source in terms of software only. We are talking also that interoperability of the hardware is also very, very important. So give me a simple example. 10 years back, whatever the laboratory that we have set up in the school, today is becoming obsolete. So how to upgrade and what? Because in our kind of environment, suppose there are 50,000 schools, how first we can bring the smart classes to all the classes. As for example, today we have just one class in one school, one smart class in one school. On an average, there are 10 classes in school up to the high secondary level. So kind of investment that will be required in the smart class, in enabling smart education, taking ICT. This is a very good financial model, not only to install, commission smart class once, but sustain it, unlike a building. The digital infrastructure mortality rate or redundancy rate is very, very high. Second important step that we have to be undertaking, where you know the northeastern states are really having very good, very bad connectivity scenario. So now we're trying to have Assam Knowledge Network to connect all the schools in the state. Already a major program has been announced. We are trying to a dedicated network would be required, and this network is going to change because these are content delivery network is a CDN. You need data centers so that computing can happen. There are less latency in getting the content. Because the contents that will be delivering to the schools or educational institute, so are going to be this video, photographs, etc., etc. Unlike normal e-government, so we are making a big plan to connect all the schools with minimum 100 Mbps of LSK. So these are the big two initiatives that we are taking. And third thing we are taking, that in order to enable the teachers, because the school administration itself is a big problem for a school teacher. Unless until we can reduce the hassles of administration, we cannot digitalize that part of the game, then teacher would have little time towards devoting themselves to the education part. So this is our third focus, that how well we can enable our teachers towards managing their school. This is the digital school administration is another focus that we are working. Thank you very much.
Just add on to what Anup spoke about sourcing the free source. So in the recently the fabric-based education program that we did, when it came to introducing content, so we also did the same thing what you are doing. We never sought vendors who would sell us content because the content was freely available to various, it was freely available. So basically, we asked the vendors to just curate it and then deliver it through this PAL algorithm. That was the idea. So one, it reduced considerable amount of cost also, and then considerable amount of time was also reduced because we didn't have to develop any fresh content. We just had to curate it and then deliver it through this PAL. I just wanted to add.
Fantastic inputs both from Assam and Haryana. And let me request our colleague from IT industry, Mr. Maninder Singh Bajwa, who is the product manager of VXL, that you are working as an organization, and how do you see that the role of IT education evolving, and what are the future?
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I'll touch on 2 points and build upon what Ganesh sir just mentioned about the role of teachers, right? And you also mentioned about hybrid. So hybrid, now it doesn't mean that the students are going to study the same thing in the classroom and like the teachers will deliver content and they'll go home and then they use the devices and again consume the same content. Hybrid means the clear demarcation of expectations and responsibilities of technology and teacher, which are different. So this is model, this is a new model that I came across. It's HTHT, right? So high tech, high touch. So with high tech, what they're saying is the basic things, which involve understanding or clearing some concept, that could be done, or delivering the content, that could be done by technology, because these are the easier things to do. The more complicated, more complicated expectation is getting the student to analyze, getting the student to discuss, getting the student to collaborate. That's where the teacher will have to come in and be a facilitator, right? So these are two very different parts of the taxonomies that we speak about. So that's the hybrid. It's very clear. It's very distinct. So the teachers cannot in any way, shape, or form be replaced because it requires that high touch to each student. That's one. Second, the role of technology, we are like it's easier to emphasize on just the learning aspect, but the technology can also bring in so many, like it can help in easy policy making decisions as well. Once you have the right data and it's analyzed properly, it's compiled properly, then it helps you make decisions which area needs what. Right? For example, if a certain area has very low girl child enrollment, I'm sure the data is there, but it's in Excel and all that. But if it can be done with an AI or a nice report, it can help the government decide, okay, let's do some public awareness campaigns there to improve the girl child enrollment. So technology can play multiple roles behind the scenes and also in front with a very clear demarcation. The only thing we must avoid now that we've gotten very fast track into adoption of technology during pandemic is is giving an environment where the child is just a passive learner. Now, otherwise, then it's as good as a television, right? So it doesn't. There's no technology. So if we can help, maintain that balance and also use it to draw other opportunities, I think it will help us.
I just have to add one thing. Normally, when we bring this technology common grouse that it is, we don't know how to deal with it. It is too complex. But don't you think that the solutions that we provide must be simple, and then it should, the teacher or anybody should, they must be automatically able to navigate?
Absolutely, sir. I think that is the most basic requirement. If we are going to expect the teachers to overnight sort of gain a lot of understanding and be able to use 100 features out of it, it's not going to work. So one such experience we had was in Punjab, where we just gave them point and click. So our only teacher training effort was, if you know how to point and click, you'll be fine. So that they can become more comfortable. Let us say, okay, itna hum kar lenge. But if we start introducing, like, and also the introduction of how you're going to slowly sort of upskill them, dumping one app after the other, it starts to increase the frustration. So absolutely.
And looking at the technology, I think I read the designation wrong. He is the CEO of this company, and yeah, as you said, more than designations, content is important, and what he has just said about this whole debate is very what he mentioned, and I like this idea of like differentiating what has a technology come and what has a teacher. If you define that, there is that debate and discussion about technology and basically teachers either wrong. And yeah, so that's actually make experience the idea of content is more clear. So thanks, Maninder, for highlighting this. Let me request our colleague from Manipur, all the way, and Henry. And Henry, I was having a chat with him, and I was discussing the exciting work which is happening in IT there. So if you can highlight that, what all is happening in those states, and what are the challenges and opportunities
Okay,
in education specifically?
good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be part of the session. We are also doing the what everyone is doing, like bringing the integrated learning systems there for the content delivery across the state. And first thing that I feel is that as we give the education, we should always think in terms of service. What I feel Lex is about, we talk about technology, we talk about education. When you said about services, that is that kind of experience that you see in the management. Have you ever thought about that a person can sell some stuff which is online without you experiencing it? We used to go to the store and buy it. We feel the product and we pay the amount. We pay 10,000, 20,000 bucks in Amazon without experiencing it. That kind of experience we need to give it to students. We always give the policies and that we have integrated learning management systems. That's the beginning. And we have the content for the e-learning. That's we converted the subject materials on the online so that they can read from the mobile. But you have to see yourself. Like if I have to see around 8 years back, I bought one called e-Kindle. I don't know how many people knows about it. So reading in the kind of tablets of pain. You just try to read the book in the tablets of pain. So what I'm trying to understand is, in order to use this IT in technology in the education sector, we have to think beyond the delivery of the content. We are always focusing about the delivery of the contents, update of the contents. That's much beyond now. So the first sort of thing is that there's a lot of emerging technologies coming now, perspective of augmented reality, virtual reality, and 3D printing. What we can do is learning is more interactive, learning is more easy, and we don't need to be so much in the terms of roteness. We say that let's bring the technology, but we say that when the exams comes in, we come to the description of the question, that is, write a short notes on the membrane, write a description on the coniferous forest. Okay, this is not the way we have to do that. We said, let's bring innovative in the technology, let's bring in the technology, but what we have to think is that Minecraft, how many of you know Minecraft out here? Let's raise your hand. What about the audience? That's the reality. Like we're talking about our kids. Okay, I have two kids of 10 years, and who is studying in class 10, and one is in 2. So now we have to be at that level. So when I said service, that means are we going to sell something for us, or are we going to sell to our kids? So we are trying to educate our young people. So now they are playing this Minecraft, so complicated. You cannot even play the game. So now what I'm saying is that if we have the kind of technology, why not I build the history inside it? That will be more proactive to them, and they can do excel in that. So why we have to wait for the US to do it and we follow it? So we said we are innovator. So why don't we say about they play the game in the Minecraft? I don't need to tell my son to play the Minecraft. He just figure it out. But now what is this is that is if we really want to disrupt this education, we have to know our kids. Okay, there are a lot of kids. I was just wondering in the morning that they are finding difficulty to teach English. It's very easy. Okay, my son, who is class 2, he speaks so well than me because YouTube is there. Because it's a language. It's not something to be taught. So that's means YouTube gives you the mechanism, okay, simple, and the Minecraft gives you the ease of performing the IT stuff by giving the experience to the young people. So I feel just to add to the lastly, if we really want to bring the change, IT should not be just a delivery content. It's much beyond. Okay, and one thing, since all are from the education people side, I sincerely request, please try to change the way you evaluate the people. We should not give with a whole set of questions and not write a description in that. That's taken by the Google that we are talking about. Google has all the knowledge, but in the big data landscape, we have the 4 V's. 4 V's is one is velocity, one is called varieties, one is called the volume, and very important third one is called veracity. The veracity is the sanctity of the data. So we talk about Google Baba, but Google Baba, there are a lot of blogs, people write it without knowing it. And that creates a problem to us. Because even this teacher, I respect the teacher, I educated people, I am from IT, because of curiosity, I educated. And there are 3 professions that are so complex in life. One is doctor, another is an IT engineer, and third is the teacher. Teacher has to learn throughout the life. Okay, I'm saying it again. If you are not going to learn throughout the life, that's not your profession. Okay, so I just want to add with that. And IT is not the end. IT is the enabler. So we have to think that one. IT is not the end. It's the enabler, and let's come back to reality. So if you want to change it, we can leverage the IT, and like the other gentleman who is the CEO of the technology. Technology doesn't need to be complex. The complexity has to be behind. It has to be underneath. Like if the tech educator has bring a complexity in the operation, and that's not technology. That's not for the use. Like we never learned how to use Amazon. Nobody learns about it. Now, in the Amazon, there's one feature coming. I can upload my picture, and I can dress it up, so that I have that experience. That experience that the tech educator has to bring to the classroom. That's what we have to do for it. Okay?
Thank you. I think you spoke very well. Since you spoke about your kids, I just wanted to bring in mind. So I have a daughter, and the problem after this post-COVID and the learning during the COVID has been the exposure to a lot of technology. Right? So she learns on it as other kids, learns on a tablet, learning assessments on a computer, right? But the thing I've found is that ultimately, as a result of this, what has happened is her attention span has come down drastically, right? So they are not able to focus on the book. when they are reading a book, suddenly a second pops up on the screen, right? So the attention span is completely gone. So it is unrelated to what you spoke, but then I just wanted to understand that how do you deal with it? Isn't it too much technology for the child? And isn't it having a detrimental effect?
I just want to bring that one here. Even my wife is addicted to them as well, actually. To be frankly, okay? When I come back from office also, I have to pay that. She keep on browsing it, and I have to keep learning it. Yeah. So the point coming back to that is
just a small interruption here. We have been joined virtually by Dr. B. Sundar, Special Secretary, IT and Communications, Government of AP. So I would request the technical team to please bring him on screen, please. Yes, he's there. Please go.
The interesting thing about it is let it go. That is one thing that we say, let it go. We have like it so focused on the child holding electronics. That's the story nowadays. Every parents are worried about this. Just let it happen. What about TV? TV has gone away, right? If you remember when you were kids, when you watched in front of TV, the parent was paying. But what happened is we just need to tell that this is the education, and now that's what I'm saying. The book reading is a pain now. For them, it's a pain. I tell you that you read a book in electronic, it will be pain for you. I'm telling you. If you come to my era where we graduated around 30, 40 years ago, it's a pain reading books in your. How many people read in electronics? I do myself, but it's a pain. I'm just trying to copy it up. I started with Kindle. Nobody wears the Kindle. There was not available in India at the time. I took it from US. That was a long time ago before Amazon comes in here. I'm a very addicted user of that. I don't read novels now. I read technology, okay, because that's what I do. So what I'm trying to say is that we are trying to remove from the reality. I was removed from the reality that time when the Ramayana was there on TV. We have a Ramayana that Ramayana Sagar TV was there. The parent wants to remove us from there. And now what we are doing, same thing. We're trying to remove from what they knows it. So that's what I'm trying. Education has to learn what the kids are doing right now. We are just pushing doctor, engineer, and IS officer. Okay? And then we said, bring the creativity, and we're trying to pull it out from the arena. So what I'm trying to say is we have to build education like in a collaborative way by playing the Minecraft. History can be taught so easily with the Minecraft, with the collaboration of network gaming. That's coming now. It has started in the Western country as the pilot testing. They have a mind witchcraft and history built inside. You become the giant kid and you become an Akbar and you take a decision in the confinement of your syllabus. The option will be given the years, times, the way it was there, but within the technology now. So that's going to bring it, the Western will do it, we'll follow it. Either we start it now and they follow it. But we have the tendency about following them, and we have to wait for it.
Just a quick point on that. So you mentioned Minecraft and all. So now we coming from the other perspective, right? Where we create things. It's not that in India we can't create Minecraft. Yeah, exactly, we can. However, it also is about the demand, right? So as parents, as teachers, as government, we need to start taking more risks and understand chapter 1, topic 1, we move away from that. Because if you see, currently, all the products that are available in the market, they will all be mapped to something, always. That is because the parent is not the user, is the one who pays, but the user is someone else. So the idea is to keep the user and the parent who pays happy, which is a very difficult task. And they are still stuck on इसमें कितने chapter हैं, वो आपके school में कितना map होता है, and hence you see the tech company is creating something to please them. So we have to start becoming more risk averse in the sense we start taking more risk and allow platforms where these experiments can sort of take. That is what is stopping
I
us.
just ended up because this is long we can do. I'm also very interested in that. But the only thing I want to add to the thing, that's why with the tech, make it more easy, make it more relevant from the tech side, and from the policymaker, my sincere request is that try to change the way you evaluate it. everything will change. It's a game changer. We Indians have everything. You go to US, they excel. Why? We have the potential, but we confined to that. So my only request is try to evaluate differently, not with the kind of descriptive 10 marks. How many lines you write it, how many poem you have to remember it. Do I need to remember a poem of it? It doesn't matter at all. Doctor doesn't need to remember the case of the history nowadays. If the doctor is remembering, means, oh, he's a great doctor. No. That's what is in the mind. If it is at that day he get a dementia, then what will happen? That I have a problem, right? Then he doesn't remember a specific paracetamol, then he'll give you something else. But then the computer has the information. So we are in the computer area. So now we Google our tomorrow, like at the end of the day, you can just go check if you Google that. Who's that Henry guy? Who's that Henry? I can find it out. Right? I don't need to remember about it. What happened in January 1965 on the day he crashed it? Doesn't matter at all. That important is Zanga came to India, he destroyed it like that. So that's the essence has to be there. So please change the way you look at least the evaluation part. That all the creativity will come, and that automatically will come, and that's a sincere. I didn't know it will happen or not, but that's my sincere request. That's it from my side.
Fantastic inputs, Henry. I think you brought some lot of new perspective here, and you talked about the Google Baba and Minecraft, and the whole different way of looking at evaluation is very, very important. And thanks, Maninder, for saying that tech companies are creating solutions for parents, not for students, perhaps. So let us, we have on the screen with us our speaker from Andhra Pradesh, Special Secretary, IT, Mr. Sundar. Welcome, Mr. Sundar. Thank you for joining in, and good to see you on a hybrid platform. And before I request you to speak, let me request our speaker from West Bengal to speak here. And if you can talk about that, what is your perspective on IT education and how do you see the future? Sanjay ji.
First of all, just as a co-panelist, I need to respond to what others say. And when you allow somebody to say nearly at the end, one does not have many things to say. So I'd like to just add to something that, involvement of teacher in creating a solution is the only way forward. So if we see during the pandemic, the greatest problem that we faced, the diversity in elements, learning management. You have something here and you have something there. So how can't we actually collaboratively in the entire country? Like, there was a Zoom competition with the government of India, and the solution was given 1 crore rupees and the startup infusion, and it was incorporated by NIC and others. But even then, that is not very good as far as concurrency and live session is concerned. So even after nearly a year and a half, we are going back to Google, we are going back to GoTo, we are going back to Zoom and others. So it is high time our IT companies came together and work upon by taking feedback directly from the market and let us find out a solution and involving teachers, because that would be the best thing, best process of proctored learning. So proctored learning is the next required thing of the time. As far as open source utilization is concerned, I would like to just add, there's an institution which is the oldest in the country, that is called Institute of Open Technology and Applications, and it is situated in West Bengal, and it has been pioneer in actually promoting open source solutions over peer-to-peer networks, because West Bengal has a beautiful connectivity called WEBS1, West Bengal Statewide Area Network, actually connecting more than 2,600 offices, organizations, and more than 36,000 endpoints. So just imagine what we can do with good content background and using this connection, we can reach anywhere. And after, I have also had the opportunity of seeing this Mahayana in Maharashtra. The swine is very good, and they are actually putting solutions like VoIP, MoIP, that is voice over internet protocol, message over internet protocol, and they are converting by converting to a situation where there is no need of this creating this WhatsApp groups, because the SWAN can create that background. So as far as networks are concerned, what my colleague from Assam rightly told, for keeping the content, data centers are required, as well as the edge data centers. So it is high time we started thinking about creating data centers in municipalities and gram panchayats, because the edge data centers will be the requirement of the coming days. And when we say edge data centers, we also must start thinking about redundancy in network. As I'm using two specific connections in my mobile as well as a dongle, so in this room, all those three connections will take. So my bosses are unable to attend to me, and the friend of mine or the colleague of mine who was sitting with me, she told me that Airtel is doing fine. So I'm promoting Airtel through this. So now, as far as devices are concerned, we have not spoken a single thing about security. But by practice, I'm physics. I belong to a subject of physics, but by passion, I'm deadly into cybersecurity. So we have since morning, we have not talked about security. So if there is no security, there is nothing. Whether it is Minecraft in metaverse, or it is just what we speak, as in the first page of Afghan by Frederick Forsyth, whatever we talk right now, whatever we write, everything is noted and kept in record by somebody in the entire world. So whatever I'm speaking, if I have told a good thing about Airtel, I definitely will be, getting suggestions by Airtel by the time I reach to say it. So it happened with my wife. She actually wanted to have a cake from Nahum, a Jewish bakery in Kolkata, and just after some time, he started receiving this Nahum's cake availability in Blinkit through her Facebook. So you understand that all our Babajis, be it Google or Siri, they are copying, collecting, collating, and using deep diving and big data analysis to send you suggestions. So security and the data privacy, our rights to that data is the most important thing. So tomorrow we will be fighting our data, because it is high time we started empowering data. And at the end, I would like to just talk about Karmabhumi as Dr. Raviji बताएं. So we understood that the infrastructure is very important, but the most important thing is identifying the skill gap. So at the start of the pandemic, we understood that there were a lot of persons coming back to West Bengal who were having a lot of potential in IT sector. So we did not take their name. We did not take whether they are male or female, that is gender. We did not take from which portion of West Bengal they belong to. We just enlisted them on the quality of their knowledge, that is the skill. If somebody knows about blockchain, what amount of knowledge does he or that person has on Ethereum? So we enlisted that in a thing called Karmabhumi. It is a skill registry platform of West Bengal in IT sector. We have around 48,000 registrants up on date, and on the basis of feedback that we receive, we have this thing actually proved, very efficient in providing employment more than 12,000. So there may be many more who have received employment but did not give feedback. But this is not the beauty of it. It is about employability. So there is first thing that is called assessment. It is called recognition of prior. So you are not required to tell whether you are a BTech pass or a class 10 pass or a 12 pass. If you know blockchain, you will be assessed. When it is assessed, then immediately you are given recommendation for your upskilling. And if you take upskilling, you are given a lot of support through this thing, subventing your cost of learning. And at the end, as soon as you are upskilled and benchmarked, immediately you become employed. So to come to the basic thing is that employability, be it in the school, in the primary level, or something like that. I actually had the opportunity of learning in a school where I was, taught how to make luchi, that is in Bengali the achori, like though I can't do even today. So you understand that somehow or the other I understood that it was not my game. So every person must have the opportunity to assess one's skill, whether it is a prominent skill or it is a dormant skill. So Karmabhumi actually gives an opportunity to assess a skill of a person by enlisting that person. And lastly, I would just like to end by telling that as my colleague here told about evaluation, I was talking to Professor Srivastava during lunch, and I actually made him wait for the lunch by through my vociferous intervention. So what I told him, and he also agreed to me, that we should have a credit rating system for creation of problem statement. अगर 100 नंबर की एक पेपर हो, उसमें 10 नंबर इसीलिए रखना चाहिए कि प्रॉब्लम कैसे बनाया जाए. So by not asking somebody what is the square root of 9, if we can say with 3 as the answer, what problems you can make, you can readily assess the level of the child. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, Sanjay ji, and just one thought which emerged after you spoke, that you mentioned that you learned about making luchi in the schools. And my father told me that he learned tailoring in the government school where he studied. So at time in the last generation, there was a focus on skill development inside the schools, which somehow has gone away after in our generation. And now I understand that NSDC and CBSE both are going to work together to bring the skill focus back in schools. So thanks for adding that and various other points you have mentioned. And let me request our speaker from other Pradesh Special Secretary IT, Mr. Sundar, to give his perspective on IT education, especially in his state, briefly. Sundarji, over to you.
Thank you. I thank the government of Haryana and Elets Technomedia for the opportunity for us to articulate the role of IT in education. In fact, it was a topic, and as soon as the topic was given to me, as usual, I started coaching and searching about the subject. And one thing that struck me was a recent report by the government of India. The survey results were out yesterday, and it spoke about the role of IT in the education sector in the last 2.5 years during the pandemic. And I choose that to be the starting point. And in my discourse of this topic over the next 6 minutes, I will conclude by taking some examples from our state. So going back to the survey report, the most damning conclusion given by the government of India report was that 80% of the students who had used IT tools for accessing knowledge were not found satisfied. 60% of the faculty who used IT tools for conveying content were not satisfied. 40% of the students across the age groups from 5 to 16 found the proceedings extremely low. And to add context to this, the survey was conducted for students from the 3rd standard, 5th standard, the 8th standard, and the 10th standard. Nearly 3,50,000 students took part, and over 1 lakh schools, both from the public and the private sector, participated in this survey. And though these could be termed as perspectives of students, the most measurable aspect was the scores scored by the student in languages, mathematics, and science. Across the board, only 30% of the students were able to score more than 300 out of 500 in languages, less than 250 in science and mathematics. So this was 2 years of all of us forced to use IT tools for education. And again, there was more scope for thought on what exactly is the role of IT in education when we divide the education arena into professional and non-professional courses. When it comes to non-professional courses, again the role of IT seems to be extremely minuscule. In the sense, doctors, dentists, and agricultural students, pharmacy students, they are all taught through YouTube videos with nothing to feel or touch about. Students from engineering, hardcore engineering like mechanical, civil, even their journey was not so pleasant because they could not see Ohm's law or Kirchhoff's law in action as they used to see in the laboratory. And coming to non-professional courses like the arts, the humanities, the literature, the findings, documentary findings from press and from reports seems to be that the students' qualities in output tends to be copy pasted more than actually written. So I was hearing some of the observations of the panels here, and on the whole, the content seems to have taken a beating, is a foregone conclusion when we think of the role of IT in the education sector. when IT was not such a big game changer, say prior to the 90s, I was just going through the history of the education institutions in our country. We did have some really stalwart institutions like JUs, Tata Institutes for Social Sciences, Institutes of Management, Institutes of Technology. They made huge gains. The mathematical and the analytical abilities of Indian scientists and engineers are legendary. Even today, this respects Indian and Chinese mathematics and science because of something genetic inside. And up to the present day, and I keep saying the content of IT syllabus taught for science and humanities students in 11th and 12th standard. I have a feeling that, that not much depth is being imparted into these aspects. For example, when we used to learn such types of techniques in our 12th standard and post in engineering, it was at the assembly language level, it was at the compiler level. We knew what every instruction was in terms of ones and zeros. But today's students, I was seeing some of the engineering students in some famed universities in Hyderabad, Vijayawada, and you could see them copy pasting huge chunks of code available all over the website. For sorting algorithms, for searching algorithms, the codes are cut and ready-made. They just are copy pasted and they are just being submitted. And all the instructor, it becomes a very tough task to know what is genuine and what is copy paste. So, from all these different strands which I have been trying to articulate in this model, one or two conclusions stand out. that IT as an enabler in education could become very dangerous because it sometimes can compromise quality. And number two, the quality of education within the IT sector also needs a lot of creativity and rethinking because it may give rise to an army of coding programmers, database specialists, cybersecurity specialists who will be simply using full-length news codes without knowing the underbelly of what exactly happens. As concrete proof to what I am, the kind of dangers I am pointing out, we do not see too many original research papers or contributions or award-winning initiatives in the science and technology space in recent years from several countries, including our own. Just think of the contributions made by people just around 100 years back. Dr. Srinivas Ramanathan, Fermat, Pascal, William Harvey, in different spheres, they come up with original things because they were so well versed in the domain. But here, the sea of humankind is going towards something that is very, very complicated and twisted. And ultimately, we are basking in the comforts of IT without really going into the depths of the domain. That was a conclusion I actually came out and I thought I should share with this other talk. Since that time, government of Haryana and Elets gave me this topic of thinking and sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sundarji. I think highly researched points you have elaborated here. Really, you have enriched this session. And we are towards the end of this, closing this session now. So I will request each of the panelists to give their closing remarks. And I will request the panel to actually talk about next 3 years. How is that transformation in education? You are thinking that it may happen in India. What is the situation like in 3-5 years? Say that it start teaching. And just concluding with 1 or 2 lines max. Each of the speakers. We are requesting our speaker from Assam, Kurdistan.
One of the biggest problems that we mentioned this morning also what we have experienced, it is the enrollment of students in the science stream. National level is 25%, Haryana is saying that around 15%, Assam is as low as around 12%. Another is that it is the failure, it is the student apprehension about the mathematics. The passing percentage of the students in Assam in mathematics in the last year is just 9%. English proficiency is very, very low. Now, may I request the government, Director Sir and Professor Sir, the vast amount of data that government is holding, education department is holding, if you unleash the data and develop the solutions, as for example, a student को मैथ्स को उसका डिसलाइक क्यों है? आप 5 into 5 पूछेगा बोलेगा 25 into 25 वो equals to, but आप जब बोलेगा 555 into 655, where is struggles? How struggles? So if you release the vast amount of data you are holding for the last 10 years, 15 years, then let's build solution in this. There are going to be beautiful solutions that came on mathematics, beautiful solutions that came on mathematics. Learning chemistry, learning physics, these can be start releasing the data. These are non-personal data. Please allow it. And if we want to be a money person, let's not depend on somebody from US or UK to develop solution for us. It is our capacity to develop solution. But your education department is good with it, can be the primary department in the country who can unleash development of a lot of software which can make India really Atmanirbhar. Thank you.
Fantastic inputs. I think deserve the applause actually. Because the kind of data over the education departments across India hold, and that can give insights of the students' psyche, mindset, skills across the country, and customized solution for each state, each district actually, and developed by our startups. Fantastic. Henry, over to you. Like you have been the star speaker in the last round.
For me, change has to begin from me. Okay? We cannot look for the change outside. So, for me, as parents, we have to be adapted to the reality that technology is the reality now. Okay? And for the technology-oriented edutech, they have to bring the change. Along with, there's a concept in IT called the disruptive technology with business process re-engineering. So I just want to highlight that point. No technology can disrupt the business without re-engineering it. So what does it mean is that if you think about banking 10 years or 15 years ago, every person has to go to the bank and withdraw the money. And there was part of regulation from the government saying that when electronics come, it cannot possible. But have you seen now realize you get your salary in your bank and in the form of one SMS. Your money has been credited on this particular day, this much amount. You just need to worry about whether the number matches or not, that's it. Now, I have not seen the cash in hand. Likewise, in education, it is not mandatory that the student has to go to the school. That's why we have the National Open School. That we have already realized a long time before. But now, when the pandemic is over, we have sent all our kids back. We have come back to the reality. Technology is gone now, bygone. Okay? So my only point is, change has to come from me. So the first for me, realize that the reality is the technology. And the change from the technology is the company is to bring the technology into education with the ease, not with the technology. Don't bring the technology for the sake of bringing technology. Okay? I have a virtual reality, it's so complex, and that's not a technology. Technology is that something that is our life. It's not complex our life. Like e-office is there, where you have a lot of options, and I know a lot of government offices are struggling to find the tabs. And now e-office selling is coming. It's growing more complicated. You have to find the options. The technology should not bring the complex. And from the policymaker, again, the changes is the way we evaluate has to change. So the change from me, the change from the tech, the change from the policymaker, everything combined in the ecosystem that we give the service called education with reality. That has to come in, otherwise nothing will work. Everyone will push their own handle, other will push their own handle, just like a blind man counting the elephants. The same thing will happen. So the change has to come from all of us, me as a parent, that and the policymaker, and we all have to change together only.